It's like, fuck that.
Sorry, Kat.
Don't get it. It's not. It's for the few benefits it gets you. It is not worth it.
No.
Especially when every game that's on that N64 one we have upstairs with a real N64.
Or the one, at least the ones that matter.
That's what I'm saying. All those games. Well, actually, there's little shite ones in there. Like,
Sorry, Cal, because I normally kept it there in here. That's why I thought it was
I'm gonna delete it.
Right.
Around to organising things, so yeah. Okay, so is everybody ready?
I think so.
Yeah.
So, after leaving Molderan, the city of giants, you were all sent on your way, having, for the most part, had an enjoyable evening. There were a few people that unfortunately speak to Roberto due to you mostly trying to speak to giants and giantkin, and this seems like a city where what you over here being referred to as elfkin.
Yeah.
This isn't really something you ever heard halflings be called. You know there is a connection between halflings and elves. That's why you both have pointy ears, but it's not something you ever. It's nothing that's ever really come up, so it's a bit weird having it here.
Racism.
Yeah.
Racism.
You had a very pleasant evening speaking with the half-elf wife of Micmo?
Micmo the patient.
Yes, Lord Micmo the patient, the storm giant lord of the giants. As for Narlock and Zed, you two are both treated fairly well. There were a fair few orcs around anyway, so it seems like orcs being around here is fairly common, and you know about the connection between orcs and giants anyway, so there is you guys are considered giant kin as long as you're here, so you get treated like your locals.
He's half giant, so of course he's going to be recognized as
also true.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah. But you're all well fed, well rested, you're well taken care of, ready for the journey northwards into Fanbercho, the Forest of Elves.
Heading for Oleluma.
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder they don't like the elfkin. They're sharing a border.
Yeah. And we're heading for Oleluma, which is a sort of tribal gathering place of the elves to try and get them to effectively make peace and stop attacking the giants that come near them.
So what you've been told is that any giants or giantkin that are a bit too close to the border tend to get peppered with arrows. No one has died yet, which means that the giant, which Lord Micmo has been able to avoid declaring war on the elves. But if someone had died, he would have had to, just right of honor. That said, every time they try and send someone to communicate with the elves, they are again attacked as soon as they get within shooting distance of Oleluma. And these are elven archers, so shooting distance of Oleluma is a couple of days out. And they're giants, so it's an easy target.
Okay.
The main thing that you understand is that they're just not wanting to allow anyone nearby at the moment. But giving you decent direction from the hunters, you find out that it is a 3-day travel from here to Oleluma by the most direct route, which they give you.
Am I right in thinking as well that that's en route towards the Dunder? Is it Dunder East we're heading for?
So it's not a direct route. They are asking you to go a little bit out of your way. If you went directly from here to Dunder West, is that right?
Sorry, I'm going to go through my old notes here. We're going to another region of Dunder, basically.
Yeah, another one of the external keeps, part of the major underground complex. So if you were to go directly from Molderum to Dunder West, pretty soon it's Dunder West. I'll double check my notes a bit, but I think it's Dunder West. It would take you about 7 days to get there. By adding the stop off in Oleluma, it does add 2 days to your travel. That said, they were also able to give directions to Narlock as to the temple. Is it the halls of the unseeing eyes?
That's the one.
So it looks like total travel time going Oleluma, halls of the unseeing eyes, and then Dunder West. If you make good time, it will take you 10 days. Hopefully, the elves will be able to point you in a decent direction to reduce that, but on a map, 10 days.
Okay.
Plus layover time in Oleluma if you wind up staying the night. Okay.
Yeah, just updating something in my notes there.
So before you leave Moldaram on the morning of the 4th, is there anything anyone would like to do before you leave?
We're all right for rations still, aren't we?
Yeah, I think rations you're pretty good on.
Yeah, but I can create food and drink if necessary.
True.
Do remember that with food and drink, if you use that for too long, eventually it doesn't. It will fill your belly and keep you full, but eventually you will suffer malnutrition due to it being magically created rather than actual food.
Well, I mean, it's there if we need it, but
The best example I can think is imagine subsisting on McDonald's for a week.
It'll fill you, but you won't be filled well.
Yeah.
Don't tempt some of us.
Fair.
Don't tempt the pregnant lady.
Insert bad food for you here. How's that? It's fast food, literally.
I've just changed out what spells I had prepared, which I could have done that night.
Yep, you do it after a long rest.
Everybody, just one thing that's occurred to me. When we get close to Oleluma, well, maybe within 2 days of Oleluma, do you think it would be best if I made you two look like elves? It would only be an illusion, but if they're shooting at anything that looks like a giant, well, half orcs and orcs are giant kin, and no offense, Zed, but you do look a little bit like a giant at the moment. I really don't want anyone to get shot at.
Well, do they shoot at humans?
I think he looks more human than he does orc.
They haven't been sending human-sized ambassadors. They've only been sending giant ambassadors, effectively. So
This
don't.
guy's kid.
Okay. All right then.
Yeah, it's a good. It's a good idea, but I think they possibly won't shoot at a person who's about 7 foot over someone who's 22.
True. And to be fair, you're wearing priestly robes, so they might not shoot at you anyway.
I like to think that the Sky's kid is tucked in the hood of the robe, and it's a bit like the one from Howl's Moving Castle, where you just pull it over.
Yeah.
And it instantly changes into whatever the disguise is meant to be.
Zed, could you give me a religion check?
This is a faith check, isn't it?
Yeah, faith, religion.
15.
15. You do know worship of the lunar pantheon is quite major in elf circles. The 3 primary deities of the lunar pantheon being Saloon, Eliastri, and the Moonweaver, Sehanan, are actually elf goddesses primarily, who were then adopted by other races. With the exception of Eliastri, she's still exclusively elf.
Why do we get the feeling that just because Fenris is the wolf god, they're just like, oh look, it's the worshiper of Fenris.
Oh, I do apologize if my voices are all over the place today. I am getting over a cold.
That's all right.
No problem. You said if there's anything we want to do before going.
Yeah.
I have 3 things I wish to retrieve from my bag of holding to have on my person.
Sure.
The Do you remember the cloth that I bought? The big giant one?
Yes, you were planning a thing.
Yes, I've done something with it. I wish to keep that on my person. And I'm
Right.
going to keep a potion of growth and the single-use wall of fog scroll. These are just in case.
Okay.
You'll see why.
I look forward to finding out.
Oh, actually, there's one thing. Narlock,
Yes.
my will flail can't have poisons in it when it's flung anymore, and I've got a whole bunch of poisons that I didn't know if you could find a use for. Because there's no point me having them anymore.
I can always find use for poison.
Okay.
You are an assassin.
Let me just go through these. I've written them in terrible tiny handwriting. Okay, I've got 2 bottles of just poison oils. It doesn't say what poison or anything, it just says poison oils.
So
No,
now
just
it's
give it-
analyze poison. So yeah. So
Get a pencil so I can write these onto my into my bag of holding. Okay, so what is it? Poison oils?
Yeah,
I'll give
How
you the
many?
stats for these afterwards.
How many?
2. I've got 8 vials of that toad venom that we got from the bottom of the well.
Jesus.
Scooped up loads of it, and
Does poison mature?
If it was stored properly, which it has not been.
it's been in bottles.
Yeah, if it's stored, if it's allowed to ferment like a whiskey or something, you can actually make it more potent, or you can distill it.
And I've got 1 potion of poison that looks like a potion of heroism, but it's not.
Nope.
Okay.
And that's all the poisons I've got on me.
Perfect. Celadine, do you have any idea what you would do if we have someone that we really want out of the way and I just happen to dip that in their tea?
I mean, I think it didn't cause them to melt from the inside out, but
Sweet. Let's see. When do we become murderers?
He's been an assassin since Dale.
I mean, we do kill a lot of people.
I'm just
We do, we kill a lot of people, but they usually attack us first.
I just dipped my hand into the bag of holding. I'm like, well, if all else fails, there's a scroll of magic missile, which can be cast at 10th level.
Good grief, that's a lot of missiles.
I can't. Well, I'm not technically a magic user, so it's not really my sort of taste.
10th level, that's as if you were a level 10 caster rather than 10th level spell slot, because this is first edition.
Okay.
You are correct as 10th level, so that would fire off 5 blasts.
Nice.
Right, if no one minds, could I have the scroll of magic missile then?
I just hand it straight over.
Thank you.
So the poisons, Narlock. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
So because you're an assassin / spy package, you know what damages each will do. So the poison oils will, they take 1 minute to apply to, they take 10 minutes to apply to any weapon. And for the next hour after they've been applied, they will do an additional 2d8 poison damage.
Just thought we might as well do a little bit of inventory sorting out.
The frog venom, or frog whatever, I didn't work out how that thing was creaking, I'll be honest, does D4 poison damage when used on a weapon, or if consumed 2d4. It also has a 5% chance to cause confusion for 1 minute. If properly distilled and worked on, it could be turned into a confusion poison. And the last was a poison of heroism.
It was a potion of poison that looked like a potion of heroism. I believe it was just a very mean trick by a mischievous god.
Hello. So anyone imbibes that, it will do 8d12 poison damage.
But it does look exactly like a potion of heroism, so
It does.
make sure you put a special label on it or something.
That one is only consumed. It can't be applied to a weapon or shot into someone.
Okay, in which case then I will make that look very good for someone to steal from me. And I will make sure that they steal it.
That's always fun. Okay. Is that everything done?
I did want to bring. Oh, sorry, go on.
Those are
I
mine.
believe so.
I wanted to ask Mickmo one quick question. He said that he said when we were talking to him, I look like one of the elves. I'm assuming because I'm half wood elf, so we can assume they're wood elves that mostly there then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I wanted to double check on.
Specifically, you look like their captain of the guard. Same hair. He has a beauty mark like yours on his right jugular.
Oh.
You did?
Okay.
You're the right?
Thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a wood elf thing.
You've seen other wood elves. Dark hair is common in wood elves, but the beauty marks aren't.
Okay. Oh God.
Hmm?
Just had this horrible sudden feeling of another relative popping out of the ground.
Okay, so you have 3 days approximately to get to Oleluma. Who wants to roll on the travel table first?
Okay.
I believe the last roll was made by Dudley.
Can I offer my assistance by ensuring the weather stays clear?
If there is bad weather, it will not be as bad as it could have been.
Go on, I'll do it. I'll bite the bullet.
Okay, give me a d20 roll.
Please, one of you roll well.
Row, bite the bullet.
It's a 2, but that might not be bad. So. It's
Oh, is it a percentile roll?
No,
no,
it's a d20.
D20. I rolled a 2.
Yeah, because this one is not rolling well.
Okay.
You see, this is why the dice don't roll for you, because you keep replacing them. You have to show loyalty even when they don't perform.
In my experience, buy a load of ugly ones and they roll really well, but the pretty ones know that you won't ever throw them away, so they'll just roll whatever they like. I'm talking about you, you sparkly thing.
Can everyone give me a perception check, please?
Ooh,
Oh, please, no.
you rolled a nat 20.
So we get advantage?
You get advantage.
Thank you. And go for advantage.
Is 19.
22.
Dramatic thing. 8.
8.
7.
7. So, we have, as a party, it was a 22, a 19, an 8, and a 7.
We're dragging the side down. Roberto, what do they do? What do they do in Halfton for the winter festival? Because in Torgval we get this massive tree in the middle of town, and all of the races come and decorate it with their traditional things.
We tend to get like a lot of different meats, and we tend to like to stuff one meat into a different kind of meat, and then we put all that into another kind of meat, and then we put the meat in that kind of meat. It's like having one very large roast dinner. It's a roast dinner within a roast dinner within a roast dinner within a roast dinner. So you might even find the potatoes inside the potatoes, inside the meat, inside the meat, inside the meat, inside the meat.
Cocker, turker, ducken.
We just stuff ourselves completely stupid. We drink so much stuff, and then we wake up regretting it with massive indigestion.
So
That sounds brilliant.
that conversation is ongoing throughout most of your journey into the not as high but very densely jungled. Well, yeah, jungle technically. I mean, it's a forest, sort of half forest, half jungle environment of Fanbercho. The trees here are not as big, and they're not redwoods, unlike the previous era. These tend to be more towards oaks, spruce, and ferns.
Is it still snowy?
It is just beginning to snow now. You are coming into the 11th month and into the winter months. It's a good thing you all have warm clothes. Otherwise, in the last area, you were starting to have to roll for exhaustion due to exposure. Okay.
I hope we get home in time for the midwinter festival.
Hmm.
It's really good. All the races try and outdo each other for how big of a celebration we have. It's amazing. There's so much food.
I was going to say in the eating department, I think most of the halflings will probably even outdo the elves.
To be honest, yeah, the halflings do a really good spread every year. And then the gnomes get really annoyed and they have to put on a good spread. And now we've got extra races there now as well. We've got the kobolds have joined in.
I've been well known to make a good spread.
Ooh.
Oh,
No,
so
I don't think kobolds will be interesting in the spirit of giving.
Maybe not, but you know, they've only been part of civilization for a very short time. They've got to learn.
it's usually
You never know. Well, they seem to find a lot of things. They might be willing to trade that in exchange for some food. Maybe they might be doing an exchange.
No, they'll be doing draggers on. They're the ones delivering the presents.
I'll tell you what, when winter comes along, because it's normally tradition for us to make cakes, if we make it through this, I will see if I can whip up something and I'll share a slice of like special winter festival cake with each and every single one of you, with some kind of like complimentary brandy or something to go with it as well.
Now we really do have to get back to Torgaval before winter festival.
And
Sounds
set
like
up-
Yes. What instead of Great Father Winter, we got Great Father White Band.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh no.
Celadine, take 11 points of damage as 2 arrows hit you both in the shoulders. Roberto, take 10 points of damage as 2 spears strike you in the gut.
Ow!
Narlock, take 8 points of damage as a crossbow bolt finds your stomach and then your thigh. Zed, take 8 points of damage as a javelin finds itself lodged in your chest. 20, take 4 points of damage as a arrow finds his leg, and Tibbles takes 6 points of damage as a crossbow bolt lands directly in his upper flank.
Okay.
10.
Got it.
Ow.
Ow!
Ambush!
You can hear giggling in the trees.
How many points?
What did we do?
11.
Of 20?
20, no, 4. Roll for initiative.
Yeah, swords are drawn like bah! Wait,
It's a D6 in this system.
5e brain.
It's all right.
Ah, my punishment.
Tibbles takes 6 points of damage.
Correct.
Would have been such a good initiative.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Do we recognise what sort of giggling?
Give me. Well, give me an intelligence check.
17 for me.
Mhm.
Is that everyone roll that?
Yeah.
What, perception?
So intelligence.
12.
Mhm. Zed and Roberto.
17.
9.
Zed, you are too quickly into battle mode to really be bothered what is shooting at you. More focused on that they are shooting at you. Everyone else, it's goblins.
Can I yell? Goblins!
Sure. Okay. You can't see them. What was everyone's initiative? Anyone got 6?
Mm-mm.
5. 4.
I got
17.
4.
3. 2.
Here I thought I'd done bad.
Nope. You're second.
Okay.
What did you two get?
1.
I said I got 2.
2. Celadine, 20
Yes.
goes directly after you. You cannot see the goblins. You can hear the cackling. You imagine they must be probably in the treetops with the ambush tactics.
Okay. Okay. Right. I imagine they're in the, I understand they're probably in the treetops. Oh, you know, I've not had a chance to use this one yet. I will lift my hands and say, I suggest you all jump out of the trees right now. Casting mass suggestion on them.
Okay, how many does it work on the first edition rules?
This is a good question because for some reason I didn't write down the page number for that one.
Okay. You mind if I go looking as well?
Yeah, you go ahead. I know it's a bloody lot.
Yeah.
There's first edition rules.
Is it magic user or illusionist?
It's illusionist
What level?
6.
6th level illusionist. Got it. Thank
Here you
you.
go. Mass suggestion. One creature per level, and I am level 9. No, 15.
15. And because of your book, you count as one level higher, so 16.
Yeah, I can up, provided there's not more than that around
Mhm.
us.
And then a saving throw at -2.
Setting fire to the trees seemed like it might be deforestation. I mean, much quicker, but definitely bad.
One creature per level.
Is that?
Does not require line of sight.
Oh, nice.
Just at the general area where I can hear the giggling.
Okay, magic resistance at standard. They fail.
Nice.
Okay.
I suggest they climb out of the trees.
You can see 12 goblins just all step out on branches and then get suddenly very confused that they've just done this.
I told them to climb out of the trees.
Yes, they have climbed off of the trees.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of them are already making their way down. How long did it last? 4 turns? Jesus, quite a long time. Okay, so it lasts like 10 minutes. Some of them are already making their way down. Others who pass slightly better are kind of just like, what?
Stick 'em 20.
Yeah. Give me an attack roll at disadvantage just because I have to jump up to grab one.
I can't find his hit chance.
You don't have it in.
Okay.
Just tell me the number.
19 at disadvantage. He rolled ridiculous. Hang on, doesn't he crit on a 19?
No.
No, he doesn't.
That's 5th edition. You're thinking Milovosh.
Oh, God.
Okay. He hits. Roll for damage. As he
Uh.
kind of jumps up and grabs one of the goblins in his jaws. Goblins are only small.
It's 3d8 because he's got tough jaws.
Shake him like a rat.
Jeez,
It says here 3d8 plus 2. No, that's his hit dice. Ignore me. It's 1d8. I'm looking at the wrong. 4, 5, 6 damage.
6. One of the goblins, 20, leaps up, grabs the goblin from the tree as it's climbing down, and just. And the goblin just goes limp.
Wow, he killed it.
Wow.
Yeah, goblins are pretty weak.
Shake him like a rag doll.
Okay, Narlock. You can see 11 goblins, but you can hear more laughing.
Dagger, gun. One of the higher up ones who stepped up on the branch, I'm going to shoot that. One of the ones climbing down, I'm going to throw the dagger at it because I know the dagger's going to come back to me.
Yeah, you don't have the auto hit feature anymore, but you do. It does return on a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Roll to hit with the gun.
Natural 20.
Hey!
Yes.
Just an FYI, against these things, the only way you fail is a nat 1. Okay. So roll your damage die and double the number.
Okay, the gun is 2d6 plus 2. So 8 plus 2 is 10, so that's 20 damage for that one.
Nice. That's overkill. That is just overkill. Its fucking chest implodes.
Oh, you popped it.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the one up in the tree where who's just stepped out from the branch. He's just gone.
Just so you know, because of how many attacks you get as a level 9 paladin, you can make 3 attacks with your handgun because it gets 3 shots until you need to reload it, and you can make one attack with your offhand.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. Okay, give me 2 more attacks with the handgun.
Next one is 17.
Hit.
That's 5. That's 7 plus 2 is 9 damage.
Dead. Just third shot.
19.
Hit.
4, 5, 7 damage for that one, so he might be still up.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Across one branch, just coconuts at a shite. Pop, pop, pop.
Okay, now the dagger
Yep.
for one of the ones climbing down.
Yep.
9 plus 2, that's no, sorry, 9 plus 3, that's 12.
You don't add anything to your roll. You just tell me the number.
Okay, 9 then.
Hit.
Okay, and the dagger is
D4 plus 5 for you.
D4 plus 5.
Yeah.
That's the one. You're at D4.
I'm not giving you sneak attack because they are all focused on you.
Oh, completely fine. I mean, they knew we were coming. That's 7.
7. Okay. As it hits, and were you aiming for one of the ones lower down the tree or higher up the tree, like the ones who just started to climb down?
Once you just start to climb down.
Okay. Nope. It's about a 20-foot fall. Ow. Okay, so your initial throw didn't kill that goblin. And it basically, the hit was so good, you pinned it slightly to the tree, and then obviously the dagger bounced back to its scabbard instantaneously. And as it bounced back to the scabbard, the goblin loses its grip and falls 20 feet, splat.
Nice.
Oh, this is feeling cruel now.
Zed, your turn.
How many do I think is still up there?
So you can see 4 climbing down a couple of trees. And you can see 3 standing on branches. There is still more laughter.
Just before Zed gets his move, do I get an action to do something?
That was your action.
Oh, so that doesn't count as like move. Sorry, no, do you know why you would get like movement or anything?
Oh, you still have your movement, yeah.
Yeah, because can I sacrifice movement to reload the gun?
Give me a dex check. Because you're trying to load 3 bullets really quick.
Okay, well that's going to be a +4, so hopefully that's 16 plus 4 is a dirty 20.
Okay, so the DC I had for you was 15. And then for each 1 over 15, that will be an extra bullet. So yeah, you've managed to reload all 3 shots. You're basically just going to go chink, pop, 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 chink. So yeah, you're good.
Excellent.
Very cool. Right, Zed, you and Tibbles. You can see 4 climbing down trees, 3 standing on branches, and you can still hear 7 cackling.
Okay. Zed pulls a little bit of fur out of his cloak, rubs it between his fingers. All right. And he just matters. Deal with this little buggers. And he blows out of his hand, and out of his hand comes a swarm of insects, which flies up into the canopy.
Nice.
Insect swarm! Those are clerics!
What kind of insect?
The spell is Insect Plague. Page 50.
Is it fleas?
What insect have you summoned?
It doesn't say.
Use the sign.
It
That's it.
says, cast a horde of creeping, hopping, and flying insects swarm in a thick cloud. These insects obscure
Okay.
vision.
Okay, if it's climbing ones, please summon earwigs. If it is hopping ones, please summon.
It's a random mixture, I think.
Oh, but if you can specify, if Cal's saying that, I would recommend earwigs, fleas, and wasps.
It's a 36. This
36 feet diameter
Oh my God.
and a 6-foot high cloud.
Oh.
Now, in this game, that is actually 2 squares. So that is a 72 square wide swarm. That would cover any of our battle maps.
Shit.
Just about to hear a lot of goblinoid shrieking and chittering.
Does it do any
creatures with 2 or fewer hit dice will automatically move at their fastest possible speed in a straight line and around a direction.
Well, they're going to run out of the trees, cartoon logic.
What? What is the actual damage on this? Can you see what the damage is in yours?
I don't think it's a damaging spell.
Creatures in this blade sustain hit points of damage for each melee round. It looks like my version's kind of cut off the number.
Okay, I'm not sure if there is a number. Creatures with 4 or 5 hit dice, spell and morale check will behave likewise. Heavy smoke will drive off the. It doesn't actually say. 1 hit point of damage for each melee round may remain due to the bites and stings. So it's a point of damage per melee round.
Per melee round. Oh shit. Okay.
The other thing is the effect of them automatically.
Regardless of armor class.
Yeah, so they're just taking points of damage after each round of combat. So okay, what's Tibbles doing now?
Tibbles is going to snap at any that are low enough for him to try and get at. He's not going to go up there.
That's fine. Give me an attack.
Or he might slam the tree to try and shake them off.
You can give that a go. I mean, it's up to you.
No, he'll try. Unless there's one on the ground, he'll try and slam the tree.
So there are none on the ground, but there are some that are high up. It will be a disadvantage roll to try and attack them. But but Tibbles does get 2 attacks.
Yeah, he'll slam the tree.
Okay. A roll to hit tree.
Sorry, I've just done a really stupid cartoon logic suggestion.
He rolled a 1.
He slams into the tree and winds up. He gets recoil basically.
Yeah.
I've got a really stupid idea. What if he climbs on 20's back?
Tibbles takes 7 points of damage. Would he like to try and slam again, jump on 20's back, or try and snap?
He'll try one more time. I don't think he'll give 20 the satisfaction.
Fair.
8. That's 8. Oh, that's 18 on die. So
I also don't think Tibbles could stand on 20's back without breaking 20.
Oh yeah, Tibble's a big dog.
Tibbles is large.
So he basically just ran. He just basically slammed in headfirst, and then got up and then just tried again.
That's fine.
Now he knows how to brace himself for it.
Well, what I will say is, because technically he's hit it twice at this point.
Yeah.
What is Tibble's damage?
1d8 plus 4. Oh wait, the slam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1d8 plus 1d8 plus 4 for the slam and the con save for normally the thing it hits.
Okay. Can you roll 2d8? Don't add 4. Actually, give me a d8 and a d4 roll. That'll just make things easier.
7 in total.
So that will add 3 to the DC. 3 of them hit deck. I need to roll acrobatics for those 3, because one of them was 10 feet up, fail. One was 20 feet up, pass, and the third was 30 feet up, fail.
So several of them have fallen badly.
The one at 10 feet, splat, gone, dead. The one at 20 feet does a very nice roll on landing. 30 feet.
They're such ride or die creatures. I love them.
At which point, the one that was on the branch lands next to it, splat. And you see that
This is the point, Roberto, because it's going to be your turn next. You need to just punt that one.
Well, the thing is, what I got in mind is that particular one, instead of running up, I just hit throw my hammer at it. Yeah, it does it well. Wait, huh? Dunk.
Oh.
Goes like, thanks for getting him down for me, guys.
okay, Roberto, your turn. You have 6 attacks.
Okay.
Because you're a massively leveled fighter and you are a dual wielder as well.
Well, the first thing I want to do, the cocky little shit that did the incredible tumble and whang! He's getting a hammer to the face. Just yeet the hammer.
Yeet the hammer before you even draw your swords.
Well, that was a 4.
Oh
no.
4 at range with the hammer. Yeah, that hits.
Is it a D4?
Most of you guys at this point when you fight goblins, the only way you're failing is in that one.
Is that a D4 for that one?
No, it's more than that. I think it's a D8 because
D8.
it's the hammer of throwing.
Oh, yeah.
As a player, I'm loving this. Celadine is horrified, but I'm loving this.
Yeah.
D8.
I love goblins.
D8 plus 4, so it's like, hey, wang! 6 points of damage.
Just slammed into a tree.
Oh, no,
Chest
How could have been our friend?
And I'm like,
not all goblins are friendly, Saladin.
Okay, you have 5 more attacks, depending on how you can figure. Because obviously the hammer comes straight back to where it is. You got your swords.
the question is, are any actually on the ground or are they still up in the trees?
They are up in the trees. There are some still climbing down the trees.
Okay.
Obviously, you do have to be careful because of the insect plague.
Are held actions a thing in 1E?
I allow it in 1E. It's not really. It wasn't really a rule that Gygax came up with, but it's a good rule.
It's that point where I just look at Narlock and I'm just like, it's a gallery shooting session. So I just start wanging the hammer.
Okay, if you're just wanging the hammer, you get 4 attacks.
That's fine.
Okay.
So first one.
Yeah. So basically, rather than it come back to the scabbard, it comes straight back to your hand and just.
Yeah, that was racist.
Yeah. 3 more attacks.
3 more attacks.
Is this against one that is on a branch or one that is climbing? You can actually only see 3 goblins.
This one's on a branch. 6 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Hit was 4. That's 8 points of damage.
Just knock it off, and as the hammer comes back, you catch the hammer just in time to see it splat on the floor.
And then I yell, Paul!
Okay, give it another rope.
16.
Yeah, that hit.
5 points of damage.
Was that branch or tree?
Branch.
Branch. Okay. You can see it's alive as it falls. 8. 16.
Oh my god.
18 points of fall damage.
Woo!
As the hammer flies back to your hand. There are no more on branches. There are 2 climbing down, and you can hear still more laughter, but also screams from the insect plague.
So one on the branch, I just like yell, hey, look out!
No, no on branches, it's just on trees.
Oh, that's what I mean, tree.
Climbing down, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
One climbing down, I was like, oi, look out!
Okay, do you want to go for the higher or the lower?
Go for the fucking higher one.
He might fall with his friend.
I love goblins.
Here we go.
If he falls and hits his friend, what happens?
That's an 8 to hit.
Dudley, you are only failing to hit these on a crit one. I can tell you that right now.
That's 9 points of damage.
How much?
9.
Okay, dead. I'll roll for luck. Nat 1.
Oh god.
Um,
He fell on the other one.
we were able to maintain his crit. Must reach bottom for some reason. This is still like my suggestion.
It's sort of like, run away!
Oh, he's still under the effects of my suggestion. He's still thinking he's got to climb down for something.
Okay.
So, hit a goblin, get a prize!
The dead goblin.
Narlock is just looking at them with his gun in his hand, going, you know, maybe there's a reason these guys are the ones that were selected to be the army of the king, the
Goblin King.
Goblin King,
Or the Dancing King,
the
yeah.
Dancing King. Yeah, so maybe this is why I selected them, because they're really stupid.
And really funny. Okay.
Maybe he took all their intelligence because he didn't want anyone to be smarter than him.
Okay. Holy shit. So, the goblins needed to roll above a 15 to not run off the branches. Looney Tunes
Oh, no.
style.
Oh no.
The highest any of them got was 14. 6 goblins, all in the insect plague, go, get him! and just dart out, and you see some of them make 3 steps in the air, aim with their short bows before. I have to make 6 acrobatics checks.
Oh, God, I really kind of hope at least one survives because it's something I'd love to do. But
Okay, pass. 3 of them pass, 3 of them fail. So they're all taking 3d8 fall damage because it's a 30-foot fall.
Yeah.
7, 13, 20. No.
they're all dead.
Even the ones that pass, just some of them land well, so they get like a belly flop, so they don't die badly. The others, head, feet. It's just the worst thing ever. There is one left who is using the rest of its action to get to the floor.
Oh, he's still alive.
Yeah, gets to his floor.
20, no. 20, get him. Not kill him, just bring him here.
It's not your. It is now your turn.
Is it?
It is now Saladin's turn.
I'm going to tell 20 to grab that goblin by the scruff of his neck and bring him over here.
Okay, give me an animal handling check.
Oh,
Just because that is a very specific command for a very dumb dog.
I do not have animal handling, and you know I don't.
That's a wisdom check.
Yeah, what's your wisdom?
It's only a +1, my dear.
Okay, give me a check.
Please. Nope.
What happened?
Well, I rolled a 2.
Okay, you still have your action because it doesn't take an action to talk. If you want to grab or hold or do something with that goblin before 20, who is already running, mouth foaming, eyes red, full rampage rage, warhound.
Okay, right, I'm going to say to it in Goblin, look at what happened to all your friends. Run home and tell your king what we did. Run.
Oh, goes, okay. Roll for 20's attack.
Oh.
No, 20, don't fetch.
Bad 20, no. Bad, put down. Oh no, he rolled an 11, so that goblin's dead.
Yeah, roll for damage.
Oh, dear. That's a dead-ass goblin. Yeah, that's 5 points of damage.
Okay,
That's a dead goblin.
just like 5.
5 points of damage.
So, 20 barrels into this goblin turns around, you know, go, okay, in goblin, at which point, massive mastiff in a spiked collar charges into it from one side, and then from that side, you see the goblin just, what hit me? It's still alive. There's 1 hit point. Narlock, what are you doing?
Right.
Kill them all.
Saladin wanted him to get away.
Did you understand what she said?
I speak Goblin.
Oh, good.
I'm just thinking, what the start?
Yes, you know I speak Goblin, Cal, because I used it to play dice with them,
I speak Goblin too.
right? So I lift him by the scruff. If he has a scruff, I hope he does.
Goblins do need to have scruff. Give me a grapple check.
Just
So-
a strength.
Torturing this creature.
Yes, it's a 2-hit check. No, it's a percentile in first edition.
17.
It's a D100 roll.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a contested D100 roll.
Do you need high or low?
High.
Okay, 77's pretty high.
Yeah, not a problem. Just you grab him by the scruff of his neck, and he's like, "Hi, did anyone get the name of that truck?"
Just pulling 20 back from the truck.
Okay, I'm not even going to
It's
ask.
like a big lorry.
I'm not even going to ask what that is. But yeah, she told you to go away and tell all your friends. I look around for a bush, something that's not going to kill him.
Yeah, you're in a forest.
So go away.
Okay, just I'm not gonna make you roll for it. It's too funny. Just hey, blackberries! You're out with it.
You threw him into a That thing's got forms.
It's not dead though.
No,
You can hear
no.
him. He's eating blackberries. He's fine.
He's had a great time.
Oh, that's amazing.
In all seriousness, I wanted him to run so he could go warn all other goblins not to tangle with us because of what we just did. Oh, there's so many little green corpses.
Right, I'm just going to Lou, but sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I look at the swarm dispersing and was like, Zed, you scare me. You really scare me.
Zed just raises his hands and parts them, and the swarm dissipates.
Okay.
That right there. Oh, I never want to make you mad again.
Insect.
We're not expecting that. No one expects that spell.
Oh my god, I love Insect Plague as a spell. And it's a cleric spell. Ah.
I didn't expect. I thought it'd be a druid spell, but not really a cleric spell.
It's always been a cleric spell. Think about it. It's the 3
Oh,
plagues.
Yeah, it's the plague of locusts.
Yeah.
I said the fun. What was it? I'm just now thinking the Prince of Egypt banks.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good film.
God, I want to watch.
No, it is. That song's horrifying. Talk about a
Yeah.
vengeful god.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my son. They were only goblins.
No, let me not say that. Excuse me for 1 second.
Just Saladin pulling 20 off of the corpses.
No, he doesn't eat the corpses. Tibbles does.
Oh yeah, we have established actually Tibbles eats bollocks. So.
Yeah. If you guys would like to loot the goblins, they actually have some good kit. It's all short bows and short swords, but
Yeah, well, we've got the bags of holding. We can chuck some. It won't be better than the kit we're carrying. So
okay, you wind up collecting 15 short bows,
15 short bows,
15 short swords. Sorry, 15 scimitars.
15 scimitars.
And they only got 1 shot off a piece, and a few of them were carrying javelins. You collect, I'd say, about 10 javelins
All right.
/ spears.
And 10 javelins / spears.
And quick look around, you collect about 5 light crossbows.
Oh, yeah, crossbows.
Yeah. And you wind up collecting 90 crossbow bolts.
Nice.
Does anyone use crossbows?
Yes, I have one.
You have one, but you don't really use it.
Do you want 90 more?
I do have the
crossbows?
silver bolts for it. So if we keep the crossbow bolts for, or if we ever need to sell, well, what do we need to sell anything for?
You guys are fucking loaded.
Hey, Darlock,
Yes.
you could always make a makeshift pitfall trap with those crossbow bolts.
That's actually not a bad idea.
And you also collect 222 arrows.
222 arrows.
Jesus.
Good thing goblins only use a D6 weaponry. That's all they can carry. Because anything does D6 mostly at range.
I'm wondering how strong his arrows are, because I'm now imagining from stuff like Tomb Raider and Horizon, where you can actually use the arrows to help climb up things in a way.
I mean, it's a question of how heavy you are versus what material you try to spike them into.
Okay.
So, like, using them on like a tree, Roboto or Celadine probably okay, but Narlock and Zed probably not.
Ah.
All right, well, that was awful.
I always think of using the javelins and the oil bombs I have to make like a Mad Max style makeshift diesel bomb kind of thing.
That's cool.
Have you seen Mad Max
Yeah.
Fury Road?
Seen bits of it, Fury Road. Sorry,
That's what they have, and it's basically a javelin. And because diesel's like a contact explosive that you have to compress it, they get like a metal cylinder with the diesel in it, and then when you throw the javelin and it hits something, it blows up.
That's cool. Okay.
I think after that, Roboto just goes up and he just offers a high five to everyone.
It was a good round.
That didn't feel good. They went pop.
Hey, they fired on us first.
I know, but
Yep, speaking of, there's got to be viscera dripping out of that tree.
Ah.
There's a lot, but the crows are already swarming.
Oh.
And I mean swarming.
Well,
Okay.
Enjoy, birdies.
Who would like to roll for the second day's travel?
I'll do it.
The rest of your day goes by unimpeded. That was probably towards like the middle of the day. It was clearly an ambush.
Ooh.
Probably for the elves, to be honest, but they caught you guys. Okay, it's a D20 roll.
12.
Wow. You wind up on an old dirt track. You don't realize it, and you don't clock it until you step out of the canopy into a bit of a clearing, and either side of you are sentries wearing green dyed leather armor, carrying longbows and scimitars, and they just kind of look around at you and it's like, how did you come that way? They're speaking in Elvish, so anyone who speaks Elvish can understand them. Okay. Anyone else?
No.
You should.
I'm not sure. Oh, I can speak Elvish.
Okay.
I'm wearing my disguise, by the way.
This is actually so sudden. You kind of give me a dexterity check, basically reactions.
All of us?
Just Narlock if you put in your disguise on. This was genuinely so sudden. Let me put it this way. You have one more day.
No, I've been wearing my disguise the whole time.
Oh, have you? Okay.
I did that before we left the town.
Okay,
Yeah.
no worries then. Okay, you look like a
Given
human.
that we know they can shoot us, we're about 2 days away from the city. It's just sense, you know.
You guys got -2 days for finding that road.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You basically make it by lunchtime. It took you a day and a half to make 3 days travel.
Nice.
We're great. Oh, hello. We're looking for Oleluma. Saying in Elvish.
Well, you knew the old road. You must be kin, and of course you are in the small kin.
I'd say Soleil greetings in Elvish.
You travel with 2 humans and they see Tibble stood next to Zed and a worshipper of the White Wolf.
Zed puts his hand that gives the general salute. Indeed. May the moon give its blessing upon you.
The guard turns his lapel over and reveals the sign of Sehanan the Moonweaver. It's like, brothers at arms. Olenuma is half an hour's travel down that way. You will find it by the 3rd oak on the left.
Thank you.
That symbol. And I just whip the letter out and like, that's
Yeah.
exactly on the letter here.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Moonball.
yeah.
Oh yes, I'm the only one who's actually met her in person.
And Roberto actually had a letter from her.
That's a point.
Oh right, yes, from oh yeah.
I should get the letter and actually show the seal. I'm like, is this known? Or is this what you
She's
mean?
a god that sort of texts us, so she occasionally communicates. So it's not unheard of. You must be very chosen. Must be a bit of an artiste or a great prankster. You see him like pending spells like keep an eye on the halfling.
I'm just like, well, I'd say artiste, musician. It's quite an honor. I shall keep this safe. I'll not let it go out of my sight. And I just hastily put it away, safe.
I take it your guards.
Yes.
Is it? Do people in Oleluma speak common as well? It's just one among our number doesn't speak Elvish.
He actually clicks over into common. Oh, sorry, it's so used to speaking Elvish recently. No, we speak common as well.
Oh, that's
That
good.
that is understandable. I mean, it is your land after all. I would expect no less. I merely come as visitor.
Are you here visiting family or here to trade?
Well, for both actually, we are here for trade, but also my friend here wishes to visit family.
Give me a deception check.
I assume you're referring to me.
Natural 20.
Who is your family in town?
I'm afraid I don't actually have a name. A little bit long lost. I'm a relative of someone you would have known at the time as Ifandes. I was told there might be other family here.
Give me an insight check, anyone who's paying attention.
Do I? Or
Yeah, you can do.
ooh, hey,
Natural 20.
16.
18.
Everyone sees a look of recognition on his face. Oh, you are related to the guard captain. I will show you the way.
what? Yes, I am.
The guard captain.
The guard winds up separating from his unit, and you realise that although you only saw 2 sentries, about 20 more elves pop out from behind trees where they were hiding. These are true elven rangers.
Very well played.
And every single one of them has a very finely crafted longbow with massive arrows.
Just lowering my voice a little bit and switching to. Do you speak Orcish?
I don't think I do. No.
Oh, what do we all speak? Fuck, what do we all speak that they're unlikely to speak?
I love that you guys have never discussed this.
Probably Dwarfish. I think we all speak Dwarfish.
I do.
Give me a language and see if they all speak it. That seems the most fair thing.
I can speak Hobgoblin.
Oh, Hobgoblin could work.
I don't know that one.
Fuck's sake. All right, you know what? I'll just repeat it.
I'm an orc, goblin, thieves can't.
Ogreish?
I can't speak thieves can't. Hold on a
I'm
minute.
an orc.
Can you? You
Hang
can't
on.
speak.
Do you speak goblin?
I speak Goblin.
I think
Yeah.
you all speak Goblin.
I speak Goblin.
Wait, do we all speak Goblin?
I speak Gob.
You speak goblin?
Yeah.
I speak goblin. We all speak goblin.
Right. In Goblin, I'm just going to quickly say, goodness sake, am I related to everybody in this country?
Would you like me to say that in interpreted dance?
Zeladin was related to everyone.
This is what happens when you don't
I'm
like
Harry,
the action.
Harry. He's related to Jim. We all agree it has to be Louise who's married to him.
Okay.
This turns out to be another one that Lady Ifandes has had her way with. I'm going to be really annoyed.
Are you looking at me all of a sudden, Saladin?
Why do you think I'm looking at you, Roberto?
Because I look incredible? Okay.
You know, let's go with that.
So, as a party, you are led down the hill by 2 elven guard as 2 more sentry take up position. As you go down the hill following this road that you are amazed that you found, looking at it, you should not have gotten onto this road. I am telling you that right now, there was a 1 in 20 chance of you doing that, and you did it.
Yay!
Hooray!
Secret road unlocked.
There were literally no... It was literally a 1 in 20 check of you finding that. Holy crap. There was more likelihood that you guys would have to fight some kind of dragon or something.
We technically found a fast travel signpost.
You did! I'm impressed. It's like, that's hilarious. Okay, you make it down. Looking over, it's just trees. It's just trees as far as you can see. But then as he kind of leads you forward, and 3rd oak on the left, and reaches an oak, the 3rd oak, and you do count. It's like oak, pine, pine, oak, fern, 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 oak. And the second you hit that and turn left, there's a village there that was not there.
Illusions?
Something like that. And he leads you into this little town. And when I say a little town, it's more like tents, yurts, little huts made of mixtures of hide and... This is not an actual village. This is something that has been very hastily thrown together quite recently. As you kind of make your way through, there is a coming squad of more guards. These ones dressed in more brown tones and red tones than the green and yellow that you previously saw. And as you connect, the guard who is escorting you, Lord Yanlo, we have found your relative in the forest. And one who you can't see any difference in the armor steps forward, removes his helm, and very off black hair tied in a small bun at the nape of his neck. The spitting male image of Celadine, quite frankly. Very, very similar in appearance, much taller, much broader chest. Kind of looks down and says, I'm assuming it's not the halfling. Just looking at you.
Hello.
What's your name?
No, I'm quickly can Elvish children mature.
I'm Celadine. Leyspark.
We're related?
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, that I was adopted. My birth mother was someone known as Lady Afandes, but I don't know if that's the name she used when she lived here.
Just this look of recollection on his face. And just, Afandes is still alive.
Very much so, yes.
Gonna waves a finger, the battalion splits and heads out on their patrol. Well, pleased to meet you. I'm your uncle. And offers you his hand. Well, sort of. Afandes is my cousin, but we were raised as if we were siblings by our grandmother.
Oh, I was going to say she never said she had a. No, actually, she never said she had any family.
No, hurtful.
She does that.
So she hasn't changed. Okay. So, welcome to Olaluma. Are you here seeking refuge for your halfling and humans?
They're my travelling companions, my friends.
You see him kind of click through. It's like, right. And then you remember there isn't actually a word for friends in Elvish.
Merlock.
They're my people who it's not necessary to kill right now.
Allies with common goal would be the closest translation. It's colloquial.
The people we hate less of everyone else.
Why are you here in Olaluma?
Are you the person with the highest authority here?
I'm one of the 6. Due to the situation, we decided best to elect a council, and there are 6 of us.
Do I feel like I can trust him?
Give me an insight check.
Oh, that's a really good one. That's a non-nat 20. That's a dirty 20.
He seems open and earnest, if very confused and a bit off guard. I mean, he's literally just found out he's got a niece.
Yeah, that's actually a
From
good place
a
for him to
sister
be in.
he probably thought was dead.
We actually need to discuss. We're sort of here on a diplomatic mission from. I've forgotten the name of the place. Mulderum.
The Giants.
Yes.
Diplomatic.
I think that's the right word. They came to ask why you keep shooting at them when they're just trying to walk by.
You see him get a bit tense at that, and I see. Okay, I will convene the council for this night. Well, it's only meeting on night. We have guard duties that we need to do. Until then, I suppose you're welcome to have a look around Olaluma. We don't have hotels or inns or anything of that sort. We just have, if you find somewhere to set up your tent, just make sure it's not in a thoroughfare.
We can have a problem with that. Do you have a temple to the Weaver?
We have no temples. We only have houses, the meeting tent, and what few shrines we were able to build. We're not the kind to settle down. We're not like the high elves. We for traveling. And actually, something you do notice is the very heavily interwoven facial tattoos that most wood elves have when they reach maturity. You've all seen Lady Afanda's at this point, which are across the brow and down the jawline. His are very heavy. So he's got the same across the brow, down the jawline, but then where they hit the jawline, they kind of sprout, and it looks like he's almost got a beard until you look closer and you see that these very intricate, interwoven branch tattoos.
Well, I mean, this is Father Zed. He's a priest of Fenris Ulfa.
I'm sure High Lady Gilharim will be interested to speak to you.
Thank you. Where might I find her?
At this time, she'll probably be sleeping. She's old, even by the standards of elves.
And I will not disturb her until she is woken.
You will meet her at the meeting this evening. She is one of the 6. She is the representative of the Moon Elves.
I mean, Lord Yanlo, would it?
Yanlaw. Yanlaw.
Yanlaw, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's because I actually changed his name midway through because I thought Ifanlaw was a bit on the nose.
I mean, I hope. Would I be distracting you from your duties today if I were to want to talk with you of?
No,
your sister.
You're more than welcome to come with me if you would like. I will need to convene the council, of course. I will need to make sure they're all aware that we will need to hold a surprise meeting of emissaries of the giants, who are not giants.
We're really more emissaries of Torgaval trying to do good things.
Torgaval.
It's in Glendorrel.
I know Glendorrel, I don't know the cities.
Well, then that'd be another good reason for me to come round and talk with you.
I'm sure it would. Yes, the 3 of you are welcome to the town.
Thank you.
And you can tell me about this Council of 6.
Absolutely. Okay, we will come to you.
Absolutely.
And Lord Huntmaster Yanlaw in a moment. Bit of family bonding. Haha. So,
info gathering.
what would the 3 of you like to do? You have, because you arrived here so fucking. I planned this meeting to happen at night, and I planned for you guys to basically be taken prisoner. But you guys got on that road.
We're actually like, something happen.
I only have one thing that I want to do, and it may lead me to do a second, depending.
I like the sound of this already.
I want to use the scrying orb to see if I can find out where Hockey has gone to.
Hockey.
My mount, who is very pissed with me.
Oh yes, you're the piggy.
This is gonna get fun.
Oh, shit.
Okay, give me a roll.
Just a roll.
Killing gods.
Oh, God.
Just a roll.
Yeah. So you've got the orb there. Is anyone standing nearby him when this happens?
I'm walking off with Lord.
Yeah.
I'm probably
14.
So
14.
I was probably going to sort of stand with them for now, but I was probably going to go off and do my own sort of thing in a bit.
Zed, were you doing anything as Narlock pulls the scrying orb out?
No, he's not doing it. He's looking around for a place to properly put the tent.
Okay, no worries. So it's just the 2 of you. Narlock, you look into the orb, and as you look into the orb, your vision fades, as it does many times when you use the scrying orb. Roberto, what you notice is that there is no image in the orb. Normally, when Narlock uses the scrying orb, the image of what he's seeing is in the orb. You look at him, and you kind of look around, and he's kind of like stood like that, slightly shaking, and his eyes have gone white.
So I'm just like,
and I mean, like, you can see the pupil. It's like that milky. You've only ever seen this a couple of times when Celadine has used the eyesight of Measly.
Ah.
Narlock, what you are seeing and what you are hearing is jungle. Just the same forest that you traveled through a couple of days ago. It's the dense redwoods of the realm of giants. And you're looking around, sniffing at the ground. You can see the large snout and giant tusks kind of in front of your vision, both of which coil as they come up and are tipped with some kind of metal. Look around either side, look in a direction, keep moving, keep moving. Suddenly, as you're looking, you see something dart across your vision. You're not in control of what you're seeing. And just the vision turns slightly red for a moment as Hawk goes into a full charge and impales a small rhinoceros. And just fully just tusks under the belly, throw to one side just to get it out of her way, and then just keep going. Very focused, one line direction.
I swear to God, for 2 seconds, I thought you were going to say it was that goblin.
No, she's too far away. So what you're seeing is probably about 5 days back from where you were. So she's just going to keep going.
She's catching up.
She was 10 days behind you at the start.
Right. When we get to the temple, which is about another 3 days away, would you say?
It's about 5 days from here, unless the elves can give you a better direction.
If the elves can give us a better direction to get there quickly, I'm going to wait for her there. Because I have a plan, hopefully, that will work. And by the sounds of it, I'm going to fucking need it.
I love the image of this boar just walking through winter, and anytime anything gets in her way, fuck off.
You've seen the first Avengers movie, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Essentially, by using the growth potion, I'm going to do what Hulk does when he punches that big alien in the face that's flying. Just going to turn big, and just as she comes near, just go boom. And that might be the only way I stand a fucking chance.
But then I'm also imagining the Loki sort of thing, just pick it up and go bam.
No, she will do that to me if I don't have the potion.
Puny paladin.
Unworthy.
I am so sorry.
I remind you all again, after the last session, we did find out that Hockey is celestial.
Oh God, has she got little feathered wings?
No.
Oh.
but it's in the same way that Measly is Fen.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I love the mental image of a little feathered wings on this giant pig.
I had to double check that there was the chance that she might have actually had wings, but she doesn't. That's something that can happen at higher levels, but doesn't always. Okay. Roberto, you see Narlock's eyes. Click back in.
Okay, Narlock, is it me or is the scrying all working a little differently than normal? Because it's went a little bit white. You're right.
I think I just figured something out about her.
What?
She is celestial and she is huge.
Oh, the rhino was bigger than her.
But she's still big.
Yeah.
And she is strong.
This is a large.
Roberto, I'm not pissing about here. She just gored a rhino and threw it to the side like it was nothing.
Right, and that thing's chasing you. Okay.
To anyone
Yes.
watching, take a look at the difference between the straight stat of a wild boar, of a giant boar, versus the constitution stat of a rhino. A boar would fuck up a rhino. In real life and in game.
Right, so the only way I can look at it is to grab a massive box of chocolates, throw them, and keep your distance.
Are you suggesting to seduce the pig?
I never
I
thought.
show him the potion of growth and go, this is the only way I'm standing a chance. That's why I've got it.
Actually, I don't know what that potion is, do I? I've not seen it.
No, I would have told you, yeah.
Oh,
This is it's a potion of growth. It will at least make me big enough to maybe grapple her and talk some sense into her.
Well, considering it just got a rhino, it's pissed off at you and it's been looking for you for the last few days. I just tap him on the back. Good luck. I'm off to explore.
Out of RP, this is what happens when you time skip. I was originally going to have a really sweet, tender moment as like snow falling and this giant boar just coming out of the snow while Narlock was taking watch one night. You skipped that, so now she is coming.
You took away my anime moment.
Yeah. You took away my anime moment.
It was
Welcome
going
to hell.
It was going to be the
Although-
pretty moments in Princess Mononoke. Now it's the bits towards the end of the film instead.
I will ask one thing. When you say that she is pissed at me, in what way? Like is she going to never forgive me kind of piss, or is this a, I'm pissed at you now, but maybe we can still make this happen kind of?
Oh no, this will still work out. She's
just Miss Piggy pissed off, not forever
Yeah.
pissed off.
yeah, there we go. That's actually a good analysis.
She'll just need to hi-yut a few times.
Yeah.
But I just saw Pam, but it's an affectionate Pam. I'm just like, it's like, whatever happens, yeah, it's going to get a little bit tough, but eventually, once you've had your kind of tiff, and then just kiss and make up, and you'll be all right. See ya.
Okay. Gonna do Zed next, and then we'll kind of relay off you guys. And then obviously there's gonna be a big bit with Celine.
Okay.
Just bounce around. Yeah,
Okay.
just a little bit. Okay, Zed, you were looking for somewhere to pitch the tent.
Yeah. I
Fantastic.
say not pitch it. All I do is I toss the necklace, isn't it?
Behave you.
I'm sorry.
You toss your tent.
Yeah, he said, pitch a tent. You toss the tent.
I know.
Of course
I
I'm
can't
gonna
help. I'm sorry, I'm a bastard. Okay. Give me an investigation check.
I'm gonna nip to the bathroom quickly while you sort this out.
Sure.
We're all such
Um,
grown-ups.
I know. I love it.
What are you gonna do for your dinner?
I don't know.
You don't know.
19.
19. Doesn't take you long. You find a good spot, not too far away from a few of the tents. It's out of the thoroughfare. A few of the nearby elves kind of give you a few looks. A few people give you a bit of a wide berth, but a few of the guards notice the giant wolf and what?
He's not exactly hard to hide, is he?
Not really. No, I mean at this point he is a dire wolf, so he is as big as a horse. Just in FYI.
What, he's big as a horse?
A small horse, yeah.
A shepherd?
No. As in like so like bigger than a pony, but not as big as a racing horse.
Okay.
About the size- the
I got a
only,
smaller horse with a smaller horse.
only thing that's in my head is about the size of a wild zebra.
Oh, all right. That's still taller than your average human.
Exactly. Weirdly, zebras are smaller than horses. It's a weird fact.
Yeah.
But wild horses are actually. So it doesn't matter. Okay. Do you do anything else while you've got your tent set up, or are you just kind of waiting for the rest of the party?
Well, while it's set up, he's going to go out searching around. He said the guard captain said there was something about shrines. He's going to go and have a look at one. I mean, if these things are probably static and they just set up camp around them.
Okay, give me an investigation check again.
7.
7. You find one or two of the static shrines that look like were set at the edges of Oliluma. These are like stone statues depicting ancestors, different members of the Celadrin, which is the Elven pantheon. A few you recognize, nothing you've ever really worshipped. These don't look like they're being actively worshipped. These are like fixtures. And towards the end of your search, you start to see a few people have like set up personal shrines, like outside their tents. That's what he meant by shrines. Then the wood elves here, actually all the elves here, they don't look like they're from here. This looks more like a refugee camp than a village as you're looking around.
I would say I knew it was nomadic, so yeah, they're just setting up as and when, aren't they?
They have started to build actual fixtures here. They've been here longer than they normally would like to be, is what you're kind of getting from this area. And there are a lot of high elves, and high elves aren't from this area.
Okay, when I see the high elves, I kind of just I might inquire actually. I move over and just give a general greeting and say, good day, elf. What's the greeting? It's not elfkin, is it?
I mean, they are elfkin, but you are human, so.
Yeah, we say.
Are you looking specifically for a high elf or a wood elf?
As if anyone are there many showing interest in me looking at the shrines?
Give me a perception check with advantage.
21.
21. Mostly wood elves are kind of looking your way. You see nearby there is a very elderly female wood elf. Looks like she's draped in a very fine robe that's got dirt and things towards the bottom. She's got her hair is like interwoven with feathers and beads and horn and things like that. So she's kind of clocked you, but it looks like she's tending to a few other things at the same time. As well as that, there are one or two of the guards who kind of catch you, and it looks like word's already gotten round that you're welcome, or at least you're not on perma watch. You're not the halfling, so.
why is the halfling on perma watch? He's elfkin.
Because he admitted to being he got a letter from Sehanine the Moonweaver, who is a trickster goddess. So if you got a letter from her, it means you're a great artist, or you are a great trickster. So it's just keeping an eye on you. So,
okay.
So behaviour art.
I would also say that although they're not paying attention to you, you do see a high elf male, very fine red and green robes, walking very pointedly in a direction, chattering away to a couple of elves who are all around him. All of these are high elves. There are wood elves in this group, and there's quite a few high elves behind who look like they're carrying crates and boxes for him. So them's your options. You've got a couple of guards, elderly female wood elf, or interrupt a very busy high elf. But when doesn't a high elf?
A very busy high elf with a lot of package. That's a bit out of ordinary. So I'll go for the guards because they'll probably know more.
Okay, you go for the guards.
Or they'll be more willing to speak.
Yeah.
And so I speak in Elvish. It's like, yeah, I can tell you are a nomadic folk out here in the forests. But from what I can tell, it looks like you've been here for quite some time. Is it normal to be here this long?
So the second you start speaking in Elvish, you kind of catch them both off guard because you're human to them. Big human, but you're human. It's kind of a moment of, oh, that's weird. No, we're not used to staying in one place for too long. I mean, the high elves obviously do, but then again, they come from further north. This isn't their place either. This is a trading post, or was a trading post. It was the only place we could really come to after what happened.
Was a trading post? Has it been hit by some kind of misfortune?
Well, no, the trading post hasn't. Oliluma hasn't been hit by misfortune. That's why we're here. After the High King of the Elves decided to side with the Crusader and the Lead Witch, it just became easy for everyone to come to one place where they could feel safe and protected.
I'll say Zed's face kind of irks. You see a shadow pass across his face, especially when he mentions that bitch, the witch.
Yeah, the Lead Witch.
Like, yes, I can understand that. Does that mean that there is trouble going? Whereabouts is the main force here?
This is it.
I know Vestalt is to the north. I know that much. But are they pushing south?
Oh, you mean the High King's forces? We don't know. They took anyone who was willing to fight on the side of the Lead Witch and their group north, and anyone who disagreed was kicked aside. Basically, we all came here for safety.
I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. They have already.
What you believe in, then follow a king you don't really believe in.
Yes, we know that much. They've already taken over an entire country to the south and submitted it to the Deus Vault.
That sounds like humans, not the elves.
The Drow were involved.
Bastard Drow. They're always involved somehow.
Isn't the Weaver a Drow?
No, Eliastri is the Drow
Eliastri.
goddess.
They were not on the side of the Crusader. They were definitely steadfast against him.
Give me a persuasion check on that one.
Well, from what I know,
Yeah, high elves and wood elves fucking hate Drow.
This is
persuasion, I'm not very well, I'm a little bit more charismatic than I used to be. What's a 13 get me? What is a 13 charisma give me as a modifier?
+1.
In which case 12.
12. Can I get a look on his face like what you've just said doesn't compute and doesn't make sense? So he decides just fucking ignore it.
Yeah, I'd say, but in any case, I've seen a country displaced by them, so I can understand I can understand what's happening here. So if this is the case, what is the plan? Do all of your people intend to?
I don't know.
Either continue a mass migration, or are you planning to settle down and create cities down here?
You're asking me a lot of questions. I'm honestly just a gardener hunter. We'll go with what the heads say. I mean, I don't like having to listen to high elves at the best of time, but
I see. Well, it may be questions to ask the six, but I was curious as to why you were staying around.
where else can we go? We've got all of our homes been destroyed. If we travel out into the forest, there are goblins everywhere we look. Giants are stomping around. We'll go too far east, we wind up hitting the dwarf settlement, and no idea what that'll do. They don't mind some trade, but they've never let us in their walls. I think we're on our own.
Sorry, what was that? Somewhere to the east?
If they go too far to the east, they'll wind up in Dunder West.
Dwarven town.
Oh right,
Yeah.
The dwarves.
And they've never let them in the walls. It's always just been trade.
I see.
You're kind of getting the feel from this guy that a lot of the community is feeling trapped.
Yeah. Well, it's out of character. Elves aren't known for. Well, they are partially known for their diplomacy, but they tend to see themselves at the top of the food chain.
So essentially, these wood elves are being trapped like the Falmer. The dwarves underground don't want them, but they'll keep them at bay, and people don't want them above the surface, so they'll force them underground.
There's nothing to say that. I think the elves might have a little bit of a misconception about how people perceive them.
Yeah, that's probably closer to what's going on here.
It's
Yeah, they think the giants want to crush them, but they don't. They think the dwarves are probably keeping them out, but there might be a secondary reason behind that. And they think, well, the goblins are goblins. They hate everyone.
honestly, from the sound of it, they've been forced out of their homeland and they're reacting like anything that's been displaced and just lashing out at anything that comes close because they're frightened.
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving me some of the information. I'll be addressing the six tonight, so I'll probably be given more of more information then. But I thank you. May the White Wolf guide your path, and he'll head back to the group and relay the information that We'll see.
Okay.
Well,
you head
when
back-
we're all together,
yeah.
I'll tell them.
So you head back to the tent.
Yeah.
Roberto, you're in a village full of elves. Wood elves, high elves, half elves of all variety, except for Drab.
Is this libido going haywire?
Oh God.
What do you do?
A little bit. I'm just literally looking around and I'm just seeing what is going on to get an idea of what's happening.
Okay, so you're in the main thoroughfare. Narlock has probably wandered off at this point, doing whatever he was going to do as well. You, like Zed, you actually see this high elf in the very fine robes being followed by this like train of other high elves, all carrying crates. Just they're too far away for you to really hear anything, but yeah, you see him and his retinue, mixture of males and females. You see the guards going about their duty. There's a mixture of armors. You know enough about military due to relationship to your father to know that each set is probably like different military uniforms. So there's like, and as you look at them, each one almost like represents a different season. So like there's like ones in like whites and blues, as if it were winter. There was the one that the Huntsmaster Yanlaw was wearing. He was wearing a lot more of the autumnal colors. The first one you saw were a lot more summer, spring. This whole place, although like where you are is like the ground is very heavily trodden, so it's dirt and mud. There are so many colors here. It's incredible.
I guess that's kind of the other appeal at the same time. I'm just like, it's so colorful, and I just literally I just sort of grabbed someone literally just out of like my own intrigue. I'm like, it feels like I'm surrounded by the seasons, but they've been personified as a living entity.
Okay, so you grab an elf to say that.
Just literally grab a random elf at the side, male, female. I'm just grabbing them. I'm just like, this is so cool.
My.
Give me an
Admiring the beauty of the town they are starting to build.
give me a charisma roll, I suppose, because it's to make sure you don't come across as creepy, basically. Because you just grab someone by the arm, it's like, this is beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Ray Van Kit gets away with it.
He's weird.
I'm re-rolling the nat one.
Good man.
Halfling look.
Oh fuck you.
Is that a roll again?
No, luckily not one. It's an 11 though.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm still a bit. Why?
What's your like charisma and persuasion and everything?
My persuasion.
Yeah, because just because you got 11 on a die is above average.
Well, persuasion is a +6.
Oh, that's
so you-
pretty good. That's
17. That's
17.
pretty good.
17. I thought it was just a straightforward charisma. I didn't realize it was persuasion as well.
No, it's like whatever your charisma skill would be.
Okay,
You
yeah.
still add all your modifiers and
I
everything.
guess it's just more of persuasion because I'm persuading them like, isn't this great?
So, yeah, you wind up grabbing a random elf. You don't know if male or female. Just kind
It's
of
hard
grab
to
the
tell
arm.
with elves.
What do you say?
I just literally just say, like, the colors, it's just like all the seasons are personified as living entities. Don't you agree?
Oh, okay. This elf just kind of goes like, yeah, I guess, and just kind of pulls arm away, and they look absolutely knackered. But another elf winds up coming and says, it is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It's too bad we can't build them all things like this. And the woman stood next to you is quite pretty, not like anything you write home about, but she is pretty. A mixture of totems in her hair, earrings made of like jade and wood, things like that. Like the earrings are just all across the ears. That like this woman is more clothed because there's just so much going on. Like there's like 4 layers of robe made of different materials. It is a very nice place.
Robes, can I roll inside to see if they have a particular like status?
Yes.
Insight.
I'm gonna go just intelligence
Okay, that'll be.
or wisdom. Your choice.
That'll probably have to be my whiz. 21.
21. Wow. Okay. Getting a proper look at it, because initially you didn't get much of a look at this woman because she kind of approached from behind. You kind of look around and seeing like the layers of robes, each layer is a season. So like the ones that she's wearing at the moment are like white and silver, and then below that is the next season to come. So obviously spring, so it's greens. Then below that, you can see the reds and golds of summer, and below that, the oranges and yellows and browns of autumn. The jewelry, again, it appears to be on a rotation. The earrings right now depict winter and the kind of animals you'd see in winter. The necklace she's wearing, it's just covered in claws and fangs and bones from different animals. And as you're looking at it, you see she's got a beauty mark over her right eyebrow and curls of very dark hair kind of curling out from underneath. What you're guessing from her, she's probably quite well respected. And this many clothes, this much adornment, she might be one of the 6 elders. She might be anything around it. But to be honest, she looks really young. Especially compared to, like, you just saw Huntsmaster Yanlor, who is clearly an elf in his middle years. The one before you right now looks probably about half his age, probably closer to Seldine's age.
I actually give a bit of a light bow and I say in Elvish, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but am I in the presence of someone of authority? Forgive me if I sound ignorant. I'm absolutely fascinated by your garments and the jewelry. It's an incredible sight to behold.
She kind of nods at you, and you can hear the jangling of the jewelry and the mix of everything. I am Archdruidess Yeranea. I am a member of the Council of Elders, head of the Wood Elves here.
I just bow again and said it's an absolute pleasure to meet your acquaintance, my lady.
What is your name, young halfling?
My name is Roberto Brightson of Halfton from Tulloch.
Ah, our neighbours to the east.
Feels I'm a lot closer to home being here. It's a very interesting place to be at the moment, and I feel there's this sense of, well, I guess you could almost say freedom in a way, and especially when I look at the colours at the same time and the connection with nature.
Well, you think we're free? Interesting. She just kind of gets this wistful look on her face.
I think sort of Rabara is a bit of an awkward sort of like response. I'm just like, Archdruidess, I'm intrigued. If you don't mind, let me know. But what sort of things do you normally do around here?
I administer to the sick. I attend to the ill. I help our elderly find their passage to our ancestors. I am akin to Mother Ravara, but of a different ilk, you might say.
I see. Archdruidess, now, to be quite honest with you, whilst my companions and I are sort of getting to know the area, I've not really got much else to do with my day, but I'm just wondering if you might need some assistance with helping, maybe raise people's morale. I just brandished my lute and said, I can play a pretty good selection of music. I know quite a number of different things. I wonder if music might just provide a little bit of comfort for your people.
Music is always welcome in the elf courts, but I would recommend you find somewhere safe to perform rather than in the street. Some of our kin may not appreciate the noise, and some are still quite jittery from the Elf King's assaults.
Elf King's assaults?
Elf King Break.
Oh, fuck.
Break.
Who's that?
Do you remember the guy in the black armour who threw Clive across the all of Torgaval through his own ceiling?
Yeah, first session.
Yeah, that would be Break.
The king of all elves.
Well, I didn't know that bit. I was hoping against all hope he wasn't that guy.
Sounds like a Well, a very highly well-known threat. Well,
I would be surprised if people have not heard of High King Brack, King of all elves.
so is he aligned with anyone in particular?
He has sided himself with the Fey court of the Spring King.
My eyes have literally just widened, and I was like, has he now? Okay.
But you attend to your music, little halfling. I would recommend something light and lilting rather than something more jovial, as you would probably prefer in your taverns and inns.
Well, that said, thank you very much for your advice, and it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you as well, High Druidess. I shall not take up more of your time. I wish you a pleasant day, and thank you very much for all your information. And I just very, very quickly bow, and I'm just like, guys!
As you're leaving, you hear her say, I'll see you tonight, Two Hands. And as you turn around, she's not there. Druids!
I was like, 2 hands. And I'm like,
Give me an insight check.
I literally start, as in the process, it sounds touching myself, but hands.
Give me, actually be a history check.
History. Oh, come on. I don't think I have history, but I got world law.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that disadvantage.
Okie dokie.
Actually, how much time did you spent a lot of time with the drow? Base. World law at base.
16.
16. It's not unknown and it's not exactly hidden, but 2 hands is a common term used by the elves to define a dual wielder.
Oh, just calling you dual wielder.
The first time that name was actually used was in the R.A. Salvatore Dritz novels. It was Dritz's nickname.
Oh, nice. Oh, so I'm just like, it's like, I literally just now get this like moment of like an epiphany. I'm like, I've got two hand marks, 2 hands.
Ooh.
And I just think to myself, I think I have a new name. Guys!
Okay. Well done. Well done for not seducing the druidess.
It wouldn't go down very well knowing what druids are capable of.
Yeah, you go to bed with her, you wake up with a panther.
Exactly. And a few claw marks.
A lot of claw marks. Anyway.
Come on, scorpion. Scorpion, best thing to change into as a druid. Turn into a scorpion.
Thorn whip.
Okay, we'll come back to Narlock in a moment. Celadine, you are walking around with your second cousin / uncle. And not in an incest way, just had a he's referring to himself as uncle.
He was raised like a brother to Evander, so
Yeah.
we'll go with uncle.
A couple of things he mentions is that he is actually 2 centuries older than Evander's. So by the time he'd already been raised by their grandmother for about 2 centuries before Evander's was born, and before her parents sadly passed away.
She did write to me about her grandmother. She said that they wanted her. She said in her letter that your grandmother wanted her to be a druid as well, but it never quite appealed to her.
She showed affinity for magic at a young age. Just that was the wrong type.
I don't know. All magic's magic, right?
All magic is magic, but all magic is different.
Yes.
I take it you followed the same path she did?
No.
So you're not a mage?
Oh, I'm a mage, but I'm...
You said you were adopted, yes?
Yes.
What did you say your name was?
Leyspark. Celadine Leyspark.
That's a gnome name?
Yes.
Oh.
My parents are a halfling and a gnome.
Okay. You just kind of get this look at it. Well, you'd have grown up with some elf culture, so it's probably quite good.
They never made it a secret.
Well, it'd be quite difficult to, realistically. I mean, by the time you'd be 14, you'd be taller than them, and that's saying something.
Oh yeah, I bumped my head a lot.
Did they raise the ceiling?
They sort of raised the ceiling a little bit, and then they raised it a lot because we adopted my little brother Andalgrim, and he's a half-orc. He banged his head a lot.
Sorry, this is a bit of a thing. Kind of spits on the floor. Sorry, mention of orc. Awesome habit. Don't take any offense to kind of too many incidences with orcs in the mountains, but he wasn't a mountain orc, was he?
He's my little brother.
I'll work on that.
You don't have to. I mean, when I say she's a mage as well, I'm a mage, but I'm doing it the right way. I'm learning from books. I am learning it the hard way every single day. And every single bit of my magic has been earned. She took a couple of easier routes.
She tended to not see things how they were or how they could be. She liked to have her own way, shall we say.
I mean, do you want to know about her?
I'll work that out at a later date. Where is she now? You said she's still alive.
She's living in Torgaval.
I think I'd like to go see her.
She's
Or a few
calling
choice words for her.
She's calling herself the Lady of Andes. Although I think that's
Genuinely laughing. Wow. Did she earn that title?
I don't know. I think it's just something everyone calls her. I don't think it's something she called herself. I think everyone started calling her it.
Wow, I had to work for my title, Lord Huntmaster.
Oh.
That's funny. That is genuinely funny to me.
She's running a magic shop.
Do you always like magic?
She's adopted a little boy. Actually, not little boy, he's my age. So actually, he's a human, so he looks about my age.
So it'd be in early 20s?
That's about right, yeah.
You, half-elf, you look like you're just at the cusp of maturity, so late 30s, early 40s?
I'm 37.
Close enough. And he actually genuinely shows you around the town, and he's really interested to talk about you.
Me?
Not about Ifandes.
Okay.
Well, he just found out about a relative he didn't know he had from a sister he thought was dead, and he gives zero. Well, it's not that he gives zero shit. He mentions a few times he has a few choice words for his sister when he meets her, which he will.
Don't worry, a lot of people have got a lot of choice words for her.
She wasn't good at keeping friends. Well,
no.
This is going to make tonight very interesting. He'll be meeting our grandmother, your great grandmother, I suppose.
She's still alive?
Yes.
But even by elf standards, she must...
She's past her first millennium, yes.
Sorry, even by elf standards, that's a long time to be alive.
I'm going to have to drop this on time. How much do you know about druids?
Oh! He wasn't going to do my...
Do not become the fornicator of grandmothers.
No.
Great grandmothers!
No, only of mothers. Well done, Roberto. Well done, Jack. No.
I really didn't want to have to drop that this early, but I had to, yeah.
Be glad you did not seduce this one.
How do you know he didn't?
The discussion we had earlier, magic is magic.
Ooh, druids have extended lifespans?
Once they get far enough along in the craft, every 10 years that they exist on this world is 1 year in their actual time.
Oh.
Their lifespan is extended 10 times.
I'm genuinely surprised Lady Fantas didn't go for that then.
Shortcuts. It takes a long time to become that powerful.
It does. Look, I actually do need some information about this town. Well, forgive me, the settlement?
Camp.
Camp.
Right, we'll come back to that in a moment, just to keep
Absolutely.
it all moving. Narlock, what are you doing?
Firstly, he's going to see if he can speak to at least one of the guards to pass a message.
Sure. There's plenty of guards around.
He's just going to catch one quickly. And just in regards to what he has seen, he's just going to alert one of them. Now, I would first like to inquire if you know much of, and he shows the tattoo, if you know much of the belief of Helm, or if he is at least known in these parts.
Kind of a crick in his neck, just It's a human god. I know that. I know there's a temple to him a bit further north. About it.
Yeah, I'm heading there. Part of our journey cutting through here, obviously, so that we can get there. But well, I am a paladin of Helm, but I've yet to face a challenge. And said challenge, if you know much of the way of paladins, is acquiring a mount. And well, I know she's coming. I know what she looks like. So I would only ask if your guards see her, they either at least let me know that she's coming. And I would ask, please do not hurt her. She is angry with me, not with anyone else.
For God's sake, don't get in her way.
Give me a persuasion check. Because it sounds a bit crazy what you're saying.
Yeah, it does.
19.
What kind of beast should we be on the lookout for?
A monstrous swine.
I remove the scrying orb and I ask Helm, can he show us her?
Okay, give me a roll.
Big angry pig.
5.
A 5.
Yes.
Very big angry pig.
There's like a flash for a moment. You see tusks, you see snout, you see blood red eyes, and you see spikes coming out of the top of the head. And the guard kind of looks and goes pale.
I am too.
It's like it's not a full image, it's just a snapshot. It's like when they do like dog attacks on documentaries and you just see like fangs and a blood splatter. That's all you get.
Yeah. I just look at them and say, I know it looks bad, but I am to face that alone and tame her. I can do it. So if you see her, it may be best not to touch her. Tell me, I will go straight to her alone and I will make sure she does not come anywhere near this place. But that's only if she comes here before I get to the temple. Otherwise, she will not even come through this place.
The guard just looks from the orb to you, to the orb, to you. The colour starts to come back in his face. And he... So she's angry at you, not us.
No, not at you, me.
And as long as we stay out of her way, she's only going to kill you.
Yes.
I'll let everyone know every man deserves a last drink, and he hands you his big hit flash and walks away.
I just say to you, thank you, I will probably need it.
If you decide to smell or inspect the contents, it is honeyed wine.
Ooh, it's mead.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he drinks it, hands the glass back to him and just...
No, he has given you the flask and walked away.
Oh my God.
Oh.
You have basically given yourself a dead man walking mark to that guard.
I'm sure he's going to tell everyone else that, but I'm just going to be like, right, if she comes, I'm going to relay to the rest of the party as well. If she comes while we're here, I'm going outside the city to face her.
You realize you're probably not going to face that thing alone. Did I face Fenris alone?
Did you face Tibbles alone?
Tibbles found me.
Yeah.
No, he was a dog. He was literally a starving puppy when I found him.
Right. Well, then I'll leave it to the party what they want to do. But essentially, we got to take her down, but not kill her.
We'll offer help if it seems appropriate, but this does feel like a sort of paladin rite of passage thing.
Yeah.
I know, but he's dealing with something that's probably twice his size here.
That's why I gotta get twice as big.
And that was twice as... Yeah, but how many strikes did it take me to take you down?
3.
Yeah.
If it helps, I've got enlarge, and I can probably stack that on top of your enlarge potion.
That's actually not a bad idea. And then I'll just grab her and go, no. Put her on top of a tree and just be like, you can stay up there and think about what you did.
That's a naughty
And I've been
baby.
thinking about what I did, and let me tell you, I'm feeling mixed feelings right now. I'm very sorry.
But I've got this mental image. The spell, both of them piled up, works really well. And then you're talking, and suddenly, and then it's just you normal size, and she's like,
Oh yeah, it only lasts for a short time.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
So you're now back at the tent discussing with Zed. Nala, are you kind of doing the same thing? Are you heading back to the tent as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so all 3 of you are back at the tent. I will come back to the 3 of you together after doing a Saladin section, and then we'll go from there to the council.
I promise I can make it really quick. So I just
Don't
want
take
info.
your time. Take your time. He is. Oh,
No, you said sorry.
oh, sorry, set the scene, yeah. So as you said, you actually need to ask questions. He has mentioned that he does need to check on a few guard posts, and he goes and inspects the guards, and he's speaking in Elvish, mixed actually with Sylvan, which is Old Elvish. This is a berating half the time. Not in the sense, you've seen Full Metal Jacket, right? That style.
Oh,
The guy is fucking intimidating, and it's amazing to watch as basically lines of wood elves and high elves and half elves. The second he takes a step forward, form line, longbows there. He inspects as he goes along, occasionally like that, and then just flinch back. And equipment he's got: a very nice, simple longbow and a great sword strapped to his left shoulder. And he just walks the line, holds his hand out to one of the younger half-elves, gives him his bow, pulls it back. The second he pulls it back, it snaps. He kind of looks at him, screams something in pure Sylvan. Do you speak Sylvan?
I don't. I speak every bloody other language. but not
So,
Sylvan.
because you know Elvish, you know that this is A, berating, B, he is questioning this child's parentage, and
cool.
with a punch to the back of the head, so he sends this half elf and the rest of the platoon running, and you recognize the word latrine.
Oh, they're on latrine duty.
Yeah, does that a couple of times. A few of them pass inspection. Most of them pass inspection. That was like the worst one. Most of them pass inspection. The ones who like don't do so well, he gets them to do like push-ups, sit-ups in the mud. He does one where basically he makes them run, and then he fires an arrow after them, and he definitely hits someone. It was a glancing shot at worst, but you know that was a shot where it's like he could have made that hit. Weirdly,
Insert
Would
Ernest the
compare-
joke.
weirdly, you can compare his archery skills to Andal. He is as good as Andal, but
Wow.
with the advantage of experience, knowledge, and training. Okay, after his inspections are done, he has gone and got the 2 of you some food, and he kind of sits down on a box, looks like a supply crate, and kind of hands you a box of elf rations. It's like steamed nuts.
Nice.
Sorry about
I mean, I suppose it must be effective. It's poor
Does the job.
kids.
that. The wood elves know what they're doing. The high elves are happy to be trained up, and the half elves are trying to prove that they can fit in. And it's all a bit strained. The high elves aren't used to taking orders from wood elves. Wood elves aren't used to working with high elves.
I have to ask them, why are you all so here together if you don't all generally get on?
Got nowhere else to go. Got no other options. The high elves were cast down to the north after the king started recruiting. Most went with him. A few decided they didn't want to follow. They had nowhere else to go. The cities were abandoned. Most of them were mages. carpenters and like, people who did supply work who didn't have the ability to fend for themselves or run a city on their own. And so they came south, wound up meeting up with a few wood elf tribes. Then the king sent for reinforcements from the wood elves. Most went, a few didn't. Suddenly the tribes were a tenth the size they were. They couldn't carry they didn't have the animal handlers, they didn't have the animals to pull the wagons, they didn't have the capacity to. We've had to abandon most of our crates and supplies out in the forest. They're out there somewhere. We keep doing raids out. Well, I say raids, you can't really raid your own supplies, but the goblins have taken them for the most part. So we keep doing attacks on goblins to try and get some of our supplies back.
I see. King?
King Brayak, High King of the Elves.
Seldine's face falls.
Yeah, you've heard of him. What elf hasn't?
I think he might have attacked Torgaval.
That far south? Why would he attack? He's joined forces with the Lead Witch. The Lead Witch wants the Spring King back.
Oh, you know all of that.
Spring King's the ancestor of all the elves on this continent.
Look, I might as well tell you now because it's all going to come out at the council anyway. Vestult is going to march on everyone.
I've heard rumblings from the north.
They are allied to the Lead Witch and to your King Brayak as well. And they've already taken Brayla way down. Yeah, Brayla.
Yeah.
Way down in the south. It's.
Oh, I know Brayla.
They enacted a day assault. It was terrible. We got out everyone we could, but they are going to try and take Torgaval because that is the best place to try and get him to come back through. But they are going to trample everybody in their way.
It's awful.
And you just said that everyone here doesn't have anywhere to go. I don't understand.
Well, we can't head north, obviously. We'll walk straight into the King's Men.
Of course.
We can't head south. That's giant territory.
But
we can't really make our way over the mountains. There's the orcs in the mountains, then there's the dwarves under the mountains. And we're not seafarers. We can't exactly we don't have the supplies to go out to sea.
But the giants sent us because they want to know why you keep shooting at them when they come close. They just want to. They wondered why you were amassing. They just wanted to. They're just asking. I think they're quite willing to ally.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage. You spent the day with him at this point, and he's got no reason not to trust you.
I have no persuasion skills. It's straight charisma.
Straight charisma.
I have no plus to that.
So it's a straight roll.
Please. Advantage, you said?
Yeah.
18!
It was not a high DC. Means. Okay. So the giants, I mean, they want to. What do they want?
I'm not exactly sure myself. Lord Micmo, their leader, it sounded like.
Last giant lord I heard about was Gorabash.
That was his father.
Oh, I wonder how he took over.
Oh, he told us he killed him.
That makes sense.
But he just wants to talk. He might. I can't guarantee anything, but I think they just want to make peace. And
if that's the case, then we could start making our way south.
And if that isn't an option,
into hunting grounds away from the goblins.
If that isn't an option, I don't understand why you can't go to the dwarf settlement. We've been to Dunder South, and they seemed more than welcoming. They've actually taken in some of the refugees from Brayla.
That appears to be computing in his head, actually. But
they've taken in so many of who we sent. There were orcs among them. I know. Before you start spitting again, there were orcs. There must have been some halflings in among them.
It was mostly orcs, bugbears, and humans.
There were bugbears among them, and a lot of humans. I think there was some drow. I'm not sure if there were drow in among them.
There were drow rangers who went ahead as scouts.
And drow rangers, they're quite willing to take people. They could help you.
Okay, I trust you. I'll speak for you and your friends of the council, but it'll need to be a majority. It'll need to be 4 to 2 to make anything happen. It's the only way we can keep things together. Otherwise, what we have managed to scratch together is just going to fall apart.
You'll forgive me, Uncle, but if you don't ally with people, what you have scrounged together isn't going to be worth shit, because Vestalt will just crush you. They have already demonstrated they're willing to crush anybody in their way. I keep finding relatives and they keep dying before I get to know them, and I'd really hate that to happen again.
Me too. Go back to your friends. I've got something I need to do, and I need to do another inspection run. I'll come for you and your allies, friends, at about 11 o'clock. Get some rest until then.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll say at this point everyone is back together at the tent.
We're just exchanging mass amounts of screaming and info.
I'm just like, I just met the Archdruidess and so intimidating, such presence. Mentioned about Break, the Elf King and the Fey Court, how they had a alliance together.
You as well?
They said that this was a trading post that is basically turned into a refugee centre since the king kicked out everyone who didn't agree with Bane's policy, and that of Richter. They mentioned the Crusader specifically.
Guards think I'm a dead man walking when I just drink my drink quietly.
It's a very nice new wine for these guys.
I talked with Lord Yamlaw and confirmed everything you've just said as well. He said he will try and speak on our behalf, which at least gives us one person in our corner.
Well, if anything, we'll put our case forward. I'm guessing those of the moon might be slightly influenced by one who speaks in the name of the wolf god.
It's just how more than one person of authority has mentioned about the Elf King and his alliances. So they clearly know who their enemies are, and they want to do something about the situation they're in. I mean, I kind of said maybe the wrong thing to the Archdruidess when I said about, how the colours, how everything looked free, and she just for a moment sort of said, free, something along the lines of freedom. I'll just along the general ideas. Thanks.
Sorry, you froze up a little bit there. Sorry, Douglas.
Sorry. To say the Archdruidess mentioning about when I said the word freedom, it kind of seemed like a wishful thought. So they all share a common goal in mind. So it's just getting them to agree that we need to do something about this.
I think at the same time, the elves need a little bit more, need to unify a bit. From what I'm getting, the elves believe themselves to be a little bit trapped with Vestalt in the north pushing down. They believe the giants wish to harm them from the south, and the dwarves do not care from the east.
That's exactly what
Dwarves have already accepted other races into them. Why would they think that? Are they just?
There's always been a bit of animosity there, but I'm sure that they've been willing to take in the drow, so I'm not sure why they wouldn't take in the elves.
I told all that to Lord Yamlaw. It did sound like it looked like that was saying something to him. So look, best we can hope for at this point is that they realise if they don't ally, there's very little we can do. They're out here on their own. They've got good archers, but that's going to be nothing against knights with chimeras to ride on.
Not to mention it'll be a hard time getting through all that armor.
Speaking of chimeras, what was this about? Dead man walking?
Yeah. I tried to pre-warn the guards that hockey might be coming. I tried using the scrying orb, and if an elf can go paler, he certainly did that. And he handed me this and said, well, a man who is approaching death deserves a last drink, and that's why I have this.
It's got some nice embroidery on it.
It does. I will return it to them though. I'm not keeping this.
That's a leaf embroidery.
What is it you're drinking, by the way, Nark?
It seems like some kind of honey wine. Have a try.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, it's like a mixture of mead and white wine. Like elder. Oh, it'd be elderberry wine or elderflower wine.
Yes, I've had elderflower before.
I think you made us some, didn't you?
No, that was honey brew mead made with lavender, and it was
that was
nasty. I think we got rid of it now. It was.
It was a bit harsh.
The other one wasn't so bad, but
I think if I'm going to try it again, I'll have to work a little bit. I'll try a different way.
you'll need to make it sweeter and a lot less bitter.
Right. How about there? Let's take a very short rest because you guys haven't had dinner yet, have you?
No.
Why don't you guys get something to eat? I need to go toilet and then we'll come back in, yeah?
Okay. What are you thinking?
Organise some bits.
Is that sauce left? If you want a pasta second day on the truck,
look at that.
Absolutely brilliant.
Very nearly Stella's
I'm so glad I didn't. But then again, interesting how she said, I'll see you tonight. And
we're not getting takeaway.
what's going on here?
At the meeting, at the meeting, at the meeting.
She's the council elder.
But it's just a case of, wait, because, well, here's the thing, because how was I to know that everyone, even our group's been cordially invited to the whole thing?
You were told.
Yeah.
He told he was going to convene a meeting.
Yes.
And he had a few things to do, and he would make sure the meeting was arranged in front of all four of you, and then you're coming first.
It's going to be interesting. So key points, you need to make allies or you're all dead.
Pretty much. We all have a common enemy, and the giants aren't even a threat. They just want to know why you keep throwing arrows.
Mhm.
It sounds like they'll be happy if you need somewhere to go for the meantime.
They don't want to attack you, they just want to know what's going on, because to them it looks like you're amassing a small army at the edge of their land. This is misunderstanding and miscommunication. But there's places they can go.
It probably might be taking an idea that we send maybe representatives, so get one of the six as well as your uncle, and then we all go back to the giants to say, you know, representatives.
I mean, potentially. I don't know if we've got time because they're diplomats themselves. The giants don't want to attack them. They don't want to attack the giants. They could meet neutral ground somewhere in the middle, so we don't have to stay and look after them.
True, actually.
Or they might just want to head for Dunder and just try and get through to somewhere else. I mean, where they are is not a safe place to be. They are banging between two countries that are about to be at a very nasty war. If Dunder has already demonstrated it's happy to take refugees, the giants don't want to attack them, so that's an option. They can't go north because that's where Vestalt is.
North is also where King Braek has set up his main stronghold.
Ah, good. Right.
That was something that
Yanlor?
yeah, Yanlor told you. Yeah.
Right. Thank God we might even be able to sway them to go to Torgaval. Everyone's welcome in Torgaval.
How are they going to get there?
Through Dunder.
Yeah. Well done.
Go via Dunder, the same way we hope to travel.
Yeah.
Go through Dunder to Tulock, and then from Tulock straight down to Glendorrel.
Exactly.
You'll hit Tulock before long, and everyone's welcome in Tulock.
Tulock is.
How have you guys been in it? How have you guys been?
We're fine.
Yeah, good.
Oh.
I've been sick as a dog for the last few days, but I'm feeling pretty good now.
Yeah, but at least you can medicate. I had it before you, and I can't take any medicine for it.
Actually, I will say this: I'm feeling a lot better after the garlic soup.
I will say that the cold that's been going around has been hitting everyone hard. I think it's just because we've been taking so many precautions for COVID, and we didn't really get colds last year. It's not hit everyone like a freight train.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
it's a cold. We'll get over it.
Oh god, yeah.
It's a similar thing my sister said as well, actually, because I said that a lot of us have been catching colds and stuff, so.
Yeah, no immune system left anymore.
No.
Baby started moving as well.
It's really nice.
It feels weird.
I bet it does.
They're moving at minute. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It does not feel like butterflies like everyone says it does.
Nah, that's probably just a nice analogy.
No, it feels like something stretching.
Mm. There we go.
Good for you. Settle
Ah,
down.
you doing? Is they all right?
They're fine. They're just moving.
Okay.
It twinges, you know.
Yeah.
It's not super painful, but it's definitely a. I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah. Reassuring twinges though.
What are you going to say there?
Either you two want anything to eat?
I'm fine.
I'm good, thanks, man.
Are you hungry? I mean, there's noodles in the cupboard, I think.
I don't want noodles.
And we're sorted down to what we've got at the minute, because
Yeah. We're going out shopping tomorrow.
I just to do myself, though.
Oh,
Any sign of the other cat, by the way?
Diamond's outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw her as I went to the toilet.
I know Pearl's in somewhere.
Yeah. Should be somewhere. Just one thing, you know, where you're not sure if you're hungry or not.
So, more of a peckish feeling?
I think so, actually. I'll get these two with your rings on.
There you go.
Yeah, go on, dogs. Yeah, I've got 3 left.
Sorted. So I think now, especially with working full time and stuff, I'm gonna probably have to start. Actually, yeah, I'll be able to start affording like more interesting stuff. I can actually start.
Not just chicken and rice.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at trying to actually learn to cook more recipes, because especially when I found out I could cook a pretty decent steamed broccoli, which is a start.
That's good.
And
That was a weird one to get right, to be honest. Like, you either can do it or you can't. It either tastes like nothing or it tastes really nice.
It's a tricky one because it depends on everyone's taste. Because I've realised I don't like the frozen ones that much, but I stuck like literally got the fresh broccoli, cut it up, steamed it for about 7 minutes, and
No, not at all.
you know it still had a bit of a crunch, but there was a lot of good flavour to it in a way. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because when it comes to cooking, many things I'm like, oh yeah, this is great for me, but I'm like, well, I want to be able to cook for other people.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I better see if I can get back to the gym tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
You gin!
Jiminy. Oh,
It's a snow
oh,
globe!
gin.
Oh, gin.
Yeah, it's a snow globe!
Oh,
Wow,
wow.
that's cool.
And
Oh,
it lights up!
Hey!
oh, pretty. Oh, that's pretty.
It's very pretty.
Wow. Snow globe, and it's called Sugar Plum.
Oh, that's a gin, did you say?
Yeah, Marks and Spencer's.
Oh, shit.
I'll get some of that for you for next year.
Didn't even ready to get stuff on that.
Oh.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello, kitty.
I just heard that.
Yeah.
that's Pearl.
Oh, that is adorable.
She's calling for Diamond, but Diamond's outside. Hello, you.
Oh.
I'm guessing it was Diamond in the photo, was it?
Yeah. Diamond's let us put a collar on her. They're both been flea treated this week, which I'm very happy about. Really didn't think Diamond was going to let us flea treat her, to be honest.
Are they actually coming up and letting you pet them now?
Pearl is. She's letting me pet her right now.
Oh.
Come on, sweet pea.
Whereas Diamond knows we're not trying to hurt her now, which is good. And she will let us do things to her in terms of like collar, stroke her, fuss her. But we have to trap her in a room.
She's clearly really more of a she'll tolerate this than she likes it.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm not feeding. You're not.
So Pearly's the people cat and Diamond's channeling Opal.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, come on this way. Then they can see you probably. I think. Good treat.
I'm guessing Pearl doesn't like to be picked up yet.
No, she doesn't really like being picked up, as I can attest to from the massive scar on my hand.
I know, I saw it.
I mean, I think cats don't like being picked up.
They might get used to it. I think normally I'm meant to try and pick. If you pick them up more as kittens, they get more accustomed to it.
Oh yeah.
The problem is they're both just so. Well, we were watching Diamond from the window today, and just a pigeon flew past her, and she was like, "The fuck is that?"
Did Pearl let me do this, which is pick her up by the front and just keep her bottom feet on the floor? So
Yeah,
Aw.
better.
oh, that's a good girl.
I seem to really like that actually. Well, she just comes straight back to you.
Hello.
Oh,
You want your dinner, don't you? But it's not dinner time yet. So if I put your dinner down there, you'll eat it and you won't leave your sister any.
As we found out though, no, Pearl
Oh, so
will
yeah,
leave.
Pearl will leave some for Diamond. Diamond on the other hand will scoff a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so cute. Yes, you are. Hello.
Very fussy at the moment.
Like I say, she wants her dinner.
Put some catnip on her.
Put some catnip on her.
Yeah.
Right, give it here because she's rubbing into my hands, so I can rub it on her fur.
Have fun.
Honey, push, push, push. Oh, you're so cute. Yes, you are. So very cute. Yes, you are. Yeah, she just realised I've rubbed something on her.
Yeah, give her a few minutes.
Yeah,
a little
she goes
catnip
mad.
cat.
Don't forget drugs.
Right, let's wait and see if she goes mental now.
Yeah. Oh, Chris.
Yes.
I meant to ask, I showed Nick this last time. Have you seen my new smoking pipe?
No.
It's on the other
No,
side.
that's it.
oh, are you gonna take it up?
Hmm?
What? Seen the new what? Sorry.
Smoking
Pipe.
pipe. The one I showed you when you were here.
Oh, that yes.
Jesus.
It's a wizard's pipe.
Yeah.
Yep, called Church Warden.
Nice.
Nah, I might get one myself, but I won't actually smoke out of it. But I just stick bubbles and I'll just stick some flour in there and just give it the occasional puff.
Yes.
It's going to be him and his Gandalf cross.
You make Terry Pratchett proud with that one.
Hmm?
You make Terry Pratchett proud with that one, Carl.
Nice.
I've got to say, it is actually really nice because I've smoked pipes before and the smoke's quite heavy and quite hard. So you don't really get a lot of the taste, but because that's quite a small bowl and quite a long stem, the smoke actually cools down before it gets to your mouth. So all you get is the taste. And I've got these two really nice tobaccos at the moment. One's like a really heavy dark tobacco, and the other one's it's the same company as the first one, but it's flavored with vanilla.
Oh,
It's quite sweet. Of course, I definitely prefer the dark over the vanilla at the moment. And I love it because that's just going to last me ages. Because the last time I had a smoke was maybe 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, I know you smoked a hell of a lot before we had the scan, so.
Yeah, I did. I did indeed. I think I smoked 3 times a week, which is a lot for me.
Were you all nervous?
But since then, I've only used it twice. Twice in one day, but twice.
Yeah.
I used it before we went to my mum's party and then after we got back because it kind of helped me sleep.
Hmm.
That's a good thing. It actually does help me sleep. I think it's just so relaxing.
It's sort of a comforting indulgence in a way. So.
Exactly. And as long as I don't do it too often, I'm not too worried. Wouldn't do it right now because it's cold.
Yeah, that's a recipe for mess.
Yeah, not a fucking chance.
But it's always there when the moment is right.
Exactly. I probably won't use it over winter either because it's too cold.
Yeah, and you have to smoke outside, so.
Exactly.
By the way, that catnip's doing nothing to Pearl.
No?
No, she just sat there waiting for it. She tried to show me where her food was again.
Human, it goes here
Ooh.
in this bowl.
oh, I still remember with our cat whenever we couldn't get her to eat catnip. And then one time she just got into the bag on her own and ate the whole thing.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
And her eyes were, do you know when they go really, really wide?
Yeah.
They were just stuck like that. And she just came in and stood there. And we just went and pushed her and she just went.
Slow.
She just sort of let her legs go gently to lower herself to the floor and lay on her side for the rest of the day.
Is it like Brian on magic mushrooms?
Yeah.
Like, and triple bar.
Glint said a similar thing happened with his cat when they found out that his cats absolutely loved catnip, so they hid the bag, but they didn't hide it well enough, and they came in after going shopping one day to find that one of the cats just catnip everywhere all over the carpet, and this cat lying in the middle of it, stoned off her tits.
Oh, Twitch.
Yeah, just lying there dribbling and staring at the ceiling.
Yeah, they thought they should have actually named her Tweaker.
Look, 50% chance they probably should have just taken her to the vet. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
You got a slightly confused face for a second.
Artist I follow has done a weird one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's just I just got this vision of this old cartoon in a way. It's called Metal Gear Stone, and the animation there was Snake against Wolf, but he took the diazepam and suddenly went to this trippy thing with like the Beatles song playing "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds," and he's like,
Oh, that's brilliant.
and then he saw the end. He was like twitching, like, yeah, and then he saw the laser pointer go onto his head.
Okay, so that makes more sense.
What's up?
They've written it in a weird way, whereas Patrick in Raven's costume. They've done Raven and Starfire going out trick-or-treating, Raven as Patrick, Starfire as SpongeBob.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to work out, was it meant to be Patrick Starfish as Raven? That's what I was trying to work out.
Oh God.
That'd be
That would-
terrible. Oh God! Oh no!
Yeah, because she wears a thong leotard.
I could have gone my whole life without brain power dedicated to that.
But instead, it was Raven dressed as Patrick Star.
SpongeBob, it's a little breezy back here.
We have all seen Patrick in drag. We have all seen the SpongeBob SquarePants film.
Yep.
Oh, well, when he was in that fishnets.
Yeah, fishnets and stiletto boots.
Again, I could have gone my entire life without needing that image in my head, and yet there it is.
You've seen it.
I know it is. I know. I was reiterating.
Go back.
Yeah.
Do you like the outfit? Did you see my butt?
Oh, Patrick.
Is it bad that it worked on him?
Yeah, that was more disturbing.
Oh, I think I got a neck for this. I still love that fucking scene in the biker bar and it was Motorhead music playing.
What I found the funniest with him in drag in that when he had those fucking stockings on is at the end whenever he lowers SpongeBob down. How about it?
Yeah, that was good. Are we ready to get back into the game, or do you want a few minutes?
No, I'm clear to go.
Okay, I'll probably stand up for a little bit because I'm waiting for my corn dogs.
Corn dog.
Corn dogs. It's bad, but I like corn dogs.
Fine. You're allowed to like them.
I don't know, that's not bad for you.
There's nothing wrong with it. I just think the show's kind of lost its way now.
What's your
Oh,
SpongeBob.
sorry, I thought I was on the subject of corn dogs.
No, there was a pretty nasty scene in more recent episodes where SpongeBob and Patrick get Squidward to kind of sneeze ink into shot glasses and they neck it and they go crazy.
Oh God.
Yeah, the whole premise of the show now has just gone downhill ever since Stephen Hillenburg left.
Yeah.
Although the second film wasn't so bad.
No, he came back for the second film though, which is why it was good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So you have all been chatting, shared the information that you have gathered, learnt that the elves now believe Narlock to be a marked man for death.
I'm probably sort of keeping shifty eyes. I'm like, yeah, they're watching me.
And we are all shaking in our boots because we have found out that the fucking Elf King is the person who chucked Clive through his own building.
Yeah, but across
He was fine. He was back up to serving drinks and partying the next day.
Yeah, but they still took him by surprise.
He wasn't a full body cast for a week.
See, I know Clive got better. It's just that anyone who can throw Clive across half a city.
And take out a bit of the building.
With Clive.
In all fairness, he could probably do that now.
Yeah, just okay, right. Now then, It might actually, to be honest, Narlock being a marked man might help. Maybe they'll grant a man marked for death at last wish, and they'll listen to us.
That's not a bad.
Either that or kick us out of the camp because he's said that a great big wereboar is coming.
Well, the thing is, it's after Narlock, so
Yeah.
everyone else should be okay if it stays out of its way.
We just.
But will
Whoops, sorry.
What was that?
I flicked it and I tried to catch it and I didn't catch it. Sorry.
That landed in my boot, I swear.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad it didn't. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, was getting kicked out.
That could have happened, but the roll, there was like, you rolled low and he rolled high, so it kind of cancelled each other out. Yeah, that could have gone interesting.
As I see it, these elves have a few choices, and they are very few. One is to make friends with the giants and leave via the south, because where they are now is a very bad place to be. Because where we are right now is right between Vestalt and what Vestalt wants.
Wow.
So there's leave via the south, going with the giants, or making friends with the giants at least. There's going to Dunder and hopefully making friends with the dwarves and staying there. The dwarves seem to have quite great fortresses. Or there's go to Dunder and go via Dunder to Loch, and from Loch to Glendorrel and go to Torgaval.
And Torgaval take much more.
Everyone's welcome.
But will everyone fit? Is my worry.
Oh,
After all, those city walls were built and have been held for that time, at that size, for the longest time. I don't know if they can expand the reach of it beyond that.
We can all push up and make a bit of room.
that's just it.
One thing, could everyone make a intelligence check? I would say Saladin at advantage because this is to do with Torgaval.
Oh, could I add my local knowledge to it then?
Local knowledge and history if you want.
I haven't got
15.
So,
11.
3.
that would be 13.
Okay. Zed, you are the only one who actually passed the DC check for this one. For your little time in Torgaval, expansion of the city walls cannot happen without the Blackheart family's permission. The land belongs to the Blackheart family, not Mayor of Lexington. He runs the city at the permission of the Blackhearts. So the city cannot expand.
There are a number of reasons why they can't expand. One being Blackheart. You remember him, don't you?
Yeah.
From what I was told when I first entered the city, Blackheart controls the land, so Torgaval cannot expand without his permission, not Lexington. Secondly, there's so much. You're expanding into unknown forest, and not to mention there were many ruins and underground monuments that I personally fell into.
And there's the swamp.
Plus, of course, Springvale's starting to grow a swamp out of the other side of it, so...
Yeah, so I'm not sure how overbeared Torgaval is currently. From the letters, it doesn't sound like it's too bad, and anyone that did go is sent out into the outlying countries, because I know that the guys from Kayla have moved on to Denethor and
Yeah, Denethor.
to Denethor and Pelennor. Sorry, Dunville. That's right. If it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it?
Yeah, you're doing well on names this session, I will say that.
Okay, that's it.
We'll present that as maybe option C then, because you're right, it's going to be getting crowded. It's an option that's still on the table.
If we don't have to move them out of this side of the continent, the better. If they're able to, we should say that if it's migrating to Glendoral is the last resort, because they still have to pass through Tulloch to reach Glendoral.
True.
Mm.
In which
The only
case-
other way is to cross under the mountains in the wastes to reach Brayler, and as we know, Brayler is no longer accessible.
in which case the two best options seem to be allying with the giants to the south, which the giants seem open to, or going and throwing themselves on the mercy of Dunder.
Well, maybe Dunder can be persuaded also. I mean, they have connections through the mountain to the north to the south once they reopen that tunnel.
And it's going to take a lot of manpower to get that tunnel open again.
They could have a sudden influx of manpower if the elves want to go there.
I suppose a fair deal, if they offered to help get the tunnel cleared, they might allow them like free passage and access through.
But one thing we will have to contend with, though, is that I've seen the elves appear to have a very strong racial bias against anyone that is an elfkin. The way they spoke about the even the drow, the way they spoke about them.
It might be advisable for us to start pointing out that wartime is not a good time to be holding on to old racial prejudices. The plain fact of the matter is, if they don't make a decision, they...
You know more of elvish history than perhaps we. What is the elves' history in this kind of diplomacy? If they put it aside,
Saladin wouldn't know.
I'm sorry, I don't really know a lot about elvish history. I know that there's always been a long-standing animosity between elfkin, giantkin, and dragons. Those have always been the three that have always been at each other's throats. And orcs are giantkin, hence why elves don't like orcs.
I'll let you.
thankfully they haven't cottoned on yet.
I'll let all of you make an intelligence check. Just.
I think, as far as Roberto sort of just pipes in and just says, regardless of the racial things, it's more of the fact that freedom's at stake right now. Freedom that everyone else as well.
17?
17.
22.
12.
13.
Okay. Narlock and Saladin pass. So it's a bit difficult. Here's the situation. So because of Saladin's background, you know what you've read in books. Wood elves and high elves have always had a strained allegiance anyway, but they've always been allies. They're particularly allies because of who their enemies are. Wood elves and high elves hate the drow, and that is without falter. There have been multiple wars between the dark elves against the surface elves. Okay? The situation with the orcs do raid elf camps. That is just a fact. But at the same time, elves attack orc settlements. It's an ongoing war. It's always existed. Dwarves and elves, it's difficult for them to get on at the best of times. But allegiances can be made and trade can be agreed as long as neither step too far. The only intermediaries between the elves and other races tend to be humans and halflings. Occasional gnomes, but for the most part, humans and halflings are the intermediaries for the elves.
Elves like to be left alone.
Very much so. They'll be left alone. There is a level of this is our space, don't come near, and also a level of we know better. A level of elvish pride that doesn't allow them to see the younger races as someone they can turn to.
Effectively, the problem we're dealing with here is elvish arrogance, coupled with a lot of stupidity.
It's very
very difficult to sort of say, is it pride or is it just from culture? Is it just being...
Either or, it's going to be a playing point in the meeting tonight.
It's trying to get to an agreement where at least every party gets something out of it eventually, something which can mutually benefit each other. So if the Dunder route was to occur, if they did help out with blocking, I'm clearing the blockage, I'm sure they'd be allowed to like do trade on a regular basis and have their own establishment somewhere nearby, as long as they don't disturb the dwarves and dwarves don't disturb the elves. There are just certain times in society where we have to bond together because there's a greater threat that's trying to threaten the freedom of everyone else. But that's just
Bless you.
Bless you.
that's it. But that's just my take on it, though. So
End of the day, we only have. Oh, sorry, I've forgotten his name again. Lord Yamlaw said we only have to persuade 4 out of the 6 of them. He said it just has to be a majority vote. And we've already got him on side. That's only 3 more we need to persuade to see things from our point of view.
just
Sorry. Let's say I don't think that there's much time. How long have we got until the meeting?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna let this conversation go to a lull and then
That'll be
it
me.
begins.
Yeah, so we haven't got enough time to influence, to try and bring others over to our cause. So I say that we use the time that we have to discuss the plan that we wish to present to them, and hopefully they will see the sense of it. And we are experienced in everything that's going on, and we have seen firsthand what they will do.
All right. Point 1, as you say, we have seen what will happen. And Torgaval is a well-defended city, and we nearly fell. This is a tiny little encampment. They will fall. And no matter how good their archers are. So that's one point. A secondary point, I liked your thing about freedom. They aren't free to travel now. This isn't elf living. This is.
Oh, he's not wood elf.
This isn't the way wood elves like to live. This is trapped.
I could be very wrong, but it's also just making me think about the Archdruidess as well, and thinking about how their connection of nature will be basically ravaged if, well, say if the invading forces are Vestalt, and if the High King lay waste and show no respect to nature around them, destroy everything in their path. I don't know. It's, again, I'm just making wild. I'm throwing stones in a lake and expecting an answer to pop up from out of nowhere.
If I recall, Richter isn't one for actually destroying the. He will convert the civilization, but I don't think he'll destroy the landscape, because at the same time he knows destroying the landscape will basically make the land worthless.
This is good. You know what we're doing? This is debates. What we're doing here is making a series of all our points. So we used to do this at Wizard School. We do debates. You just have to make a list of all your points ready to counter any arguments they make. Is there anything we can hit them on with religion?
Well, if you want
Fenris also wouldn't care either way. If you choose to stay, he'd say. If you choose to go, you're choosing to uproot your life and take your chances. If you choose to say, you deserve everything you're going to get. He's that cruel.
the god of protection would.
But he's a human god.
He is a human god, but he is still the god of protection, and he has, up until this point, entrusted me not only with the protection of my ideals, but with the protection of Celadine originally. Wasn't it? And you are half-elf.
That's a good point. I've just had a thought. Let's go with that Fenris Sulfur thing. I don't believe that the moon gods are in favour of just sitting still and letting things happen, and that is what they are doing. I don't think any of them are in the favour of just sitting to see what happens.
there might be something we can try. Can we go into the tent?
Our tent.
Yeah.
We are in our tent.
I say close the flap. I'm not sure if this will work. Can you get out your mirror?
Oh yes, hang on, 20. Get it out of his shoulder bag.
Yeah.
I put it in there last. So.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll rest the mirror up and I'll drape the wolf skin I've got in my pack just over the top of it.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and combine a prayer with the astral spell.
Astral.
Okay. What's your objective?
My objective is to see if I can actually get Fenris to appear and with the rest of the lower half of the lunar pantheon. They are the gods. I've seen all three of them, and I know Eliastri, but I think the Weaver is the only one who I haven't really bothered with that much.
The only one you've not actually seen is Saloon. The rest of them you have had contact with.
I've seen Saloon's face, haven't I?
Yeah.
But I've not met her personally.
No.
But so I'm just going to see if I can try and bring them in, and maybe they can give us a sign of, or at least speak to us and ask their judgment. This is their people, in essence.
So at least some of their people, if not all.
So I'll light some candles and I've got some, and lay the sword across in front of the mirror. Basically, do anything I can to kind of boost the ritual. I've been trying this at dusk. It's closer, and the crescent is the crescent moon Elias. Is the rising moon Eliastri, or is it?
It is the waxing moon, so it's going to full. So that would be Eliastri.
And it's currently in her quarter.
Yeah, it's going into Fenrisulfur.
Yeah, so it's in the wrong one for the Weaver, but I hope it might work, it might not. So it's up to the DM.
This is something really difficult. You're trying to materialize a god, not necessarily on hallowed ground.
Yeah, or at least give them, basically make a mirror to their realm.
Oh, you're trying to do a beast's magic mirror trick.
To be able to commune with them face to face.
And ways that you can actually speak to them too.
I also have an idea. I don't know if you'll allow it, but idea of shrines. And I just get my letter for Stephanie.
Hey, yeah, if anything's been hallowed by her, that has.
And the letter and the envelope. And I grab a couple of silver pieces.
Place it on top of the sword.
Okay.
I'll also play a little bit of music because I know that's what Sehanine. It is Sehanine?
Yes, the Hanan.
Sehanine likes.
The
So
Moonweaver or the Moonbow.
I just think if we could do something to amplify in a way, because they get power from our worship and recognition. And the fact is, I've shown respect and it's been recognized. And plus, I need to thank her as well for acknowledging me and for her letter.
Okay.
So I rest still down. I put hands together and say, in the name of the free that honor the goddess of the moon, in the time of need of your people, please will you answer the prayer to address us.
Roll a D100.
Oh boy. 70%.
70. Okay. Okay.
Oh, good, he's grinning. I don't know if that's good or bad.
We'll see. There's a moment where everything goes silent. Roberto, you are still actively playing, but no sound is coming from your instrument. You are all breathing, and your breath turns to mist. You can't hear a sound. All the sounds from outside have faded away. All the sounds from inside are gone. And as if at once, all the candles are out. And some of the lights in here are magical, and even they are snuffed.
Try and cast candlelight.
Nothing happens.
I draw my sword.
Which one?
The glowing sword.
It doesn't come to your hand. The glowing sword is one that's bound to your soul. It's your holy avenger, and is one that just appears when you summon it. It doesn't appear. The cloak before you. Anytime any of you try and speak, no noise. It's like you're speaking into a void. They are the Lunar Pantheon. And as one loud footfalls beneath the mirror, and the wolf cloak that you set down rises as if something is beneath it.
Everyone's getting properly shackled.
Yeah.
I think Roboto stops playing at this point.
The second you stop playing, it starts to retract.
Look, keep. I kind of wave at you to keep going.
Yeah. The cloak is filled. The shape beneath it doesn't look humanoid. Doesn't look familiar. But a familiar voice comes out from behind it as the music, muffled, but you can hear it starting to come back in. It's very quiet, much quieter than you're playing. And you can start to hear your breath again, muffled, very quiet. 5 more days, Zed. 5 more days.
I know, but the need was great.
Snarling beneath the cape, growling, howling, wolfen sounds. Silence! Keep your mouth shut. And you can see a grip. And then you remember that the lower echelons of the Lunar Pantheon is Fenris Sulfur and Malar.
Yeah.
The white and the black wolf.
I hope to speak to the Pantheon in the aid of the elven kin trapped in the continent. I need a sign to provide to them that it would be that the will of their gods that they move to a place of safety. I know in your eyes, as the god of cruelty, that nature must take its path, but I wish to speak to that of Eliastri and the Weaver, those who are close to them.
The bonds aren't very strong at the moment, Zed. We are in the time of the weight of the waxing. We are in the time when it comes to my power. But I can commune with the others on your behalf. Stay quiet. And just, there's a wrestle beneath. Again, you can't see Fenris Sulfur and you can't see what's going on, but you get the impression that he is wrestling Malar at this moment.
I thought he was in a cage.
When my powers are at the strongest, his are at the weakest. And when my powers are active, so too are his. And
then I will make it. Then I will make this brief for the sake of all. Please commune to the sisters of the moon. That on our behalf for the Elven King. Please ask them to send us some kind of sign or something to help them move on to safety, whether it is to swallow their pride to the giants or to the dwarves. They cannot live as they are now and expect to survive the oncoming onslaught. Can anyone else speak?
Yeah, you can have a go.
See. I say, can you? My companions agree. Do you not?
Absolutely.
We do agree. They must protect their own, and they cannot protect them by staying where they are. If they stay where they are, they will only succumb to slaughter. They condemn themselves to death.
You are a god of nature and of cruelty. The way they are living is not natural to elves.
There's a slight snigger followed by a guttural wolfen laugh as well. Player?
Well, to be fair, I mean, I guess I can only repeat the same things my companion's been saying. All I wish to do is just to help, but I know it's a difficult situation, and yeah, if you forgive me, I'm terrible at multitasking, so I'm trying to keep this going. But everything that my companion said, I agree with.
I will commune on Zed's behalf.
And thank you, my lord.
Silent moment. And again, the light dims, the sound fades, and then finally the lights flick on. And there is a moment where you all hear what sounds like whispers, like 5 voices communing at once, 2 of which growling and snarling, 3 of which feminine, 2 beautiful, 1 husky and aged. You can't make out any words, it's too fast. And then finally, Fenris Sulfur speaks. Sernine will speak with Lady Gilharim of the Moonsong, her envoy here. As for the rest, it will be down to the 4 of you to convince them. This is not natural for wood elves, but in the same way, wood elves are not natural to this world, but are here and are a part of it.
We understand.
And I would make one addition. I am the god of nature and cruelty only to my worshippers. To all else, I am the god of nature and order. The natural order. Things die, things live, but things should thrive. That is the natural order, and I do hope that the wood elves thrive. And then, as if it was never there, the cloak just falls. And yeah, you take d6 damage from that playing 5. Other thing, as you look at the mirror, it is black. The magic is faded for a period of time.
Oh.
That overclocked it.
I say a final prayer of thanks to Fenris, and it's like, I'm sorry, Saladin. Appears I might have over exceeded the magic, but I thought it would just help the ritual. It should return, though, I think.
The need was great. Besides, it's Narlock who's using it more than me, so...
Yes, I think you might need to miss
Leathers will do.
date night.
Leathers will do for now. At least she knows I am coming. Oh, yes.
Spell exhaustion.
I cure wounds on I take Rabata's hands in mine, just gently cure the wounds.
Actually, use that. That's better than mine. Mine's only illusionary.
Narlock just goes, okay, let's see, does this work now? Ta-da!
Sword in hand.
Hey! Glowing light.
And you all kind of remember that the magic of the moon is about nullifying magic. Do you remember remember how much Benrasulfa dispelled during that fight?
All right. Okay, well, that's probably 2 we've got on side now.
That would explain why the mirror is like that.
Nick, how many points did I heal from Cure Wounds, by the way?
Oh, right. Say it's a simple little. It's only one of my base spells.
It still helps.
D8 plus your level.
Don't even cast it. Don't cast it.
Why?
Because if you only took 5, I just pour a thing. I've got 1 D10.
No.
No, I have 2 uses
Just-
of a D10 in this thing. I can just pour him a drink.
No, just in case for later, because we don't know if there may be a battle and if he needs a healing potion.
No, look, you also have lay on hands, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
You have 18 points.
We'll all argue over who gets to heal Roboto.
Sorry, 6 points. I win.
Thank you.
20. Here, look after this. I'm
You were too busy with your sword.
Mirror back in his saddlebag.
I was going to say, actually, it's too big for the saddlebag.
Is it?
Yeah, the mirror.
Anyway,
is
you
not
can
that
do it
big.
next
Oh, the
time.
hand mirror.
No,
Okay.
it's big enough for you to
Yeah,
step
that's,
through.
Okay,
No,
so
no.
bag of holding.
I'll let you do it next time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, has 20 got anything extra in his saddlebag while I'm looking, actually? Has he been sneaking around
Yeah.
stealing things again?
A fuck ton of acorns.
Right, I'll leave those for
and,
Measley.
A bone necklace.
Did you find this off Goblin?
Measley just kind of pops on and goes,
Thank you. I'm leaving the egg.
Hey, he found his nuts.
okay, as everything goes back and you guys take a moment doing all that, there is actually a knock at the central post. Saladin.
Oh, hello. Come in, it's fine.
It's Huntsmaster Youngwall.
Ah.
The meeting is beginning.
We all ready?
Mm-hmm.
You are?
I suppose I put my sword back over my back and ready to go. I also put on my well, I normally am wearing it, but the helmet telepathy.
Smart move.
Mm.
I'm going to tuck my necklace of dragonkind into my robe rather than wearing it openly, because that's probably not the wisest decision.
Okay.
Now, I have something drastic I may have to do, but only if it takes this sort of turn. So either I'm going to get kicked out, or they're going to come to understand one of our points.
Okay.
I like where this is going.
Oh, just go as myself. I think I might start taking up the title of Roboto Two Hands Bright Sun now. 'Cause it seems everything I'm doing involves 2 hands.
Oh my!
Not anymore. Let's go into it still. Okay. You are led through the refugee camp. For what it is, that is what it is. And Roboto, you get this moment as you realise that out of RP, you basically just walked into a refugee camp and said, "This is lovely,"
God.
to refugees.
It is pretty.
I was marveling the colours.
I know you were, but I love that you did that. That is so in character. So, as you walk, there is a procession appearing around as high elves and wood elves, adults from all walks of life, are carrying these long torches, about 10-foot high poles with lanterns swinging to light your way. And in the center of the camp is the largest tent. Now, it's not much larger than most of the tents. It clearly is just used as more of a meeting and storage area. You enter via one of the side entrances and sat in a circle, 2 sat directly on the floor, 2 sat on crates with groups behind them and one standing. You see from left to right the Archdruidess Irenea that you saw previously. Next to her, a male high elf none of you recognize, dressed in the robes of an archwizard. Next to him, there is another male high elf, one that Zed and Roberto both recognize as the high elf in the golden robes, being followed by groups of elves before. Next to him is a wood elf that Zed recognizes, an aged elderly woman with bone charms in her hair and around her neck, the one that noticed you looking at the shrines earlier. And the one that is standing is a truly aged, pale high elf, hair pure white, eyes glowing purple in the darkness of this room. She doesn't look like any elf you've seen before, but there she is. And she's the one who's standing, and next to her there is a cushion awaiting the 6th member of the Elder Council, the one who brought you, Huntsmaster Yanmor. Before each of the elders, there is a small table or a tray clearly containing their food. And as you approach, you are each handed a small wooden plate with a mixture of squirrel, grilled, rat by the looks of it, and a mixture of foraged nuts and fruit. There is, however, a very nice inclusion, besides what they can just scrounge together. It looks like a small piece of venison, no bigger than a chunk. And you're all allowed to approach as Huntmaster Yanmor takes his seat, takes a bite of the squirrel from the stick, and looks up. I brought the 4 Wish Council. May I introduce to the council Celadine Leyspark, great granddaughter of Archdruidess Irenea, my niece, daughter of my sister, and long lost to us. Her companions, Roberto Brightson, a halfling from Tulok, Father Zed, a human from Brayla, and a worshipper of
Zed's knuckles go crack a little bit there.
yeah, a worshipper of Fenrir Sulfur, a member of the Lunar Council, who our own High Lady Gilharim is also a high priestess, and he gestures to the very aged pale elf at his right.
Zed gives a bow to her.
She gives a cautious nod and a wave of her hand, and what does she look old? You can see as she bows, there's like 3 or 4 massive, again, pale high elves with these glowing eyes kind of nearby, and they take a couple of steps forward like they're scared she's about to fall forward. But she just comes back up and they kind of take a step back into the shadows.
Yes, I'm getting it really quick answers.
All right. And one Narlock, another human from across the sea, and, as I understand, the guardian of Celadine. Wait for Dudley to get back, actually.
Could I quickly get, I know you're probably going to introduce them, could I quickly get their names so I'm not scrambling to write them as you say them?
Okay, so there's Archdruidess Irenea,
Yeah, got that.
and you obviously already know Lord Huntmaster Yanmor.
Yeah. Priestess Gilharim, I know it's high something else. But
High Lady Gilharim of the Moonsong.
I'm
but-
going with priestess simply because that's on my own notes, I'll remember better.
That's fine. The other wood elf, the one with the bone charms, is Elder Mother Ravara. The Archwizard is Farkan Moonflight.
Farkan Moonflight. That's an elf
And-
name and a half.
I know. And the last one, who was the one that everyone saw with the team of whatever carrying crates, is Lord Alchemist Crayfair Uthadrin.
Crayfair Uthadrin.
Yeah, Crafir.
Hang on. I'm running out of space.
Sorry.
Alchemist Crayfair Uthadrin, yeah?
Yep.
Sorry, I was just asking for the names really quick rather
Sorry.
because Cal's probably going to introduce them, but I wanted to get their names down so I wasn't scrambling at the same time as listening.
Once he's introduced the four of you, he starts himself. As you know, I am Lord Huntmaster Yanlor, grandson of Archdruidess Iranea. Of course, because of that, you know Archdruidess Iranea. You get the feeling of him, he's really sick and tired of the pomp and the circumstance and having to go through everything every single fucking time. I introduce the High Elf, Archwizard Farkan Moonflight of the Northlands, Lord Alchemist Crayfair Uthadrin, again of the Northlands. Just sick and tired of this. You all know, well, you four don't. Elder Mother Ravara, wise woman and soothsayer of all wood elves. There's like a slight scoff from Archdruidess Iranea at that. And High Lady Gilharim of the Moonsong, head of the Moon Elves and spiritual leader and healer to the tribes. Right, pomp and circumstance done. Please, you four, state your case. Why are you here? Why we should listen to you? You get the idea. I just takes a bite out of the squirrel, like I'm about to a corn dog.
We were asked to come here by your neighbours to the south in Mulderham, the giants.
There's a reaction from all three of the high elves. Just a clear backing away almost.
Their Lord Mikmo wishes. He wishes to know why it is that when his people come close to the border, they are fired upon. You must understand. Oh, sorry.
As soon as you say why do we fire upon, why they fired upon, Archwizard Farkan goes, why do we fire upon? Of course we fire upon. We must defend our lands. At which point, the Elder Mother Ravara says, would you be quiet and let the girl talk? It feels like this devolves into arguments on a regular basis.
No, I completely understand it's a defence thing. It's only that from their point of view, it looks like they have had no knowledge that you have been driven this far. And from their point of view, it looked as though you were gathering a small army at their border. You must understand from their perspective that it looks. I understand that isn't the case, but
Give me a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Oh no, you double fives.
Weird.
Dramatic pieces of what's it?
They've already stopped listening to you. They're already arguing among themselves. At which point, the Archdruidess Iranea picks up her staff and, with a smack on the floor, just everything goes dark, and then the lights come back tinted with green. If we are to find out what they know and make a decision, we must listen to them, gentlemen. And she's got both eyes. It's actually kind of weird. You know, like how like goats can look in two directions at once? She's doing that.
Oh,
She's looking at the Archwizard and the Alchemist, and then as they kind of quieten down, she throws one really vicious look at Elder Mother Ravara, who looked like she was about to say something. Just quietens down. Speak, please. All of you, please.
the giants are not concerned. and we're too busy concerned with events going on in the world. As you may or may not know, Brayla has fallen to the Crusader and his forces.
At that mention, both the Archwizard and again the Lord Alchemist, they appear to be the most vocal in disparaging, are very like, Brayla, what do we care for? Human lands, and at which point the eldest, or apparently the eldest of the elves, Lady Gillerim, looks at them both. You know of Brayla, but you choose not to think on it, don't you, gentlemen? The voice is like croaking dust. Like, you don't see old elves very often, but holy fuck. And they quieten down. Sorry, my lady.
Allow us to lay it on the table like this. You have, as we know from this attack umbrella, the attack is soon to come from the north, if I am right, yes?
Yep.
Right. From Vestalt. And if that is the case, your choices really before you are await the marching orders from Vestalt and try to fend them off yourself as best as you can, an entire country's worth of soldiers, or find a way to make peace with your borders here, with especially seeing as the giants only want to know why you are attacking them, they seem to at least want to hear you out, and they want to talk. They don't want to attack you back, they want to talk. Given that is the case, that seems a good course of action. The same can be said for the dwarves. You have trade with them, so obviously they're willing to listen. If they're willing to listen, then you must talk with them.
For as it stands, you currently have an enemy on your northern border and a rising enemy to your south.
Okay, Narlock.
Yes.
I was going to say make a roll with disadvantage, but the addition from Zed, you will make intimidation or persuasion at base. Your choice.
I will make persuasion because I do not. No, actually, let me check. What the intimidation and persuasion roll off of?
They both run off of charisma.
Okay, so they're both +4. So
Okay.
Persuasion is the better course of action.
17.
Persuasion with a little edge.
Okay. There appears to be looks, glances among the six. Zed, you're wearing the telepathic.
Yeah, I'm mainly picking up the surface thoughts though.
There is telepathic communication going between the six. It looks like they are aimed at Lady Gilharim, and then she is sending them out to the correct correspondence. It's almost like a cobweb where she's the source.
Mm.
You get this feeling that they do this to make all of this go quicker. Otherwise, it mostly sounds like arguing. You can't make out any words. It's not in Elvish, it's not in Southern, it's not in any language. But this is like the surface. It's like a roar. So, but there is communication going between the six. Finally, Yanlor, who's just been kind of frustrated with this whole thing this entire time, finally just drinks the last of whatever it was he was drinking, slams his mug down with enough force to cause it to splinter. Goes, right, we need to make a decision. We have been stuck here for weeks, months. This has been going on for almost a year now, ever since the king decided that it was high time that the elves rule Celebor. None of us wanted that. None of us wanted to follow a pathetic old man seduced by power and seduced by some fey court. And here we have 4 young people actually doing something instead of sitting around arguing about every little tiny detail. So why don't we listen to them? Let them come up with a decision and we can put it to a fucking vote. I am sick and tired of sending my men out to be killed by goblins. And he just sits back, just annoyed.
It's at this. Sorry, you're going to say.
Roberto. There could be a Roberto person who's going to speak first, and then
It's at this point Roberto steps forward and he finds something to stand on.
there are a few. There are crates.
He stands on a crate and he just looks at everyone for a minute and he nods his head and he says, "My lords, Huntmaster, I thank you very much for the offer, for the opportunity to speak. My lords, my ladies, everyone in attendance, I understand this is frustrating times for everybody now. My companions and I have come here and we'd like to extend a thank you to all of you for accepting us into your camp, for your company, for your safety from the wilds out there, for the information that you have given us with regards to the political situation and the threats that you are receiving from the High King, and not only that, their allegiance with the Fey Court. From what we have all gathered together as a group, we have understood we all share a common enemy. And because you have offered help and you shared your kindness to us, we wish to share our kindness and we want to help you. The situation that you are sharing with the giants, yes, we understand has a lot of tension and there's animosity. And yes, I can understand it's causing frustration, annoyance, perhaps fear. But we mean sincerity when we say that the giants have asked us to at least extend a form of friendship or communication with all of you to say that they mean no harm. The only thing that they wish to try and understand is just why their people are being fired upon, but there is no further words, and just to get an understanding of what's going on, to at least offer a hand of friendship.
give me a persuasion check with advantage.
It's a 25.
25.
Yeah, I rolled a 19.
Yeah.
And I got 6 in persuasion.
Fucking hell. That was a bloody good speech as well.
It was actually, yeah.
I know I shouldn't monologue, but it's
Oh, that was a good.
It was a worthy monologue. Okay. There's a slight feel in the room. Zed, you feel it before the rest of the party hear it. And you can see 4 people, 4 of the Elder Council have clearly already made up their mind to listen to the 4 of you, to actually take on what you're saying and basically make their decision based on what you say. That said, Zed, you know that only 3 of them are in favor of you. You need 1 more. So this is when Lord Alchemist, Crayfit.
What's that?
Kitten.
It's Pearl. Look how vocal they are. It's cute.
She's shouting for her dinner.
And her sister, probably.
And yeah, probably her sister who's outside.
It's Lord Alchemist Crayfit, the elf in the golden robes who is being followed with the high elves carrying crates, who speaks up first. You have come to us to offer us help, or that we go to one of our neighbors. We obviously cannot go north to our homeland, so we are stuck here. But you are saying that we could go to the dwarves, or that we could go south to the giants. Is that what you are suggesting?
We suggest that at least in the interim, rather than being holed up here as you have been. It's, as from what I can see, it is not sustainable sustainable for you to stay in this situation. If you are able to make a united front with giants and dwarves, it will give you a much stronger standing if fire does come from the north and south. If not, you can always move along to the east where oh, bollocks. where you can always head over to the east into Glendorrel, where there is already action being taken to defend against a crusader. Works in active operation to defy him. I can see. I will not lie. I can sense that you are communicating telepathically. I ask that you connect to me, and I can show you what you are facing.
There is majority upset at that admission. Archeress Irenea appears distraught. The wizard and the alchemist look enraged. Even Huntsmaster Yanlaw just looks almost like he backed the wrong horse. It's that kind of like, oh, I trusted you. Why did you do that? And then the first one to speak, and actually in your mind first, is Lady Gilharim of the Moonsong. Don't worry, Father Zed. They will listen and they will understand. And you can feel her tethering herself to you and then to the council to allow you to show what you want.
So,
You got what you actually needed.
What you will see is the truth of our experience. I show them the attack on Torgaval. I show them Braila, the effects of the Deus Vault. I show them the ongoing efforts to building up.
Show them what happened at that town as well, where we found the dead. The coastal town.
Oh yeah, the effects of the dead free on the coastal towns. Well, I'd say it's what happened in Braila, isn't it, along the coast?
Yeah.
And Festrum. That was the town.
Yes.
And our efforts to set show our efforts to save people at Lostfold. What we did. If we do not wish to see your people fall apart, fall victim to those of Braila, please listen to us. And if you'll not listen to us, please, I implore you to listen to those that you turn to in your hour of need.
Make a persuasion check at base. 1 dice.
11.
11.
Wait, plus 12 if you include the plus 1.
12. The upset and anger subsides. There's a knowing look and a accepting look on most of the Elder Council. It's Archwizard Farcon to speak next, and his attention is exclusively drawn to Celadine. Young lady, young elf, you come here as the great granddaughter of our esteemed guest and the niece of the High Huntsmaster, but you are not of the Wood Elves, are you?
I'm as much Wood Elf as I am human, and I'm as much Wood Elf and human as I am halfling, and gnome, and half orc. and anything else that lives in Torgaval.
The second you mention half-orc, there is genuine revilement. There is muttering. There's, again, that telepathic bond that Zed's feeling is just, it's like vibrations in the air.
I'm switching over to Elf for a second.
Hmm.
I know the long history, but I also know my history, and you will not make me ashamed of my little brother. I was taken in.
Interesting.
I was unwanted by my own elven kin, and I was taken in by a halfling and a gnome, and my little brother is a half-orc.
As the muttering starts, it almost overlaps your words, so you can't be heard. But as you start to get through, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you turn to your left, and there is Archstewardess Irenea, your maternal great-grandmother. And as that hand makes contact, she nods, gestures for you to speak up, and before you get the chance to speak up, smash! Lord Huntsmaster Yanlor has actually smashed his mug on the floor. Who cares who she's related to? Who cares what matters? All that matters right now is that we can't stay here. We need to leave. We need to make a decision. It doesn't matter if we're going to fight. It doesn't matter who we align ourselves to. It does not matter. But we can't stay here. We'll be overrun by goblins or our own kin or orcs or dwarves or giants. So, Lord Farkan, please ask your question, and then can we make a Celadrin damned decision for once since this council was made?
Wow.
Farkan,
Just want to note that Celadin's fists are full on clenching at this point. She's starting to get pissed off.
the 3 elves that were on your side at the admitting of having a half-orc brother, the Archdruidess, the Archwizard, and the Huntsmaster.
Oh,
The Alchemist, the Wise Woman, and the Moon Elf were disgusted. But you needed to keep 3 involved, and you kept 3 involved.
I answered the question honestly. Would you like?
I
Would you
didn't
prefer me
ask
to
a
lie?
question. You spoke before I asked the question. No. The question I was going to ask was not that you are related to either of these two, or that you are not of the... My main question was that you have no stake in our future. You aren't from here. You aren't from this country. You are not born... You are born to elves, but you are not raised by elves. That's why you don't have your markings. Is that right?
My facial tattoos.
Correct.
Yes.
Then, from one wizard to another, one academic to another, and he kind of shoots a look at Lord Alchemist Crayfair Uthadrimin, both of which must be academics, but my question is simple. You 4 came through the giant territory, is that correct?
Yes.
Where are you headed next?
Our hope is to go to Dunder east and use their passageway through the mountains to head into Tulok, thank you, to go via Halfton and hopefully to see Mechtown and gather as many allies as we can.
And you hope that these allies will aid yourself and hopefully us, gesturing at the other elves in the room who nod. Clearly there has been long arguments about allies and allegiances and who to turn to and where to turn that they've just not been able to make a decision over. So, who would you suggest we go to? If the 4 of you were the ones to decide, should we go to the giants, who we have already not pleased very well and may demand tribute and reparations that we can't afford? Should we go to the dwarves? Hello. Of the south, down below, in the cover of the mountain, where they may allow us in, but we have no connection with them. We don't know who they are, who to speak to, nothing. Or do we go to Dunder West and speak to ones we have spoken to before? What would be your academic decision? No emotions.
It's very hard to separate those.
You're a wizard. You're used to it.
Your lord, may we convene on that point?
Please hold your own counsel, but I would ask that your cleric not convene on ours.
Zed removes the helmet. My apologies.
In circles where telepathy is commonplace, young human, I would remind you that being in an uninvited conversation is not good manners. The girl leans back. And you can kind of, to be honest, even without the helm, all four of you can feel the buzzing in the air of the telepathic communication.
If I may, Saladin, it was either you or Roberto that suggested they go to the ones they've spoken to in the West because they can help with the tunneling. And if they already have relations and can make that argument with them, it may form a greater allegiance. And it would also mean the giants can be happy to roam these grounds again because there is no army on their doorstep. It may be the best course of action because it would settle all sides with something that they can benefit from.
Honestly, if I'm just thinking purely as practicality, that would have been my suggestion as well. As they've said, they've already not got a good relationship with the giants. It's too risky to go all the way south to Dunder South. Dunder West is their best possible option.
And if they made contact with the giants, they would gain connections to Dunder South. There is active work going between them.
It may be both. It may
And
be
not only that, it puts them centrally then between South and Dunder East.
And it also allows us to bring our answer to the giants that they will no longer be fired upon and everyone is happy.
all right. I think I've got a plan. It may be worth suggesting to them to make the rational decision of Dunder West is their best choice. However, they should send a representative to the giants to make it clear that they are moving on, that the giants will no longer be fired upon, and that there is no ill will. That way they are covered both directions. Any decently bright-minded person will tell you it's always best to not put all your eggs in one basket.
That is a good idea.
Send and at the close of this meeting, send an immediate message to the giants and to the dwarves and see what their responses are.
And there's going to be the big thing that we're going to have to persuade them of, and she'll hold up the necklace a little bit. Got to persuade them that kobolds are trustworthy.
Well,
So it's going to be fun.
that might be it.
All in good time.
Yeah, wait. Let them make the first decision first before we mix them into the cauldron.
I was only suggesting it because otherwise I have no way of sending a quick message.
Or we could always just wait until nightfall and then do it from within the tent.
Yeah, too many vegetables spoil the broth and all that.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Who
We
is
have
the party spokesperson for this final role?
Is it going to rely on charisma?
Yes.
Let's not make it me then, because I don't have any pluses.
I've only got a +1.
I have a I have a +4 on my charisma. However, Roberto, what is yours?
14.
So yours is a +2.
No, I'll count the highest.
Just me then. Right.
We're the only one who hasn't spoken much this.
I come forth and I go,
I'll
I
stand
think
next to him,
I
just
bow.
give him that little bit of.
Yeah. I bow first of all, and I say to them, my lords, and firstly, may I inquire how to address you as a whole? I do not mean any disrespect as such. I would prefer to refer to you as your proper titles.
It's Archerus
High
Irenea.
Council of the Elves?
It's Archerus Irenea who speaks first. Addresses as lords and ladies of the court.
Lords and ladies of the court,
They're elves.
No.
we believe we have a solution that may be beneficial to all.
There are 4 waiting ears. 1 undecided and 1 who is just tuning you out. They've already made their decision and cannot be swayed.
That is understood. That's I don't know this, so that's gonna be down to them, right?
No, don't. No.
Now we have all had our intentions here to bring you nothing but goodwill. Myself as a paladin, and I show the tattoo of Helm, and while he is human god, his pantheon is protection. And that is why it is I see it not only as the duty of myself, but also of my party to bring you nothing but goodwill. In saying this, that is why we have, although we could easily have left here and moved on and let what could happen happen, we have put it past ourselves and beyond possibly our reach to do what we can to come to a solution so that you may thrive. Our solution, as we best see fit, is that you have good connections already with the dwarves in Dunder West. These dwarves, as we know, currently have a problem. They have an underground passage system. Said passage needs clearing, and they are working towards that. If you were to offer services to help with this, I would implore and I would argue, welcome you. Because they were more than willing to allow us to help, but in our pressed time scale, they knew we could not. But you can. It would also give you a secure wall to be within, and a place at which you can decide where next to call your own, while also allying yourself with the dwarves. This then would be beneficial towards the giants, who no longer would feel there was any kind of army beckoning down upon them. They would have no reason to be fired upon, and they would leave you alone from there. They would not request any tribute because they would have no reason to believe you mean them any harm. That said, you will need to commune that to them, and it may be best then that you send someone, even if on their border, to commune this with them and inform them that you do not mean any harm and you are moving on.
That it was all just
In doing so, you will satisfy both the giants, who will leave you alone, and the dwarves, who can help you to establish yourselves again.
Give me your persuasion check.
I thought we were sending them to the
Base.
giants.
No.
We're splitting. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Mhm.
Yeah, essentially by allying themselves with the dwarves, they provide the dwarves something, the dwarves provide them with cover, the giants are happy, and then
So
19 plus 4 is 23.
Yes, that's a very high number.
Aside from a nat 20, that's as good as it gets. And if it's persuasion, yeah, plus 4.
There's one more roll.
okay.
There's a quiet moment. There's no telepathic communication. And then finally, Archduchess Irenea stands up and speaks very plainly in common, or Sylvan, or Elf. You're not sure, but you can all understand her. I think it is time that this council make one vote and one agreement since we formed, and I think we should listen to our young guests. And there's a moment. All those in favour of putting out feelers to our allies with the dwarves and sending messengers to potentially new allies in the south, raise your hands. One by one, all but one member of the council puts up their hand. The only one who does not put their hand up is Elder Mother Ravara. And as is our custom, and you get the feeling that the other four aren't even surprised. But Archduchess Irenea turns to Elder Mother Ravara. All those against this good and beneficial idea. She puts her hand up, just really stalwart, glaring at Irenea. You get the feeling it's more that it's not that she doesn't agree, it's that she's not agreeing on principle. Particularly about Irenea. There's
a history there
there
between. There's a history between the two of them. Like it's DUP and Sinn Féin. If one agrees, the other disagrees, and there's never going to change that.
The second
There is no grudge like the grudge between a couple of little old ladies.
you got Archduchess Irenea right at the start, and the second you got her, you lost Ravara. That's just how it was going to work. If Ravara agreed, Irenea was going to disagree. It's that simple.
So which was she the master of?
She was the other wood elf leader. She was the wise woman and soothsayer.
Okay.
Oh, so she's not the one who would be spoken to by the gods.
No, that was High Lady Gilhurim, who was the telepath.
No.
The really aged elf. Okay. Now, our meeting is adjourned. Well, sort of. You four come with me, and Lord Yanmor stands up to lead you out. As you are leaving, you get a pat on the back from Irenea. That's it. No words, just a pat on the back and a slight smile. And all the other elders disappear, leaving the task of sending out feelers to the Huntsmaster.
Okay, that was intimidating. God almighty, it worked.
Intense.
Out of up here, you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, the second you guys are out, Jan was like, oh crap, I can't believe that worked. Finally, it's been about a year, and a decision has finally been made. Okay.
Lord Yanmor, everything we said in there was genuine. We really did want to help.
No, I know you did. That's why I sided with you right from the start. Okay. You've shown me favor. You've shown us a lot of help, and you've proven to me that you're more than capable. So, where are you? Said you were going to Dunder East next, Dunder West?
Yes, the nearest one. I'm sorry, I'm getting
within Foundation, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anywhere else you need to go while you're here?
Narlock needs to go to. I can't remember.
Temple.
The Temple of Helm in the north.
Is it the Hall
Temple of the All-Seeing Eye, isn't it?
Correct. The Hall of the Unseeing Eyes. Right. I know where that is. Think you could be ready by morning?
Yep.
Go on.
No, go on. Sorry, go on.
About sending messages to the giants. Are you happy enough to send your own people, or would you like something a little bit less risky?
We would rather send our own people. We wouldn't trust the message to anyone else, and you are all very busy.
No, I wasn't going to offer us, but if you're happy sending your own people.
Yeah, we'd rather send our own people.
All right.
Give you a weird look.
We have a lot of allies in a lot of places.
Right. Okay, no worries. I'll probably find them out as things move. As soon as this is all sorted, I will be making my way over to Glendorl. I'm kind of curious about meeting up with my sister.
Are you going to bring Irenea as well?
She will not be leaving Van Betjo. As an archdruidess, this is her forest. But maybe we can set up a small camp and temple on the border closer to the giants. Maybe we can set something up.
Probably a good move from what I can tell of Lady Vandes. God, it's hard dropping that. From what I can tell of Vandes' letters, I don't think she'd be necessarily pleased to see her grandmother.
Well, let's put it this way. What you just got in there is more than she ever got.
Oh.
A pat on your back from the archdruidess is akin to being told that you've done a bloody good job.
Oh.
So, well done.
She got to Miss Two, and she knew that I was a dual wielder.
Insightful. And she's lived a long time. She's well into her, well, we don't fully know exactly, but she's well over her first millennium and encroaching on her second. The only person in there any older was Lady Gilharu. And she's not under her.
I hope, Sam, we hope that our message through the Lords got through to them.
Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so you think you can be ready by morning?
Absolutely.
Okay, he's sending you out with some rangers. They will take you within a half-day's travel of the keep, the Hall of the Unseeing Eyes. You won't need to worry about anything on the way, and you'll be protected during the night.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
be ready for some long traveling. You'll be traveling with elven rangers who don't rest very long.
All right, you don't have to sleep.
I lived with the Paladins of Fenris, the Rangers and the Paladins of Fenris Ulfra. I think I know what you do.
We'll see. The ways of Fenris Ulfra were originally taught to him by elves, so he travels much the same. See how you go. Good luck.
Do you think just before the night ends, I might have a quick word with Lord Farkan? I've got a spell score that I don't understand, and him being a high wizard, he might.
Give me a moment. And there's a bit of a conversation inside in Elven, which you recognise. Like, would you mind going and speaking to Manish? She's got a spell scroll she's interested in. First wizard I've seen in 6 months. Yes. And he comes straight out. And there's like a couple quick steps before he remembers. Dignity. I'm an arch wizard. I might be talking to a future student or just a student. I don't know how powerful she is, so. My dear.
I'm very sorry to impede on your time, especially when things are about to get very busy. It's only that I was given this spell scroll by my gnome father. He's a wizard himself. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. I recognise some of the symbols, but it doesn't.
Kind of looks over for a few minutes, waves a hand, trying to read any part of it.
He said it was a delayed blast fireball with a twist, but it doesn't read like fireball at all.
Doesn't read like any spell I've seen. Now, to be fair, that might be because it's not in Elvish wizard script. It is in Gnomish.
I assumed as much.
Old Gnomish. Very old. Like at the point where the gnomes separated from the giants.
Oh, that's really old then.
I would recommend if you're headed into Tulok, stopping by Necktown, so I might be able to give you a bit more information, or actually speak with your father about it, see what it is.
Thank you. Thanks for having a look at it anyway.
That said, if you are interested, and reaches into his skull, it's nice to see another intellectual actually willing to think on it and discuss. That is delayed blast fireball.
Ooh.
Bob a very deep curse. Thank you. Thank you
thousand
so,
this
so much.
I think I might be making a trip to Glendale soon, if there are more wizards there. I'm tired of druids, I'll be honest.
If you do go to Glendorrel and you come across a woman calling herself Lady Ferruccio, do not listen to a single word she says. She's a massive liar.
Ferruccio, understood. Then he gets his look on it, look on his face. It's not her, is it?
If you mean, is it the witch who allies herself to a certain metal? Yes, it's her.
Kind of reaches into his robe one more time. This was taken from her when she attacked my city. I've been trying to work out how to use it, but if you're traveling to Necktown, you might be able to get more use out of it. Hands you a bundle wrapped in silk cloth.
May I
Mm-hmm.
unravel it, just so we can all see what the hell I've just been handed?
It looks like a broken gun, but the barrel is solid iron, except for the middle bit, where it's a crystal. Out of RP, what you've just been handed is the broken remnants of a witch gun.
Oh.
Witch gun.
A
It's
witch
something
gun.
he homebrewed in. It's a gun for wizards and warlocks, and it's a gun for magic users, basically.
Solidly, may I?
But I mean, it looks like a gun, but it's all blocked up.
Just the. Am I able to look around the mechanism because I'm familiar with my own gun and maybe figure out at least some of that end of it to fix it?
Looking over it, I'm not going to make you roll for this. There is no trigger. There is no barrel. There is only a handle and a metal rod housed in wooden lining.
And a
It's
crystal.
not a gun. This is something different. This is exclusively arcane.
Something tells me this is going to have to do with charging magic through it. This is like a. If I was to put a guess on it, and it's a mighty big guess, in the same way that you focus with a quarterstaff or a wand, this might be much the same thing, but maybe it might be specific.
I mean, the crystal's certainly giving. It certainly looks like a magical crystal, but
Feels like
I've handed it back to you, by the way.
it sort of has a wand feel. But
you lot better get some rest. Sounds like you'll be heading out with the Rangers in the morning.
thank you again.
Thank you. And he goes off with his retinue of little wizardlings. Zed?
Zed's going. I'll join you back at the tent. I'd like to commune with the High Lady if she is still awake. That is, I assume she must be under the moonlight.
As you look for her, you cannot find her, and a voice encroaches in your head. One you've heard once before. You won't find me because I'm not me. The Moonweaver wears many dresses.
I just.
Oh,
Back in a second.
what level is delayed thus fireball?
Is it
7.
I say you truly are the lady of tricks.
She is a trickster goddess. Everyone's going with the Moonweaver.
It's Aleandrin that Fenris has a crush on, isn't it?
Eliastri,
Eliastri, sorry.
the only good drow goddess, daughter of Lolth. No, Jenny, she is.
I was just thinking when you mentioned Lolth, I'm like, oh, all that stuff, that weapon with Lolth worshippers.
Hey.
Oh, you're not going to worship her. Ooh.
Okay, so this is going to get really interesting because I am so glad we actually got to this point because we can get the end of this session done by the time that you guys get done there.
Okay.
If you need a lift in the morning, more than happy to give you a lift because I've got to be in work early tomorrow anyway.
Thanks, man.
I mean, I'm planning on leaving at like 8 o'clock, but if we play a bit late, I'm happy to go to work with you.
No, you're right. To be fair, I mean, so I'm happy to play till whenever because I'm going to start at 8, but I mean, I'm good. So.
Yeah, cool.
Cheers,
I'm college tomorrow, but I don't actually have lectures until 2 o'clock.
Oh, sweet. So yeah, we can play till like midnight at the latest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Chris isn't, and Chris is off on holiday, bastard.
And if we want to play another session Thursday, I'm free for that, but we don't have to.
I probably won't be available because I really need to focus on some uni work in the evenings from now on.
Not a problem.
Can I just before we do,
So we can play a little bit later tonight, but I can't play on Thursday.
Fireball into my spell.
What level is it?
It's level 7.
It takes 7 hours.
Could I get half of it in ready?
Yeah, it has to be done in one go. That said, you can do it the following night
Right, I'll do it the following night then. It's just scripted for now.
when you make camp with the Rangers.
Are we in a safe enough settlement? I could do knock a couple of hours off the other spell.
At this time, fucking no.
Okay. I'm really desperate to. It's 16 hours
the
left.
meeting convened at 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's 11 o'clock. He took us at 11.
Yeah, it took you at 11. That conversation went for 2 hours.
Ah, the meeting closed at 1 o'clock in the morning then.
Yes.
Right, I'll go back.
And
to the
you'll
tent
be
and get my
leaving
head down.
at dawn.
And then I will. Hello. I'm now going to go and sleep rather than work on my spell.
You can try and work on it and go exhausted.
Well, I'm not going to do that. That's a ridiculous thing to do.
Wizards are barbarians.
We don't have that special coffee to keep you going either.
Oh yeah, the orc coffee.
Clive's coffee, wasn't it?
Yeah, Clive's orc coffee. The only thing more powerful is bugbear coffee. When Chris comes back, we'll get back on.
Roberto is literally just going to be like, well, that was a long day. I'm just going to go.
Yeah, you are out. Just gone.
I take it we'll probably be basically skipping a couple of days or so because.
You guys will not have to roll for travel.
Okay. So should I bother writing in, or should I write the day that we arrive at the temple, based diary?
You'll be arriving at the temple on the 11th.
The 11th of the 11th. I'll go feed her in a minute because she's not going to get any better.
I'll feed her now. Well, wait for Chris to come back.
I can go because they'll be talking with, or are we just? I don't know.
Taking a short rest. I'll just roll some D10.
So we're not doing a Halloween party, are we?
So how many HP? Oh, well, I gained 2 HP. Great. I gained 3. This isn't Roberto. This is me. 5, 6, 4. Fuck it. All the dice.
All of them.
I've recovered this much.
Ah,
It's still not enough.
Right. Kel's just gone to feed the whining little baby.
no problem.
But you fed me earlier.
How are we doing with this? Because I think we're fucking acing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing brilliantly. We've just persuaded a bunch of racist old elves to put aside their old racism.
Except for one who just does it on principle.
Exactly. That's just one. That's one old lady.
That's one old lady taking it to another old lady.
Yeah.
By the way-
That's not so much because she disagrees with us as she just doesn't want to agree with her.
By the way, something I genuinely did for this. I actually wrote down all their ages in case it came up.
Cool.
So the oldest was Lady Gilharim, who, as it turns out, is actually Sehanine, so that doesn't count. But she's been masquerading as that role for 1,622 years.
I was wondering something unusual. Like, is there something else with
Pallid
this
elves.
particular? Ah, nice.
Pallid elves. Ah.
Archdruidess Irenea, so Seladine's great-grandmother, 1,547 years. And she still looks like she's the same age as Seladine.
Great.
Good.
I realise now I'm going to get a bloody slap on the wrist, aren't I?
What?
Telepathy with the moon goddess. She's with one of the moon goddesses. She's good.
She didn't mind. She
Oh.
was the only one who didn't mind.
All the rest of them just calmed their tits after a few minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, you were listening into my private conversation.
Elder Mother Avara, 734 years.
Hmm? Well, practically a child.
She's got 16 years left. Yeah, elves live to be about 750. She's on the end of her life, and that's why she hates Irenea. Because Irenea is older than her, and she still looks like she's an adolescent.
And here and there,
Oh, she's bitter.
Forever.
Yeah, because I remember. Sorry,
God.
because I remember when you were saying when I first met her, she looked surprisingly young.
For someone with that much presence and confidence and that much rank.
I just realised we should have clocked she was related to Celadine. You made mention of the beauty mark again.
Yeah, it's only down if Andez's line, that beauty mark and hair, the off black hair. Archwizard Farcon Moonflight, 578. Lord Alchemist Crayfair Uthadrin, 521. And the youngest member of the council, Lord Huntsmaster Yanlaw, at 347.
So he's basically a 20-year-old to them.
He'd be middle-aged, so in his late 30s, I'd say.
Wow, to elves, Celadine is literally a child.
Oh yeah, all of you are. I love that Celadine is actually the oldest member. You two are the oldest member of the party, but obviously you two have the oldest maturity. I love how that works.
It definitely was a job because I had to get a box to stand on.
I love that.
Sent you a message, Cal. Sent you a message.
I still have not done what could have got me kicked out and possibly the rest of us, and I'm not going to now.
Good plan. Let's not get kicked out.
I was trying to force that. I'm not gonna lie.
You were trying to force me to undo my disguise.
Yeah, I kind of wanted it to happen.
No.
No, not now, but like in the meeting, that would have been amazing. I've not had anything yet, Nick.
Really?
Yeah.
I sent it to you over Messenger.
Honestly, if a racism thing had come up, I was going to start going through all my 13 languages at them.
That would have impressed Archwizard Farcon.
And saying in each and every single one of them, now is not the time to have enemies.
Here we go.
Oh, you realise food's been served, did you?
Okay, I will send you the information for that.
Thank you.
Diamond just walked in.
Oh! I'm sorry, but just hearing these muses make it very hard to stay serious.
I know, I love it.
I'm just getting a bit of tissue and those.
Okay. So, to fill you in, Chris.
Yes?
So because the Elven Rangers are going to be traveling with you, you will basically be arriving at the Halls of the Unseeing Eyes on the 11th.
So how many days of travel is that?
5 days total. You will arrive there around noon after they part ways with you. They are headed straight for Dunder, and they'll part ways at one point. It means that for the next 5 days travel, you don't need to roll to see what finds you. So
I'll still keep the weather calm just in case, just to ease travel.
I will tell them ahead of time if they've heard from the other guards. I'm sure he has spread the word to you that they consider me a dead man walking. If she arrives, leave us be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I need constitution checks.
Oh.
Because you are traveling with Elven Rangers who only need to sleep for 4 hours.
Okay. Oh.
So, hold on. Celadine, Narlock, Roberto, and Zed. Your animals do not need to make these checks because animals have a similar feature to elves. They don't need as much rest. So, Celadine.
14.
Narlock.
16.
Otto.
22.
Zed.
What do I get for an 18 on
+4.
modifier?
+4.
16.
Okay. You all managed the first day's travel. Doing all right so far. Second day's.
$14 again.
17.
Bollocks. 9.
15.
Okay.
So
Zed.
17, 16, 15.
It is an increasing DC because it's 5 days hard travel.
So then, it's not easy lugging around this much armor. Ooh. I feel like Gimli.
Actually, that's fair.
And I'm just walking past him, actually overtaking him. I'm like, I don't know, this is pretty good exercise.
Yeah,
we
what
like
would
it.
you
We
start
like
using-
it.
You can ride on one of the animals.
Guys, I've got a great idea. Coffee.
Oh, that
You don't have some of that evil stuff, do you?
Yes.
Wait a minute, what?
The coffee.
Oh god.
you've got some of that coffee.
If we all sip that coffee gently on the next day's travel, we should be able to make it.
How long have you had that? Wait, what? Yeah, how long have you had that? Where was that when we were in the Undercity?
I mean,
Well, hang on, didn't we keep a portion of it in the bag of holding that then went to my bag of holding?
I think we did, yeah.
Hang on.
I assume it's like in bean form or something.
Yeah, is it bean or was it freshly made?
It needs to be brewed.
So it's the beans, yeah.
Yeah. If they're okay to stop for
Basically,
long enough.
before you leave camp in the morning, you can brew some up.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. 3rd day's travel with the coffee. I need everyone to make a constitution check at advantage except for Zed, who makes it base, because he should be rolling at disadvantage.
10.
Thank God for the advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. 11.
You're exhausted.
Dirty 20.
You're doing okay. Narlock,
21.
you're doing okay. Zed,
10.
you are looking worse.
Coffee did nothing.
When you are so tired, coffee does nothing.
Roberto's just like, whee!
It's so cold up here.
What do you mean? I feel great.
Yeah, you and Narlock having a great time.
You're like that squirrel from Hoodwinked.
Okay, last 2 days.
Base or disadvantage now?
You used up the coffee. Narlock, Zed and Celadine disadvantage.
Us at base.
You at base.
Here we go.
Oh, thank you, Lord. Dirty 20.
Wow.
15.
20.
13 even at disadvantage.
Okay. Narlock,
15.
fail.
Oh.
22.
Holy shit!
Roberto's fine. Roberto's possibly from the snowy lands of wintry Russia.
So and fuck.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
You've known my true accent now.
Sing a song, yes, a travel song.
Then you kind of hit that point where you are so exhausted, and then you kind of just push through it, and you don't know how, but you have energy again. Like, holy crap!
Second
what's
win.
happened? Yeah, absolutely. Celadine, you are not doing well, but you know that tonight is the last night's travel with the Rangers. I need
I picked up a
Celadine.
cold.
Aw,
Wait,
Celadine.
is this the 10th?
This is the 10th. It is this night that you know that Fenris will be coming to you.
Oh.
Okay. We're getting a double whammy of gods, guys. We're getting Fenris Sulphur on the 10th, Helm on the 11th.
Oh, yeah. Strap yourself in.
What? Go!
Celadine and Narlock.
Why do I have to suffer your god?
We
I had to almost die for yours.
I did die.
Good.
guys,
You're
I'm an
great.
atheist.
I'm just literally saying, I should become a ranger one day.
I'm technically speaking.
Ranger Club. Okay.
I'm technically speaking an atheist, and I'm suffering for two gods I don't even believe in.
Celadine and Narlock. Celadine and Narlock roll at disadvantage.
Oh, I hate you.
Roberto and Zed roll at base. Last day.
Okay, so that first one was 18.
Oh, 20!
He's probably going to fail at this one.
If it had been an advantage, it would have been a 20.
Ah. What's your constitution modifier?
Nick. That is cocked. What way do I roll it? Or do I
Just
re-roll?
let's re-roll it.
I've rolled an 8 altogether. Leave me alone with my
Right.
full. Leave me alone with my full.
My first one was
social
a 6. My first one was a 16, so that's 18 overall. My second was a 15, so that's 17 overall.
22.
Well done.
Just a pass. Roberto,
Oh, that means I failed this one and got a 19.
just a fail.
Oh, so close, so close. I'm just like, okay, I take back what I said.
You are all patted on the back, given very good commendations from the rangers who travelled with you.
Yay.
Like, holy shit, you guys kept up well.
I'm hungry.
You may have a
Hurry
long
up that
rest.
fucking tent.
Yeah. This night you will have a long rest, and you are pointed in the direction of the keep of the Unseeing Eyes.
I am crawling into my bed with whatever the Middle Earth equivalent of a honey and lemon is.
It's still honey and lemon.
That
Think I
think Zed and 20 just you got an arm over, but you got an arm over both Tibbles and 20. They're just dragging you to your bed.
Yeah.
I'm doing the John Wayne walk. The reason why I sort of fell was because I had a lot of the soreness from the walking.
Yeah,
It
it was
kicked
more
in.
the chafing that just kicked you in the arse at the end. So,
Bed.
the DCs, first day 8, second day 12, third day 15, fourth day 18, last day 21.
Oh,
It's a bit of a classic.
Nice.
Okay, you are all enjoying a long rest under the watchful eyes of the elven rangers of Olaluma in the forests of Fanbercho. Zed, you're awoken at about 2 o'clock in the morning, would be your guess, to the sound of pouring at the tent.
Is it what? Tibbles is inside, isn't he?
What is inside? As is
Yeah.
20. As is Measly.
I head outside.
You are gored by a massive ball. Joking.
I wouldn't be surprised. That'd just be my luck, wouldn't it?
It's like, yeet. Sorry, I couldn't not. After how
Right,
tense that
That's it.
section on the was.
Right to the moon. It would work.
Okay. Now, as you open the door, as you open the zip, there is the familiar white fur of Steak Eater. And at the campsite that always appears in front of the tent is the grey wolf, Esther, and sat opposite her, turning. You can't tell if it's a very fat squirrel or a very skinny rabbit, but he's turning it on a spit quite casually as he looks up at you. Patchwork coat, now replaced with a fur-lined leather coat. The leather still patched, but more stylishly, more reasonably. And beneath the coat, you see a mixture of metals and furs of different armors, almost like the two forms, Fenris and Fenris Sulfur, are trying to meet in the middle and find a coalesced form. But the white-haired form of the god of wolves looks up at you. Take a seat, Zed. Come on.
Zed moves over and sits next to him. I must thank you for all you did earlier. 5 days ago, my lord, you did. Even though it was her who turned up eventually. What is it? Turned up in physicality.
Yeah.
I can't believe it was. I can't believe. I should have guessed.
You know what? I should have guessed. I can't believe I didn't even clock that it was her. You can do me a favor by scooching one seat to the right. Thanks. You're a bit close, Zed. That's all. You're massive.
Oh, I wasn't that. Oh, right. No.
You said you sat down next to him.
I thought you said you have a seat next to him on the log.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously I give him some space. I mean, geez, come on.
Yeah. You don't get all coachy close to him. Warm me, God!
Lean your head on him.
Oh. Yeah, we say Tibbles has joined. Tibbles came out with me as well.
Yeah, looking at the three walls before you, something you're starting to notice, like, holy shit, Tibbles is bigger than Esther or Steak Eater.
Really? I thought Steak Eater was big enough for him to ride.
No, Steak Eater's not big enough to ride.
Oh, I thought she was. I thought she was a super. Or at least she was in the dream. She was very big.
Yeah, that's the depictions. These are the real wolves.
Ah.
And they are dire wolves. They are big wolves, but Tibbles looks a little bit bigger. All right.
So, I suppose now you've come to my decision.
I have. I said at the next full moon. So I feel it fair that you have the full information if you're going to make the decision. You've been in this body for 2 full moons now. How is it?
It's a strong body. I'm able to survive and do all that I can to still maintain my role as cleric. But it is not. I understand and I accept that it will never be the body that I had.
I understand. It's difficult to accept things that aren't yours. All right. So, 2 decisions present themselves for you, and it is the role of the alpha to make decisions. So, you can remain in the body you have now. It will be unchanged. You will live out your days with this form, and eventually you will pass into the afterlife where you will join us with the Lunar Pantheon as your soul, distant from any dislikes or unhappiness of a body that isn't yours. Or you can begin the process tonight of giving you a new body. But you must understand, it will not be your original body. It will be a new body completely. I cannot promise you will be happier with this body. I cannot promise it will be anything like your old body. I can promise enough to say that there will be orc blood coursing through your veins rather than the blood of giants. But anything other than that, even I don't know. Moon is a mysterious entity after all. And like the ebb and flow of the ocean, it's transitional.
I understand. The decision I've made is to transition back to being an orc. For even though this body was gifted to me even though I accept it'll never be the body that I once had. Ever since I've had this body, every mention that I have of not being what I was has always infuriated me. The notion of being what I am not, is something that I just cannot accept. And when I saw what the Lead Witch did to my tribe, even in this body, the orc blood boiled. I know what I am. And even if I am not a true orc, even if I am still part of it, I still wish to have that blood within me.
All right then. So you have asked, so we'll begin. Good luck. And you return to your dream state, never having left your bed. -1 charisma +1 Constitution.
Okay. So charisma goes to 12, which is a +0, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And Constitution goes to a 19.
Yes.
What are you making him?
What do you want?
Would you like something to lean on?
Hmm?
Would you like something to lean on?
Hmm?
Would you like something?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
In the morning, after a proper long rest, Celadine, you are still frigid feeling, but you have rested, mildly irritable. Oh, not too bad. Zed and Narlock, you two are feeling the aches and twinges of a rough, long few days, but you're okay. Roberto, holy crap, that was a good walk.
Whew.
Can I
I'm gonna
ask?
do that again.
Yeah.
You
I'm
said
ready for training.
obviously with what's happened to Nick, has anything physical happened to him that we would notice?
Everyone give me a perception check.
If he's going like this, this is a good one. I pick up one of Tibbles' own bones. If he goes on like that, I'm going to shove this so far.
22.
No, I only rolled a 4, and to be brutal, I should probably be rolling at disadvantage because I think I'm looking at Roberto with genuine hatred.
Yeah.
It's amazing what a 21 can do as well as lots of walking. Yeah, 21.
22.
Okay. Celadine is the only one not to notice. Obviously, Zed, you don't notice. It's your face. You two. It looks like Zed. You don't think his hairline was that receding yesterday. It's funny.
I quickly just draw my sword and hold it to his throat. I just get both. I get the sword out like this and the dagger out, and I just go, "What have you done with Father Zed? Because he did not look like that."
Oh, let's not go mental now.
I don't remember seeing that older chap coming in.
Was
it one of the Rangers?
So
They need to
early in
fight?
the morning.
Zed!
Just gonna start frantically elbowing Roberto. Don't comment on it.
It's not like he's different. It's just the hairline's a little bit receding.
Don't
Going
comment
to a bit
on
of
it.
a
That's
widow's
rude. That's really rude.
Sorry, it was unexpected.
Sorry, it must just be the morning. No. I pour water into the basin, and I sort of just hand it to him. Just look at yourself. You're not. You're different, but not.
Right. It's just a receding hairline at this point. Just like, might have been the stress of the run.
Could be a receding hairline, could be a sloping brow.
Like an orc.
Orcs have sloping brows.
Are you? Do you feel okay?
I feel
All right.
just like ever.
Right.
This is a bit fucking fun.
It matters not. What happens from now on happens.
What does that mean?
Fenris Gate has given me a choice, and I've taken it. I'll tell you about it when it latest, but it'll become obvious.
You asked him to give him less hair?
Oh,
I heard that. Right, get the phone.
What did he say? What did he say?
You wish for less hair.
Right. I get my bag of,
Tibbles, get him.
I get my bag of food, and I get the big giant pole. You hold him down. I'll shove this where the sun don't shine.
Right.
This is
What?
pole.
It's time for morning lap. See you later.
what?
Let's see how
direction-
far you can run now.
What direction
It's
are
after
you
running
running
with
slash
Tibbles going
shooting?
after
I suppose.
If it's a tent, I'm only going to try and crawl under the tent.
He's crawling out under the side that I'm just eating my morning oatmeal and hating the weather.
It's nice. And then you kind of look to the side, and there's a freshly made breakfast for all four of you that none of you have noticed yet. Looks like foraged squirrel or rabbit. You're not sure which.
Oh,
What? I didn't cook that, did you?
No, but
Just
I look around at the elves. What are the elves
No.
up to?
They went a while ago.
Oh,
Also, when they have been eating, it's mostly elf bread or foraged fruit.
Well, it's better than the rat they were serving back at back in the town. God, who eats rats?
We
Hey,
do.
meat is meat.
What?
Kobold just pops up underneath. Rat's great, full of protein, loads of calories.
Also, it's quite good in stews.
Agreed. Mail call.
An unexpected surprise. Oh, mail call.
You finally got rid of the elves.
Oh, do you not like them either?
They shoot us.
Oh, well, I'll try and talk to them about that.
Don't worry about it. We're in the dwarf settlement. They'll see us one way or another.
All right.
And there we've got guards and crossbows. Crossbows are fun. See you later.
Who's arming them?
The dwarves. A dwarf's hobby is weapon crafting, and here is a race that has no set weapon except for pickaxes.
Do you ever get the distinct impression that you tried to do something good and you've actually done something really, really, really,
Oh.
really bad?
If that's the case, Mr. Mailman, I reach into my bag of holding and take one of the random like crossbows that we got. And just go,
Oh yeah.
here you go, payment.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, that's it. That was the kobold introduction
I'll
there.
have to take that out of there. I have to take that off the list.
So did the
Well,
kobolds bring this?
I
I
don't think so.
guess. I mean,
Out of character, I'm saying for sure it was Fenris.
I was thinking that.
it was probably Fenris.
It's very nicely seasoned. It's a bit earthen, like it hasn't been
Oh,
washed, but seasoned nicely.
That's it. If it is Fenris, I give thanks for the bounty he has blessed upon us.
It is only right.
Well, I say let's eat up. Now we're actually being allowed to sit down for a bit.
Yeah.
My
You
God,
will
Elf
take
Lady.
one of the one of the what looks like rabbit leg and just go, always did taste like chicken.
It's well from
Maybe.
Norlock does not eat with any kind of grace. He's a half orc. He's just straight in there.
As you bite into it, you realize it's not squirrel, it's not rabbit, it's snow fox.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah, snow
it
fox.
doesn't taste like chicken. Just it's fox. Okay.
Tastes nice.
That's
Yeah. Eat up breakfast. Well, from one god to another, it's time for you to finally face your.
Yep.
I kind of look around and check the horizon. Do I see any cloud of birds or something rising from the trees and the sound of an oncoming charge?
Weather's a bit rainy. Not heavy, but bit of snow, light slush.
As we're so close, I won't bother with the weather today.
It's a 3-hour walk.
It's only rain. Some of us walk through snowdrifts.
Guys, I will say to
Do it
you,
again.
guys, I will say to you, as much as she's going to be a pain to put down, I do feel sorry for her. It is my fault that, she's kind of like this. So all I know is that she was waiting for me, and I should have been there as a paladin for her, but I wasn't. So yeah.
Maybe when she's calmed down a bit, you can explain to her it wasn't on purpose.
Exactly. Always a chance to make amends, kiss and make up, and then hey diddle diddle, and we're off again.
Right then. Kiss the pig.
Well, I wouldn't seriously recommend it, but the idea.
Yeah, no.
Are you literally going to put lipstick on a pig?
Okay.
Hey, Jim Henson thought it was good. Good idea.
This conversation is ongoing on the way that you were told is the halls of the unseeing eyes. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Is
I will read later. Read later. Oh, just one thing. The one I did manage to read. Travellers made it to Torgaval
hey.
Yay!
and
Oh,
appears to be annoying the crap out of Tilly.
Hey, you meta.
Huzzah!
Because we've done our bit.
So, as you make your way through the forest, it starts to thin. The trees aren't as old, the trees are not as big. The trees look like they've been cut back in certain areas. Not recently, but over time. And sometimes they just don't grow because there's no point. And as you pull your way where the trees turn to bush and eventually you break, you see the mountain crest above you in a great overarch that shadows everything within. In the nook of the crag of Grilver, that's where you are. The mountain of Grilver is about 2 days travel northwest, vertical. You can hear the rumble of the volcano already. It is ever burning. But here, covered by this overcrop, is an overgrown garden of thorns. Looking over the plants, these are flowers, these are plants that should flower. Roses, brambles, blackberries, but there are no buds, there are no points, there are no flowers on this wall of thorns that protect the overgrown garden.
Zed steps forward and lays a hand on them. Speak with plants.
Oh.
There's a moment, and then multiple voices at once. God protect, God save, protect, home.
I whisper, please open for a paladin of the protector.
There's a slight shuffle as they move side to side, giving enough space for you to go one at a time. There is a path, an old cobblestone path, inlaid with metal cobbles, occasionally, but mostly stone. Narlock.
You bet.
I will go first.
As is the way. You all follow behind. Stepping out into the overgrown and half-dead gardens that appear to only produce plants that grow sharp thorns and stinging nettles. Things to turn away lesser bodies.
Turn away lesser bodies, yes, but
You see a single building, massive on either side, about 2 stories, but looks like it's an open hall within. No windows save those across the topmost band. The whole building is made of hardened rock with bands of metal to reinforce each side. The building has suffered the assault of the mountain, rock piles either side, and fire covering every wall. But the building itself, solid, stalwart. And before you, across a courtyard emblazoned with the symbol of Helm, is a small semicircular dais leading up to a stone door that is closed.
I lay my hand on the door and push it open.
As soon as you lay your hand on the door, your tattoo colours and you see the symbol of Helm on the door as it slides open either side. Inside, you see an open hall at the very far end, about 40, 50 feet. You can see a 20-foot tall stone and platinum statue of Helm. Great sword in hand over one shoulder, great shield at his side. There are other statues, 15 of them, 7 on the left, 7 on the right. Some human, 1 half-orc, a couple of halflings, and a couple of dwarves. What do you do?
Are they actually here, like alive, or are they?
They're statues, stone
Right.
statues.
I want to examine the statues.
You go in.
Mhm.
Okay, you go in. What about the rest of you?
Follow.
Who is the first one to follow, or do you all enter at the same time?
Celadine.
Yes.
Narlock holds out his hand. Trust me, it may come in. It may come of use to introduce you.
All right. I'll take his hand.
Okay. And what about you two? Do you enter as well?
Good at enter, but I'm also scanning, so I'm looking back, just keeping an eye on
Okay.
things.
Zach?
Before setting foot inside, I kind of just glanced at the heavens, just like, is this a good idea?
Okay, so you stall for a moment. Celadine goes in with Narlock. Roberto, you go in. 20 obviously follows you with Measley.
Mhm.
Okay.
If I see Roberto and that enter, and nothing happens, I'll follow suit.
Well, wait and see if we die first.
No, just wait to see if anything happens, because sometimes if an unfaithful enters a religious zone,
But
booby trapped.
your statements have already been stated. So,
Yeah.
Narlock, you enter absolutely fine. Celadine, holding Narlock's hand, fizzle around you as you feel the divine arcane gate around you as Roberto.
Told you.
Ooh, that's nasty. 8, 10.
Was 20
20.
zapped as well?
20 actually made it inside.
20's allowed in.
Sort of. It can be explained.
I suppose technically he's a guard dog, so he's a
20,
protector.
40, exactly.
No, she doesn't
52 points
need
of damage.
Narlock to protect her, but this was his first. This was the first thing. You were the first person he was ever tasked with protecting.
Aw.
That's the only reason that he has brought you inside.
Oh, that's really
Only
sweet.
sensation you can explain that to is like being hit with a very powerful and very big greatsword.
Hey, it wasn't me.
No, and you are blasted backwards, but not like by blasting backwards. More like you've just been knocked backwards by a strong hit.
Can Zed try and catch him?
Give me I'd say a strength check.
Yep, I get 52.
17.
17. Yeah, you catch him. You can see a massive line across his front that looks like he's just been slashed with a giant sword.
Looks like I'm not welcome in that place.
No, I tried to warn you.
Well, just trying to keep an eye out for friends.
The calculated damage of that was 2d6 plus 5d8 plus 5d10.
Ooh, nasty.
That could have been worse.
Yeah, it's all right. I've still got.
You could look up how I came up with that. That's the damage of a great sword plus a max level divine smite plus the most
Ooh.
damaging version of bonus action smite that you can get in 5th edition.
Jesus.
Banishing smite.
Ow.
Zed uses heal.
Fair.
Thank you.
That's 52 points of damage.
That's
Fair.
all. I was going to say, if it's heal, that's straight up 70, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm
Except for except for 1d4.
Yeah, except for 1d4.
Okay, so you're at max -3.
Not bad. You're
Nice.
taking 3 points of damage instead of 52 points of damage. Okay.
I'm like, oh.
Celadine and Narlock. You two are in the halls of the unseeing eyes. Celadine, you feel like you shouldn't have actually gotten in here, but because Narlock brought you in and his divine oath was to protect you, that's what's happened here.
Roberto just got really hurt.
I'm okay.
Yes. I get the feeling that was to be the case.
Could have warned us.
I didn't know it would happen. I did have a feeling something might happen, but not sure what. Sid, I don't think the Fenris is going to be able to give you a read on this. He might be able to tell you not to go in here, but that should be obvious by now.
Oh, I already knew that. Training religious studies day 2.
To say the least on mine. Anywho.
As the two of you entered, you did notice that as you entered, the eyes of the 14 statues glowed very lightly pale white. And when Roberto tried to enter, they flared white. And all the heads of the statues are currently looking at the door.
Oh, this is all awfully unpleasant.
Divine. The two sides, the two sets of statues, the 7 to the left, you can see going north towards you, a human, a wood elf, a human, a halfling, a human, and a half-orc is the one closest to you on your left. There is a metal plaque emblazoned on every wall that reads, "The Vigilant." And to your right, going again north towards you, you see a human, a halfling, a human, a half-elf, a human. Oh, there was a dwarf earlier, and then a dwarf is the closest one to you. And emblazoned on every wall reads, "The Prepared." In the middle of the room is a bronze dais, flush to the floor. As you walk over it, there is no separation between floor and dais. And on it is the symbol of Helm raised in the metal. It's massive, by the way, about 10 foot total around. And then at the far end is the statue of Helm, emblazoned in stone and platinum.
I stand on the dais with Celadine. At this point, I let go of her hand and I say, "I have brought before you the one I was originally guarded to protect. Before your eyes, when you gave me but a medal of worship, and now I come to you as paladin to face what challenge you give before me. For this," and I hold up the ring, "is the protection not only of what I have, but what I may come to have yet. For those are my ideals."
The 14 statues all turn to look at you. And in front of you, where there is the statue of Helm, you see a plaque in platinum, but the words on it pick out in glowing electrum. You can't read them from this far. You will need to get closer.
Celadine, please stay where you are.
Here. All right. Plenty could stay with me too, right?
Seems to.
If at this point you wish to leave, you may.
No, I'll stay with you. I'll stay.
You watch the 14 heads follow Narlock of these stone statues with very faintly glowing white eyes.
Takes a deep breath and moves forward.
Okay. As you reach the statue of Helm, the 20-foot tall statue, you see a plaque reading quite a long subjective text, but it's clearly instructions for this place. Vigilance and preparation. Lo, paladin of the vigilant watcher whose eyes never truly close. State your need before your brothers and sisters in arms whose guardian souls have come to rest within these halls. By their judgment and their vigilance, they will offer 3 answers, divided by the vigilant, the prepared, and the false. Choose one answer, vigilance or preparation. An object of need, ignore the false, the object of want. Then give of yourself an object of need for a future vigilant of the god of protection. In times of greatest need, the vigilant may make of 3 requests upon the agreement of 60 years. You will make pilgrimage to the repository each year, lest these hall fall to ruin.
Can you give me in summary what that's
Okay.
Am I right?
Jesus.
Sorry, I got so into writing that. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right. I was
don't
able to
understand.
interpret it.
Sure. I'm happy to explain it in easier terms, to be honest.
If he asks for something,
So
3 options will be presented, and
Yes.
one of them will be a bad one, and the other 2 are okay ones.
I'll break this down really simple, yeah?
Okay.
State
Yeah.
a problem that you need an answer to. The previous paladins who came before, the paladins of vigilance and the paladins of preparation, will present an answer, an object that will give you what you need to solve a problem that you have. There will also be a false answer. If you choose the false answer, ruin will come to you. You have to choose one of the 2 correct answers.
Okay. I believe I know what it is. I need to state something then that is of need and of want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I take my sword and I stamp it to the ground in the same stance that he's in. So I've got it in my hands like this above the sword.
Yeah.
And I say, before the statue and before them, looking at them all, my need is of a solution to the family I had before, that they may find a leader, for they are without one, and without one, they are guideless. My want is of my future with the family I am yet to have, for they are in what I see happiness, which until knowing of my friendship and my court of protection, I have never known to this point. Help me to choose the path upon which I am to be set.
Sorry, there was one other thing I did want to mention. You can make 3 separate requests here. But that is under the agreement that Narlock for the next 60 years will make pilgrimage back here.
Every year.
Every year. And add something to the repository. Yeah, you have to give something as well that a future paladin may have need of.
So long as the temple stands.
If he doesn't, the temple will fall.
I mean, if it'll help, there's a lot of stuff in the bag of holding we've probably not got a use for anymore.
So the problem you want help with is the predicament that you're in at the moment about helping your old tribe find
A leader.
a leader or a future.
And also helping Narlock to basically free himself. He can pursue his own family, because through friendship he has found happiness, and he knows through the people he has now found in Torgaval, Rachel among them, that is where he will be happy.
You're allowed 3, right?
3 separate requests.
Does that count as 1 or?
That counts as 1.
Okay.
Sorry, because I knew there were so many
That's-
options, I didn't plan fully. So I'm trying to think.
That is my personal request.
I like it. I like it as a request.
I've got a suggestion of one we could ask for as well.
I lean in.
If we could get to that after this,
Sorry,
that's all right.
yes,
No,
sorry.
I'm absolutely fine with that. That's just because I have to create them at the same time.
That's okay. This letter is locked.
You must be this level to be able to unlock
Oh,
letters.
hang on, I will fold it at the end.
The yellow key is required.
Okay. Celadine,
Yes.
you feel a rumble beneath your feet on the dais. The whole dais drops about 2 inches.
I'm dodging backwards.
You get off the dais?
Yeah, I'm getting off this thing.
You get off
I'm not
the
getting
dais.
eaten by gods.
You get off the dais as the whole bronze platform disappears beneath the floor. And from the floor, you hear the chunk and clockwork gears beneath. As a table with 3 objects is presented before you. The 3 objects, a small scale version of a sailing ship. Looks like it is a small scale version of a very big ship, like a galleon or a man of war. The second is a great axe. Big, heavy, very strong. The third is a cross banner. There is no banner currently on it, but you know when they used to go into battle and they'd have a banner holder?
Mhm.
It's one of those. There is a voice in your head. Look, but do not touch. The one you touch is the one you choose. Choose wisely, my new paladin. Two choices are correct. One is wrong. One is very wrong.
May I cast detect magic over the?
They're all
over these-
magical.
They're all magical.
Even I can I can tell that that would be the case because I have detect magic.
Hmm.
It needs to be the answer of logic.
You are also aware that when you pick it up, the ones who chose it, the vigilant or the prepared, will tell you what the object you've just picked up is.
If my guess is correct, this one, and I usher to the banner, is in relation to the question of the tribe, because this could be a new start for them under a new name in a new place. The axe looks like it may bring war. Often a symbol of war, because that is not anything I've seen within Helm as a symbol of protection. The boat I am unsure on. The boat I see perhaps as some symbol, even that could be a symbol of nice feature. It could be a symbol in relation to the fact that, I don't know, at a reach, perhaps Lana, who is of relation to you, of traveling with family, I don't know.
The ship.
Could be a flagship.
The ship could also mean perhaps an indication of you going back to get your tribe, but you know they're coming here, don't you?
Yeah.
So it could be an indicator that they just become sailors, I suppose.
And if this is a blank thing, it could still be a new start.
I think the cross banner would be the one I'd go for as well. It's a new start, and you could start the tribe could start a whole new way of life here in Glendorrel.
And I could start a new way of life as well in the path I wish.
United under a new banner.
You
He
take
grabs the banner.
Sorry, distress.
As you touch the banner, 7 voices chime in your mind. The voices of the vigilant. The banner of the champion has been taken. And as you hold up the banner hole, a banner unfurls. And you can see on it a symbol of Helm, intermingled with the symbol of Fenrisulfur, intermingled with the symbol of Bane. And as you do that, it shrinks down and becomes telescopic in your hand. You will use this when the time is right.
So it's not a tattoo on my hand.
No, it is a smaller version of itself for easy transport.
I think we chose the right one.
I put it in the bag of holding and I look to say which. I don't know if I'll find out which was the wrong answer.
It was the axe.
I knew the axe was war.
You get the axe of the wrong one.
That was the great axe of the warlord.
I am not a warlord.
The last one, the ship, is a folding man of war battleship.
Damn it!
Oh.
The choice of the prepared was that you give your tribe their freedom to find somewhere new. Whereas this is to make somewhere new for them under a new banner. Not necessarily that you are the leader of their tribe, but a new tribe. A particular name for a tribe. The Gatlock Vess. The Gatlock of Vestalt. What do you offer to the repository of the vigilant and the prepared?
I've got lots of things in the bag of holding. If you
Give them the orbs, give them the orbs.
No, not the orb.
Oh, you've got two of them.
I've got some
Aha!
skills.
I've got the very thing.
Okay.
I go into my bag of holding. I have 2 cloaks of protection.
Cloak of protection.
One shall be on quest to protect their ideals. In doing so, they too must be guarded. With this, and I lay it down, they may do so.
Okay. It is accepted. The dais returns as if nothing had happened, and the statue's eyes remain on you, Narlock. You have 2 more requests if you want to use them.
I do have one. I again stamp the sword in front of I stamp it in front of Helm, and I say, in my quest, I had a chance to meet with one who was coming to aid me. I missed that chance by foolishly doing a deal with one whose trustworthiness is bound only by monetary exchange. As he calls it, favor for favor. He owes no allegiance to anyone. I wish to apologize to the one who sought to help me, for I fear now she feels only hatred for me, or at least anger towards me for not being there when she needed me. So my request is to get help to convince her that I am both sorrowful and still willing to accept her help and offer mine to her.
Roberta, let's just step away from the door.
I don't hear any of this. I'm just like, where
You
we
can
going?
hear it. You can hear it.
Echoes now.
Yeah. I just literally step back. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going near that place anymore, ever again.
There's a
You can also
moment,
clear paths so the piggy can charge in and kill him.
and in your mind, there is a chuckle. There are 15 chuckles. And then the familiar voice of Helm comes to you. Narlock, You have the means for that yourself. Prove your worth, boy. That will not count as one of your 3. And then it's almost like a chuckle falling away.
Hell, my lord, you know me too well. You know it was only worth a try.
Cheeky little shit.
Did that not count? The dice didn't do the rumble thing this time. I don't think that one counted.
It did not.
The advantage is physical exclusively.
Okay.
No, look, I do have
Yes.
a suggestion. Obviously,
Okay.
this is religion and it's yours and it's beyond me so much. But there is something that's been weighing on my mind since we found out it is going to be an issue.
Okay.
We know that eventually we are going to have to go to Mechtown.
Mm-hmm.
And from everything, all the research, from everything I've written to people about, all I can find out is that Mechtown is a sealed fortress that no one goes in or out. And I can't work out a way. Apparently you can't even get a message in to the kobolds have told me they can't even dig their way in.
You want me to find out if we can seek passage?
Passage, an ally, a name, anything. I've been racking my brains, and I just can't.
I again stamp the sword. To aid in our quest, can you give us a way to access Mechtown, that we may continue our process of gathering allies to protect these lands?
You get the feeling as the rumble begins and the dais disappears that the question you asked and the answer you'll get are connected, but not as directly as you probably hoped. Almost like you asked not the wrong question, but not quite the right question. But the duty will be done, and the dais disappears, and out from below appears the same table that you just saw, and it is the same table. On it, you see, you spent a long time on the ships on your way here, and you guys spent a long time with Lana. There is a pile of about 9 cannonballs. They look a bit different kind of metal than heavy iron. There's something a bit different about them, but these are cannonballs. Next to the cannonball is a large barrel. And when I say a large barrel, I mean it's big enough to hide you in it, Narlock. And there's a panel on the side, and inside you can see little red beads. You've no idea what they look. Whatever, they look like red currants or little berries, but that's it. And the third is a compass, a simple brass compass.
What's that?
Oh, it was diamond going out. Cat flap.
Ah,
Okay. Well, I assume the cannonballs would be a bad option.
I
because
do
that-
too. We're not trying to bust in. We're not trying to make enemies or take over. We're trying to make peace, as we have been. That's what draws my eyes to the compass. The compass is almost like guiding, as if this might, at least as a compass would, show you the right direction. These, I don't know what they are.
No, I
You
can't.
ever seen them before?
Have I?
They look like berries. They look like red currants
Just looks like a bunch of berries.
in a massive barrel.
A lot of berries in a very big barrel, but it's. I mean, I suppose Mechtown might be short of food, so. But. I mean, if it was just a food situation, we've got options to offer them food, so.
It's not a case of hiding the berries and sneak your way in, is it?
It would only work for one of us, though. It feels like it should be either the barrel or the compass. And the compass makes more logical sense, but I'm very confused by the berries.
I'll let both of you I'll let everyone hearing this conundrum make a history or an insight check.
23 on insight.
12.
Did you say history or
History or insight.
I've not got history, so it'll have to be insight. So
Book smarts can also.
Oh,
Actually,
book smart.
not book smarts. This is something you've
Balls.
learned in your way.
so 12.
What about you, Swaddler?
No.
In that case, that is a 12.
Zed, what you know about the current situation in Tulok is that the Paladins and the Knights of Bane are keeping Scorer's beasts within the Tulok borders, cutting off supply from Halfton to Mechtown. They're trying to force Mechtown to take a side, specifically their side, so that they can gain access to weapons and armaments that Mechtown has exclusively.
I've just realised what they are, and Saladin wouldn't know.
No, by removing access to food and support. That's what you know about the situation.
So I know that Mechtown is currently in kind of a state of famine. As I'm calling this down, can you? Would I know what a good if it's a damn good berry? I swear.
It's a barrel full of fucking good
I was
berries.
thinking that.
Would I know what a good berry is?
Make me a magic check. So use your wisdom.
That's 16.
You know what good berry is, but you also know that good berry decays after 24 hours.
I mean, Zed, is there some? The first thing shrank down. If this did the same thing and I put it in the bag of holding, would that keep them or?
Good berries decay. If it is a good berry.
But if it was in the bag of holding, would it keep?
I mean, strictly speaking, a bag of holding is an opening into an alternative realm where time is sealed.
And time passes in the bag of holding.
Does it?
Yeah, time passes in the bag of holding, which is
Well,
why
that's
meat can
different rules
decay.
to what I've read then.
Oh, is that? Oh, it's first edition bag of holding. Time doesn't move.
Yeah, it's basically avoid space.
Oh, no, ignore me then. I know in 5th edition, the things in the bag decay, which is why it's so fun when people aren't open to them. All right, never mind. Time does not move in a bag of holding.
Okay. So I do not know, but it's possible. A good berry, if they are good berries, judging from the size, that could feed a Nate. That could feed a city for about a week.
Well, then give me an intelligence check. This would actually be an intelligence check, weirdly, because you can see how big the beads are and how big the barrel is. So it's how many beads are in the barrel.
Okay, 3.14 times my
21.
upwards of 2 million to 2.3 million berries.
There's about somewhere between 2 million and
2.3 million.
2.3 million. Yeah, I couldn't. Well, I could probably count them all, but it'd take me a really long time.
Oh, I fucking would.
Okay. But okay, so options are here. You have cannonballs, which mean you possibly assault your way, go in a frontal assault. The good bit, if they are good berries, it can. This is either a good one or the worst one, because by the fact if you choose the good berry, it gives you. It could feed the city, but if they don't stay ripe, they decay, and basically you'd lose them. Then you have the compass, which could guide you in. I think the cannonball is most likely the bad choice, but it depends. Would you wish to curry favor? If the good berries keep, you'll curry favor with the citizens.
But it is to prove to them that we are not there to starve them. If we leave it with them and tell them, regardless of whether you decide to side with us or not, we are leaving this with you.
At least now the decision isn't being made under duress.
Yeah, then it could just be that we are making an element of an extended hand of friendship. And if they do not listen to us, they do not listen to us. They can still keep them. And if they do listen to us, then they know we are at least in earnest.
Well, do what? This is your trial, not mine. I can only advise.
And I appreciate it.
It's your decision, Narlock.
I said odds the barrel, even the compass. I just rolled odds. I touched the barrel.
The barrel. And Jenny, would you like to tell what it is?
I don't actually know what it is.
IRL, you do.
Oh wait, is it some of that from? Oh my God, is it Caleb's?
Boba.
It's boba.
Yeah. It is a barrel.
Better. It's better than good berry.
It is a barrel of boba berries. Each berry can sustain a grown man or a halfling for a full day. There is enough in there to supply Mechtown with enough food for 6 months.
Does it shrink down as well?
It does not.
That's fine.
Bag of holding. Pour it into the bag of holding.
It is too much for the bag of holding.
How are we going to move this thing? Because we don't have a cart.
You can carry it.
We do not have a cart, but if all goes well, we may have her. And I am relying on her getting here and on me and her having our little spat. But for now, I left it down.
The damn thing.
You are told that information by the 7 prepared. The object of the vigilant was a compass of planar travel. Remove Mechtown from the equation altogether.
Oh, that was the bad choice.
No, that was the vigilant.
That's not a good choice. You just don't exist anymore.
No, they go somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
They are no longer under siege.
Okay, God, sorry, that sounded like, okay, you get to go live in the fireplace now.
Essentially, that would have been like Dr. Who, where he trapped Gallifrey in the painting. It's no longer at war, but it's not exactly in contact with anywhere either.
Exactly. And the false choice were cannonballs of destruction. Each cannonball deals 20d20 damage.
Woohoo!
Basically, fight back.
Fight fire with fire.
That would not have been the good choice at all.
No,
No.
that was the false choice.
As a means of saying to them, look, I state that to Helm. With these, I intend to give this as a peace offering. If they decide to hold their own side and join neither nation, so be it. People should not be without food. That is not fair. They will have this either way.
Approved. What I love about this trial is that the false choice is so fucking obvious.
Yeah.
You don't know what ruin will come to you if you choose a false choice. And I won't tell you until you've made your 3rd request.
As our offering in return, I've just gone into my bag of holding. and handed to Narlock a scroll of protection. It doesn't say what from, it just says protection. And 2 scrolls of protect from elementals.
With these words of wisdom, may the next to make their choice make the correct.
They are accepted, and the table descends as the dais returns. You may make one more request of the repository this year.
I may, or do I have to, or do I?
You don't have to, but if you leave, you may not make another request until 1 year hence. And you still have to make 60 years of pilgrimage.
So I still have to, regardless.
You made more than one choice. I'd say there's flexibility. With making 2 requests, you'll need to make 2 score years worth of pilgrimage. If you don't make a 3rd request, that's 40 years.
Okay.
But you will not be able to make any more requests this year.
Can't think of anything else personally. Can anyone else think of anything we could do with an answer?
He could try to protect the one he loves.
Well, that does not give a question, really.
It's a request. It's a request, not a question. How can you protect the one you love when you are so far away all the time? Oh, a better safe for your gold.
Money is money.
Whoa. That is a character arc just there.
Money is money, and money I can come across. I will always be able to make wealth. I will always be able to make it. She is one in a million. So this is an aggression towards Zed. She is one in a million, and she will never come back to me again.
I know, I charmed that ring.
Yes, you did, and I'm very grateful for that. So do not imply that the safe is on terms with her.
You've come a very long way from one thief too many to money's just money.
I know, even Zed dropped his mouth when he said that.
He just sort of drops his arms to his side. And he just sort of thinking to himself,
No,
"Oh, I
honestly,
have, haven't I?"
honestly, really proud of you. That was honestly just amazing.
It was quite the arc. It's quite the journey.
From the wolves to what you did.
Hey, make no mistake. You know, money will still help a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that along the way we can't make sure that everyone else is still capable of making theirs. So
Money can't buy love, but it really does take the sting out of being poor.
yeah, that's the best way to look at it, I suppose.
Okay. Any more requests?
I want to make a request, but I need to know what that request should be.
And the only things circling my head at this point are a way to defeat the Spring King, but that might be out of the realm of what.
Helm is a deity is a lesser deity compared to Bane.
They're about the same rank.
Yeah, I have an idea then. I have an idea.
I mean, we're not after Bane, we're after the Spring King. We're not going after. We're not going after Bane, right?
You're going after Richter, so close to fucking no.
Actually, that's another point with Richter as well.
Yep, that's actually just what I was going to ask about. He takes the sword again, and he takes up the stance again. Then before you, Helm, you know that he stands in our way, Richter Belmont. You know that he will do everything in his power to make sure that Bane rules over this land, or he will die trying. And he has told us now himself that he wants to die. He wants to be taken down so that somebody else can take his place. And until then, he will do whatever he can to wreak havoc upon this world, and we will not allow that. What can we do to help bring him to an end? There will always be another leader of Bane, There will always be Bane, but it doesn't have to be Richter Belmont because he is excessively powerful and excessively stupid, if you ask me.
He's devout, but he's very, very old.
Yeah.
Not that he looks it.
No, I hope I look that good when I'm several thousand centuries old. Oh, he's making a lot of notes and it's making me nervous. Can you bear to give us something that can knock down your paladin?
Oh, you guys have basically everything you're going to need. This is something to make it more interesting. And I like that.
Sweeten the deal.
Ooh. Something which makes it very paladin v paladin.
Trying to think of one last thing. I had it in my head.
So I'm skimming my letters at the same time.
No worries. Okay, I've got it. The 3 items presented to you, and there is a slight voice in your mind, not of Helm, but of 2 voices that you recognize having both come from the side of the vigilant. And the voices say, not what he knows. He already knows it.
What did it say?
Sorry, can you repeat
Yeah.
that?
Oh,
Can't
sorry.
possibly have heard you.
Not what he knows. He already knows it. It's a hint. I don't want you to pick the wrong thing, but if the wrong thing is picked, we're going to have some fun. The dais moves to the side easily, and the table comes up, and on it are
I just realized something, and this is going to sound really stupid,
gone.
because all these objects are coming down from underneath. Is that technically called the Deus Vault?
God's Vault.
Nice.
I called it the repository, but now I wish I called it Helm's Vault. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Deus Vault, Deus Vault, Deus Vault.
Okay,
Go on, what's the magical mystery box giving us this time?
the 3 items before you. The first is a very nice, very well-made silver tea service. The second, you recognize this from a dream you had a long time ago. The Crystal Palace that will eventually become the Stilt Capital in a field of green grass, with children playing and horses running. It's a painting of something that has not existed yet, and there is a signature on it. R. Kit. The last one, a leather-bound, beautifully embossed with the symbol of Bane, eulogy to Sebastian Belmont, Richter's brother, the cleric.
Now, there is a reason I think 2 of these are the wrong answer.
Yes.
Wait, there are 2 wrong answers in this one?
There is always only one wrong answer, but
Yep.
if you do.
But there are two I'm thinking of, and I want to hear your thinkings on it, Celadine.
Yes.
A voice told me not what he knows, he already knows it.
Well, that eliminates the eulogy straight away. He already knows his brother's dead.
but there may not be something yet that he knows in there, which is why I think that may be the thing. The painting of this palace.
Yeah, I meant to ask you about that. So, where
I
is
saw
it?
this before. This is Vistalt. This, in my dream, was Vistalt after the war. The war that's yet to come.
It's
We
beautiful.
select that, we guarantee that that war will happen and that it will end up with this, but it means that people have to die. That's why I think this may not be the one. The tea set. Where did we first meet Belmont? Where did we first meet Richter?
In the tea house in Dale.
Well, it's having tea outside the tavern.
Yeah,
That's what makes this
sweet.
difficult. The tea set, we've already met him. He already knows that. He already knows of us. He already knows who we are. The painting, he knows of Vistalt.
He doesn't know that this.
He knows what it looks like. He doesn't know this is the outcome, though.
He doesn't know that this is what Vestal could be.
Do not
And this, he already knows, his brother's eulogy. He knows his brother's dead. This,
I'll say one other thing. Could Celadine and Roberto make an intelligence check for me?
The only other thing I can say is he knows of Raven Kit. Intelligence check.
you know that if Kit is prophetic,
6.
16.
You've seen and read the eulogy once before. The eulogy was written by one R. Belmont.
I think I've actually got a copy of it in my bag.
You do.
Yeah.
Not
I've
this
got
nice.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it right here.
The eulogy of Sebastian Belmont.
Yeah.
and it is not the book.
No, like the only thing that makes any sense that he wouldn't already know is the painting.
In that dream, there was something else.
Yes.
I had Rachel, and there were children.
Oh. Yours, I assume.
is the
I hope.
was there the banner?
Can I roll to anything to recall that, Cal?
Oh,
A banner came out. If I recall, well, I know it wasn't my dream, but I
no.
recall there being a
not,
banner coming out with it.
not that one. No, you had another dream where there was the banners.
Oh,
and
you're
it
talking
was
about the banners
lovely.
coming over. That was saying the family's coming near.
That was
And
the
then-
vision from Lolth.
That was when the dragon told me choose wisely, for only
Yeah.
one can be pursued.
So far, you've chosen wisely twice. This is your third one.
I don't want to touch it, but can I examine the painting really closely?
Give me a perception check or investigation, your choice.
It'll have to be perception. That's the thing I've actually got a plus in. Come on, roll well, please. That's a 13 on the dice, so 14, 15, 16 altogether.
Within the form of the Crystal Palace of a possible future Vestalt, there are banners on many spires. One, the same one that Narlock just bore. There's one on the highest spire. 3 lightning bolts coming out of the ground. Very similar to the Leyspark family symbol, but kind of blended with the mark of Bane. And within the crystal spire, you can make out the form of a giant blue dragon. And in several windows, many half elves and many blue dragonborn.
Narlock holds his hand out to Selding.
Reaches out and quietly takes his hand and says, it's the painting, Narlock. It's the painting.
He grabs the painting.
A painting of a future yet to be painted. A glimpse at the future as placed here by one E. Leyspark. Ebenezer. Saladin's great-grandfather. That's who placed it here.
Is there a gnome?
There are no gnomes, but as you look around, you can see two statues whose eyes are currently glowing blue. Humans. And at the base of their plaques, both bear the name Belmont. At times in history, there were two Belmonts that became paladins of Helm, a man and a woman. The other items, the eulogy of Sebastian Belmont was the wrong choice, the very wrong choice. The silver tea service is the silver tea service of negotiation. When used, it will fill with tea presentable to all people. Time will stop while a conversation can be had.
All right then.
You wanted something that would give you the edge over Richter. You are still going to fight Richter. Richter has told you. But now you have something that will maybe skew him to let you win.
We can show him a future that could be.
The future he wants. A future where Vestalt is a nice place.
Blue dragon. Blue dragon ball. I'm just
Can
kind of
essentially show him right everything. So we can show him everything will work out, but you gotta let it happen our way.
Yep.
No, look in the windows. Look in the windows on the castle. Sorry, Celadin's gotten all overexcited and teary a bit.
Celadine, I think we're both heading towards a if we work this out, a happy future.
I think so too.
Roberto and Zed, could you both make perception checks for me?
As a massive oinky porker comes charging up.
Well, you get advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Natural 20.
Oh, not very
No.
good. I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
6.
Roberto, you are just so enamored with the thing before you that you do not hear the crashing of underbrush, the chewing of brambles, and the raging scream of a massive giant boar crashing through the underbrush.
Oh no!
I'm in it. Am I in its way?
I grab Roberto and Tibbles and yank him out the way.
Oh, I've died in the bush.
Stops on the far side of what you now see is almost like an arena. Helm is a god of knights. Let's have a melee. Oh, you still need to place something to replace the painting.
Oh, let me see what's in the bag of holding. Our bag of tricks.
Future for a future.
Yep, actually, not a bad idea. I
Uh,
take Celadine, do you have the second scrying orb?
The second scrying orb.
Mhm.
I think you carry it for me because I'm scared of it.
Oh yes, yeah.
yeah, you got both.
Oh, hang on. Yep. Here we go.
Are you keeping that up your bum?
It was in the bag of holding, but it pops as it comes out because it's perfectly round.
Oh, okay. All right, that's good.
Here we are.
Narlock,
Vision of the future for a vision of what may be.
accepted. As it descends, you give me a perception check. Not about the pig.
Non-natural 20, dirty 20.
As the dais closes, you get a glimpse of something in the scrying orb. Two faces. One, gaunt, thin, spiky hair and a giant grin. The second, a sly smile, a mop of black hair, and the edging of a leather cloak. The dais is in
Do I
place.
recognize them?
You recognize Scorer.
Ah.
You know what? He's only dubiously a bad guy.
Who was the other one?
Gaunt face, spiky hair, massive grin.
Did he have heterochromia?
Yes.
Oh fuck!
That's his dad, isn't it?
It's David Bowie. Sorry.
Oh my god, you've given us a bloody labyrinth, Goblin King, haven't you?
I told you that ages ago.
Scrying orb, yeah.
So hang on.
Right up.
Has he got the crotch?
Of course, it's like I'll get the mini next when we next play. I'll show you.
I can go get it now if you want.
Celadine, hang on to your firstborn very quickly.
It's
As the thing, tell me, as the thing descends, how deep down does it go?
It is pitch black, and all you can hear is churning gears. Even with infravision, you can't see very far.
Can I see out through the open doors? Can I see Hockey there?
You see her, and she
Celadine.
sees you.
Celadine,
Yes.
I look around. Is there any stairs leading up to the upper levels?
There are no upper levels. It's one room.
Me, the wooden spoon.
I just point to her across the way to Hockey and just go, "It's you, it's me. She goes out first. You leave her alone."
You get the impression, agreed.
Just
I'm gonna go take a piss before we get down to this.
Is everyone okay with running this out? Because I know it's now midnight.
Yeah,
It's
so
fine.
I want to see the outcome.
Okay, we're going to get to the end of the fight with Hockey, and then we're going to call it because I want to show you guys what Narlock is fully getting.
Cool.
if I'm still stood there holding Norlock's hand, I will just can I very quickly cast a spell before I walk out? You
What
think?
spell?
I wanted to very quickly just cast Enlarge as I walk
Sure.
away. Just, little extra booster.
All right.
I'm just like there still in Zed's arms. I'm like, go get him, Narlock.
Yeah, you guys are off to one side with Tibbles just like, the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Tibbles turns Scottish, the fuck is that?
And then he's looking at me being cuddled by Zed.
What
the fuck are you doing?
I kind of holding you in one arm. I got Tibbles behind me, and the other just like, oh, that's
Tibbles knows what to do. Tibbles is a competent wolf.
Tibbles has gotten behind the people that can protect him. That's what
Tibbles is in front of Zed.
Oh, bless him.
Tibbles is always in front of Zed. Or around Zed.
What? Ever since the dragon?
I'm just more so since the dragon, yeah. Tibbles has got a lot more aggressive, I'll be honest.
That's a lot of bacon.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get Grundless Maximus.
Do it.
I have something to do before Celadine leaves.
Celadine has cast Enlarge on you, by the way.
Okay, before she leaves, though, there's something I need her to do.
Okay, she's just gone to get my King of the Spring Court miniature.
Okay, just before she departs, there's something I need her to do. I know she's casting that spell on me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
Celadine, I need you to do something. When you go to leave, I go kneel down like this, like I'm going to speak to you.
Yes.
But from like behind you, and I just say, as you leave, lift your arms up with your cloak out so that she can't see me. I'm going to put down a scroll of fog to make it harder for her to see. I'm going to take this potion, you cast your spell, and me and her are going to have a throwdown right here.
You realize that means you can't drink a healing potion.
Why?
Just in case.
You could.
I've got no. Oh yes, that's right. But I've got lay on hands.
Can you touch yourself?
Yes.
Lay on hands on yourself. At least in 5e, anyway.
Yeah, you can use lay on hands on yourself.
I've got as many as I have levels of things. So I'm a level 9 paladin, so I've got 9 lay on hands, and each one's a d6. So I think I'll be fine, hopefully. Okay.
I like to touch yourself.
So as she does that, as she goes,
your lay on hands is a pool of 18 points, and it's a point for point like.
So basically, you got a daily pool that you can use.
okay.
Yeah.
So as you lift your arms up, I quickly put the scroll down to cast fog to make it harder for her to see.
Okay.
I drink the potion and Celadine makes me bigger. So however big I get, I'm just gonna be fucking charging, chucking her as she comes in here.
She's not coming in.
She's waiting for you outside. Oh God!
Okay, Celadine, get out of the way.
You're-
Don't
How
know
big
if
am I?
I'm
Celadine, over here.
At this
diving to
moment,
join them with the dog.
you are currently what is referred to as huge, which is about, so the first one doubles your height, and the second one doubles your height again. You're currently about 25 feet tall.
Jesus.
Okay, how high does this wall go?
The wall is 30 feet high. I
Okay.
don't think you can leave.
Can I leap the wall?
You are inside a solid stone building. You could squeeze out of the doorway because it's a big doorway. So you have to crawl and squeeze.
You said this was an open roof.
No, it's a solid roof.
I thought you said it was an open roof.
No, there's a couple of windows in the top to let light in. It's then got the roof on top of it, which is like solid metal. And then
Okay,
there's
so
like
hang
a
on,
canopy.
You're inside a chapel.
I would not have done this if I was under the. I thought this was open. Otherwise, I
No
wouldn't.
worries. Okay, that's not what happens then.
Okay.
That's
So
fine.
as I leave, then I want Celadine to cast that on me as I get out the door. Essentially,
Can do.
I'm not going to use the scroll. Then I'm just going to use the potion. So I'm going to drink the potion as I get to the door.
As you leave, the stone wall closes behind you. +1 to your arm class. Your symbol of helm is maxed.
Right. So my armor class is now
Is that -1?
-1. Yeah.
I attributed for that. I thought that was the case. Okay. So you are now double enlarged.
And I've drank
Yep. Are you using the fog scroll?
the what?
Are you still using the fog scroll?
No,
All right, roll for initiative.
you said that you weren't using the fog scroll, didn't you?
Yeah. Just gonna straight up face her. But you guys stay out of the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't worry, we're not going to tangle with the massive
He
thing.
just agreed not to touch Celadine. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Zed,
keep it
Zed draws his finger through the air. Sanctuary.
4,
You open initiative.
right? So as soon as I get out the door, as I said, just like Hulk, I'm just gonna straight as I get out, just punch her in the face.
So obviously all of your equipment has increased with you. That's how enlarge works. So are you punching or are you going in with your swords?
I'm not trying to kill her.
Okay, this is gonna get fun.
I am a
She
shot.
tried to kill him.
Cal, out of character, if I kill her, what was the point?
If you kill her, you can resummon her.
Okay, if that's
So mounts for she's a spiritual entity like Measly. And in the same way as Measly, if she were to die, you just resummon her.
okay, well then that's my opening attack.
You're going in for the punch.
Attack 1 is going to be a punch, and then attack 2 is going to be the dagger. Just
Okay, give me that roll.
so attack 1 is just plus my strength, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay, that's 19.
hit.
Right. What's a standard punch?
So a standard punch is D4. Now, because you're enlarged, that's another D4. And then enlarge again, that's a D12.
Okay.
So 2D4 plus D12 damage.
Jeez.
2, 7. 7 plus 9, that's 16 damage.
It's my two drow. Apparently the name Roberto Two Hands is well known to them as well.
Okay,
As
what
well.
else are you doing?
Roberto,
Dagger.
Peter of Maine.
Dagger.
14.
14, hit.
And the dagger is
You've gone in. Shank.
D4 plus 3.
Then another D4, then a D12.
Okay, so that's
You always add a D4 and a D12 when double enlarged.
D4. So that was 4 plus 2 is 6, and then D12. Okay, so 6 plus 12 is 18 plus my 3, that's 21.
We sausages for tonight.
Rude. You have one more attack.
I draw my sword of helm and just go, you know, I didn't mean it!
Love it. Make that one with advantage.
Nice.
Peanut
Okay, so
butter.
the first roll is 19. The second roll was a nat 1, so I'll stick with 19.
Hey, okay. Give me that roll. Give me that damage. That's a D6 plus a D4 plus a D12. Double enlarge is fun. Imagine if you got your sneak attack too.
Sweet Jesus, can you imagine Zed enlarged?
6.
Ooh.
That's 16 plus 6, so 22 points of damage.
After one round of combat, she is looking pretty beat. And she just eyes red. There's like a glowing white-blue aura coming off her as she looks up, slams straight into your stomach, full pelt. Hit.
Ooh.
4.
I'll tell you.
How many dice is he rolling?
All of them?
Oh, fucking hell, that's a lot of D6s.
Ooh. Oh shit, that's a lot of sixes.
Oh dear. Oh no. I've got resurrection spells, it's fine.
You've got reincarnation spells.
You take,
Resurrection don't work on half orcs.
Go on.
you take 38 points of damage from her first attack.
I'm fine.
You are, give me a strength saving throw, of which you have advantage when enlarged.
That's a bad piggy.
A very good thing.
Yep. Hang on, where's the rubber that make this neither?
Yeah. I am covering 20's eyes. He does not know this.
Saving throw at advantage.
Yep.
I can't hear you.
Saving throw with advantage.
Thank you. Okay. So what's the save?
What's your strength?
14.
On the dice, you need to get 16 or higher.
$19.
You are not knocked prone as she lands, turns around, and goes for another slam, this time at your shins. Hit. Oh boy. 10, 20. You take 30 points of damage.
Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
Even at 78 points, I still have over 100 hit points left.
Give me another strength saving throw at advantage. This time this save is 18.
Oh, that's 17. No.
No, you are knocked prone. You are on the floor as she rears up and slams her trotters into your chest.
Oh.
Hit. Luckily, this one doesn't do the full 8d6 damage.
This thing's beatable, right?
Oh. What
By
are you
one person.
Yes. Why would I ever throw something at you guys that couldn't be beaten? 10, 20, 23 points of damage. And that is the end of her turn.
So that's 68 plus 23 is 71, 91 damage. I've got 99 hit points left. Eh?
As the trotters come down, you get this emanating psychic force coming off her, which is just this scream that feels like she's saying, I waited for you.
I waited for you.
Your next attack is at disadvantage.
Huh?
God, interfere.
No.
Guys, I have an idea. what do you think of trying to come out of combat to calm her down?
I don't know. I don't know how to deal with large angry pigs.
The only thing I could do is play distracting music and then get.
I could try speak with monster, but that's about it.
She's not a monster, she's celestial. Hmm.
She's an angel.
She's an angel.
She is. She's a celestial. That's what celestial means.
I am a beautiful little angel.
Zed, if you can use heal if this does not work, please.
He's got to be in touch range. The touch spell.
Oh,
I mean, I'm sure he can make the room to touch me when I'm right up against the wall of this place and he's nearby.
Right now we're hidden behind the sanctuary, but yeah, I can try.
Come on, Narlock, what you doing? I need to know what you're doing.
I've got a spell I could try, but I don't know if I'm allowed to interfere.
If
There's nothing stopping
everything
you
has...
trying.
let's see.
Oh, I like that. There's nothing stopping you trying.
If you are going to come out of combat to try and calm her down, there's something I can try and do. But I don't know if it works on Celestials anyway.
What is it out of character?
I've got a spell called Emotion, and I can imbue a creature with a feeling, and the ones suggested are things like fear, calm, and something else. I can't remember. I know one of them is calm.
One Narlock. I don't want to rush you, but
I just want to look up the rules of it anyway. So
Right.
The only other thing I can do is send her back to her own plane.
That's why I don't want her there. Okay. Bamf. Weapon's gone. Still big. He just goes, "You're right." And he grabs her and he goes, "I messed up. And
oh, I've got this one
I
out.
shouldn't have."
I'm trying to work this one out. Okay, give me a strength check at advantage because you are huge.
Mind her spines.
you're a big porky cuddle.
It's a hog.
21.
21. This is gonna get fucking fun because
Because I have something I can do if this hasn't worked.
you've managed to grapple her. Definitely grappled her. And as you grapple her, and obviously she is your summoned steed, how can she be your steed when she is large and you are huge? Let's see if you can hold on to the bucking bronco, bitch.
Now that's more like it. He grabs the horn and swings himself up on top.
Okay, you're on top of Hockey.
An angry pig that doesn't want you there.
You are holding on to her tusks, which are thrashing back and forth.
Oh my god.
Right?
Contested strength checks. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, Celadine, I am not removing the sanctuary spell.
By the way, at the moment, there is a 50-foot high boar and a 30-foot tall Narlock
It's just like,
Oh no!
in the middle.
I rolled an 18!
He got an 8.
Dirty 20!
Okay, you pass the first one. She's slamming you around. She's hitting you around. You take half damage.
This is a kaiju fight. What's a kaiju?
I don't know. It's just like,
Standing.
The temple is still fucking standing. If it's standing to Grilber's fire breath, I can stand up to this. Yes, that's what that was. Okay, should be 20. You take 10 points of damage as you're thrashed about.
Still trying to convince her, still just saying to her, if I'd known this is what would have happened, I never, ever would have taken that deal to go through that door. And there's no way I could ever have known that.
Okay, response that comes back. Sometimes the best things are worth working for. Roll.
Watch his face.
Oh.
Natural 20!
This is the best kind of marriage counselling. Pass.
Angry marriage counselling between effectively Miss Piggy and Kermit, but
Again, half damage.
Red alert! Red alert!
Again, should be 20. You take 10 points.
Right? The
How are you
last thing
doing?
I have to say to her, I know all about waiting. Why do you think I waited all this time to make that woman my wife? And I haven't yet, and I can still wait. So you waited for 5 days, maybe 10, maybe 15. I've waited months. You could have waited a little longer, and you're this angry at me?
holding the emotions spell just in case. But
Last strength check. How are your hit points looking?
Fine. Nick,
he hasn't.
Another one.
no, not 20 again.
You lucky son of a fuck!
What are you doing at your dice?
It's plot armor.
Okay, again, you take 10 points of damage as you're bucked and broncoed all over the place, and then finally, she throws you off over the top, and you're just looking down the snout of this massive, giant boar, razorback spikes coming out the top of her head, almost like a crown, massive tusks curled at points, tipped with metal, eyes burning red, bloodshot, fading.
I can't watch.
Just a bit until all that's left is the solid red pupils. And you get a nuzzle.
It's over. Is Narlock dead? Is Narlock dead?
Narlock's holding her and just says, guys, you can come round.
Yeah, you're just there patting her and she's like nuzzling you and you're getting like piggy kisses.
You were right to be angry at me, but come on. We've got plenty of time to get over this. Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And they did actually kiss and make up.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
end of session.
Narlock
And-
used all of his hands to heal her.
Aww.
Oh, getting it off to the right start.
As you lay on hands on your celestial seed, you see the formation of her saddle, a celestial construct forming as an iron yoke, similar to that of a draft horse, forms across the shoulders, attached to long metal spokes, attached to a cart.
No way.
How's you gonna fucking ride a boar?
Guys,
With a carrot and a stick?
Yes.
guys, I issue to the cart.
Don't have to walk through the horrible snow
Come.
anymore.
Oh, thank God.
Just one thing first.
Yeah.
This spell, this hasn't worn off yet.
Oh, right, yes,
Yeah.
decast the.
You can remove the potion, and obviously as that happens, she shrinks as well, and the cart. She's still large. She's still about 3 times bigger than Tibbles.
Yeah. I am calling her Hockey, and I'm going to need her stats if you can set me up.
Not a problem. By the way, she has 119 hit points.
Wow.
She has a what?
Yeah.
The pig's got more hit points than me.
Oh,
The
actually,
pig, the dog, and the halfling have more than you, and so does the half.
Everything's got more hit
you're a
points.
wizard.
I'm going
And
to
her
die.
base attack does 2d6, and if she gets a charge, she hits with advantage and does 8d6.
Jesus.
Boars, they're crazy. Oh, also, you'll like this. Boars have relentless endurance.
Nice.
They have levels of endurance.
Relentless endurance.
They hit 0 hit points, they get back up with 1.
Right. Forks.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, we're going to call that there, guys, yeah?
Ooh, wee.
Yeah.
I'll show you something.
Oh,
There we go, he's focusing a little bit.
is he holding a microphone?
I wish.
No, he's just got, he's holding what is a bronze chain in one hand.
Ah.
Is that an incubus?
Yes,
Yes. I sparkled his wings up a bit. And he does have an enormous grundle.
he does.
Look at the grundle. Look at it.
So,
Look at his grundle.
what did everyone think?
Absolutely brilliant.
I have a steed.
That was so amazing.
The journey begins.
Oh, your first pet. This entire campaign has been everyone has had pets except for Narlock.
When did Roboto have a pet?
Dandelion.
His donkey, pony
His
thing.
pony.
Is it a pony?
Yeah.
There's a little
He
pony.
had a horse.
No, I didn't.
No, he never had a horse.
He's never had a horse. It's always been
got on
dandelion.
Oh yeah, you were too cheap to buy a horse, so you hitched a ride.
No, I just hitched the ride because you had a cart and it was easier that way that the cart was defended.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll still ride Mackie.
Yeah, go for it.
The kobolds ate your first horse.
Poor Andraste. Damn those idiotic kobolds.
They gave you a big bag of gemstones.
Blah, 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 where is it? Is that it? That's it. So one of my letters is from Bella and Nera, my 2 drow friends. And in it, we've all been given titles by the people escaping from Brayla.
Yay.
Oh,
Celadine has so far got Celadine the Kind or Celadine the Kobold Queen, depending on who you ask.
Oh, White Man's gonna love that.
Roberto is has also got 2. It's either Roberto Fornicator of Matrons or Roberto Two Hands. Zed is Father of Beasts, and Narlock is Narlock the Unseen.
Nice.
ooh.
Not with that pig, you won't be.
Do you know what a stealth on a giant boar is? They should not be that stealthy. I'm telling you right now.
Surprisingly stealthy.
Specifically razorbacks.
Jeez.